Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. You're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage. The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you say?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you a live debate. We can't even talk now. It's been a while since we've had one, but we're here ready to go, followed by another one tomorrow evening. Tonight, I have with me the famous Mark Reid, who has been here before. He's debated very well on this topic, especially back in returning for morality. I cannot talk. Morality once more. And then followed by Objective Ethics, the challenger here tonight, ready to dive in on his first time on the Raging Tomato. Mark, if you'd like to kick off with your opening statement, please.
Sure. I do have, if I could share my screen, I do have presentation that I usually do. Give me one sec. That should be it. Just let me know if you're seeing blackness or anything at all.
Maybe, oops.
I prefer the term micro-celebrity, I guess. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, yeah, that'll do. That's beautiful. Okay, fantastic. I'll just grab my thing here. All right. So firstly, I want to say thank you to Objective Ethics for being my opposition, Sarah at the Raging Tomato, and thank you for your time. Today, we're going to be comparing objective and subjective morality. And there's a bit I want to go through, but before I get started, maybe just smack the like button, support the channel, encourage debates like this in the future. I know some people really dislike philosophical subjects, so I'll try to keep this presentation easy, simple to understand, so it's not too complex. Firstly, I do have to go through a couple of definitions so we know exactly what we're talking about. So morality is basically the subject of the debate. And when we're talking morality, we're talking about ought. Whenever we're saying we should take one action over another, we're making a moral distinction, although the reasons why we ought to take an action can be varied. These on the screen are the definitions of morality from Stanford Encyclopedia. We will be talking mostly about the second one, which is a normative view on morality as it is concerned whether the code of conduct would be agreed upon by people across cultures, nations, civilizations, is made up of subjective opinions of the people who make up that society, or whether morality is made up of moral facts that are drawn from some other source than the minds of the people. Now, I do want to mention that I'm using morals and ethics interchangeably. However, I have no real problem with ethicists making a distinction between morals being defined as individual perspectives while ethics being an overarching group structure that establishes a normative code. I've got no problem with differentiating the two, although for the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to be using them more or less interchangeably. So this is my description of subjective versus objective. Essentially, it can be boiled down to whether the position is independent of any mind, like the position of a rock or the distance to the sun, or whether it's the result of a mind, like whether the rock is heavy or the sun is bright. Do keep in mind that something must be stance independent to be objective, even if that stance is based on or influenced by objective things. For instance, you may think that ice cream is delicious, right? And it may be that, hey, you have a physiological reaction to sugar, which makes you believe that. But it is still based upon your subjective experience. So it still is subjective, even though it may be based upon objective things. So basically my position is that in order for morality to be objective, there must be objective moral facts. These are moral positions that are not based upon any subjective opinion, belief, or cultural attitude. Where these moral facts come from or where they originate isn't really important. The important part is to demonstrate they actually exist without laying their origin at the human mind, whether that's emotive, cognitive, or abstract, or the imagination, basically. So these are a few arguments for subjective morality. I do want to present them so that we have some kind of argument on my side for the subjectiveness of morality. First off, we've got moral diversity. Now, when I've said here that there's some general precepts that are ubiquitous, and what that means is that they exist generally, are prevalent across sort of a group, but not universal. There are exceptions. So we have a number of moral values, like, for instance, do not kill. That generally holds true, or almost always hold true, but there are cases like the Aztec culture that practice mass sacrifice, Chinese empire, where the emperor could and often did execute subjects on a whim. In fact, there's a lot more of these violent cultures than not. However, these cultures usually had moral proscriptions, or things they shouldn't do, or obligations based upon societal structure or group dynamics. For instance, a tribe may condemn killing another tribe's person. However, they have no problem brutalizing the neighboring tribe, even though the two tribes may share a common lineage. This suggests that an in-group, out-group moral dynamics are more a case of subjective bias than it is any moral fact. For example, Tribe A conquers Tribe B and subjugates them. In the ancient world, all perfectly moral. Over time, the culture assimilates and Tribe A and B become one nation, where it is then immoral to kill anyone in the nation from Tribe A or Tribe B. Where did the moral fact change, and how did it change? Is it simply they assimilated? That seems to be more of a subjective bias than a moral fact. Now, this one's a bit complex, so I'll try to break it down into simple term. Hume basically pointed out there's a lurking or a hidden ought in any given statement of moral fact. This is the is-ought gap. So if there is a metaphysical or physical fact that exists, you cannot jump from one to a moral without a reason why. For instance, you can say that humans evolved to be cooperative, so humans ought to be cooperative. The fact that humans did evolve to be cooperative, but we can be complete douchebags, there's a lurking ought in there, which says humans ought to act in accordance with evolution, that simply having the capacity to do otherwise presents another moral choice that is often skipped by naturalistic moral realists based in the desires of the subject. It may be that evolution allows organisms to survive, and we want to survive. However, that want is a desire that is based in the mind. Even if a survival instinct comes naturally to humans, we can always choose to break that instinct. And speaking of nature, this is the naturalistic fallacy. Now, it's tied very closely to Hume's guillotine. An assumption is made that natural things are good and non-natural things are bad. This does not follow, as some things that are natural are not what we would call good, and some things that are artificial are actually not bad. For instance, and here's a really good example, cyanide is a natural substance. Aspirin is a synthetic, a non-natural substance. You would find it hard pressed for someone to say, hey, cyanide is good because it's natural and aspirin is bad because it's non-natural or artificial. So that's basically the naturalistic fallacy. And this is something that I've put out there, and it's the first time I've sort of presented this. This is saving the cat, and it's sort of an answer to naturalistic moral realism, or that morality is objective because of evolutionary process. And it's saving a pet is sort of seen in our society as a really good thing to do. It's in screenwriting used to endear one to a protagonist. It basically will show that they're a good person, and it sort of is ubiquitous across the culture. Although not everybody, if somebody really hates cats, they may not agree. The question is, if morality is based upon simple evolution or naturalistic moral realism, why save a cat? It may endanger humans. It may be a waste of resources as far as humans is concerned, but is still seen as a good act. And I put it to you that this act is good because people like cats. I think it's a good act because I like cats, but that is an example of subjective morality. And that's a question I do want to pose. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. And if I have any time, I will concede the rest of that time.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark. Objective ethics. I wanted to ask first, did you have a PowerPoint, or are you just rolling off of it? Doesn't, you don't have to.
Wait it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep. No, you don't have to. Most people don't. All right. And I'll leave it to you. The floor is yours.
I'd like to thank Sarah for hosting. I'd like to thank Mark for reaching out to me and offering me this debate. I have a lot of respect for him. He's very intelligent, very strong debater, and I'm very flattered that he would consider me to be a worthy opponent. So basically, I'm going to start with, there's 3 different ways to approach this argument. You could do the natural way, the natural argument through evolution. So you could say the causal link that leads from morality to human flourishing is simplified by the statement that morals are universal propositions, which are a necessary precondition of cooperation. This is a natural process that leads to human flourishing, which is guided by the natural laws of evolution. All natural laws must follow the laws of logic and are necessarily true and stance independent. They're objective. To run it through the argument of reason, as a human being, I am a moral agent. Agency means I set goals and take actions. In order to achieve my goals, I need my freedom and well-being. If I need my freedom and well-being, then I have a right to my freedom and well-being. This is to say that I have a reason to have my freedom and well-being. If I have a right to have my freedom and well-being because I'm a moral agent, then all moral agents have an equal right to their freedom and well-being. Therefore, all human beings have a reason to have their freedom and well-being. If all human beings have a reason to have their freedom and well-being, then they ought to have it. Thus, all moral agents ought not interfere with others' freedom and well-being. Moral actions are actions by moral agents that affect others' freedom and well-being. All human beings ought to act morally. If all human beings ought to act morally, then morality is universal. If morals are universal, then they cannot be stance-dependent and must apply to all possible universes with moral agents. Therefore, morality is objective. You could run it through the logical argument, the laws of logic, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. This is how we function in the world around us. If subjective morality can lead to a logical contradiction, then one or both moral claims must be false. If a moral claim is objectively true, then it must be universally true, follow the laws of logic, and be stance independent. Subjective morality leads to logical contradictions. Therefore, morality must be objective. An example for premise number 3, how does subjective morality lead to a logical contradictions? This can be used in any moral situation. We'll use slavery as a very common one. The slave owner values his own freedom and well-being. Therefore, is a logical contradiction to say he is morally justified in taking away the same freedom and well-being, which he values himself, away from another person. He can do it, but he cannot justify it epistemically using his own standard of values. So the contradiction is within his own internal system of values. Freedom and well-being must either be valuable or not valuable. From the subjective position, the Frege-Geach problem, sometimes called the embedding problem, is a significant challenge to the subjective view. The embedding problem argues that the subjective moral view does not fit with certain ways we use moral judgments, particularly moral reasoning and the embedding of moral judgments in conditional statements. Expressions of emotion don't combine in the same structured, truth-preserving way that truth-apt propositions do. The following conditional statement only makes sense if the antecedent stealing is wrong is capable of being true or false. Stealing is wrong. If stealing is wrong, then getting your little brother to steal is wrong. Therefore, getting your little brother to steal is wrong. And this is a perfectly valid argument. The conclusion follows logically from the premises. Richard Carrier, in his recent 2025 peer-reviewed paper published in Religions MDPI, presents a rigorous and provocative ontological argument that objective moral facts not only exist, but must exist in all possible universes containing rational agents. The fact that moral judgments make sense in conditional statements and logical arguments suggests they are truth-apt. For example, that objective moral realism is correct, and subjective moral relativism, moral anti-realism, or emotivism is false. Subjective morality holds a high burden of proof. The subjective moral relativist must logically bridge the gap between two objectively true statements, that if a person is murdered, their loved ones will feel sorrow and loss, and also why do strangers have a logical, practical, and justified aversion to this murder. Also, murder is illegal in every country in the world because studies have consistently shown that the belief that murder is wrong is universal. The subjective moral view offers no explanation of how boo murder as a subjective position can bridge these objective universal facts about murder. In short, if subjective morality is correct, it becomes extremely hard to explain how moral judgments can appear in conditional statements, how moral judgments can appear in logical arguments, how such arguments can be valid, or how moral reasoning works at all. And I think to make it within the time, I cut this down quite a bit, and I've got quite a bit left. I don't think I want to run through any more of this. We'll get into it. I do agree with Mark's position. I think for the most part, morality, basically a set of principles or values that determine what moral agents ought to do, how we behave, essentially, are normative statements. Subjective, stance dependent, personal opinion. Objective would be stance independent. And I think I'll go ahead and concede the rest of my time there.
Perfect. No issue there. Thank you so kindly. All right. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through our debate. Then we will move into reading your kind super chats and any questions or comments you may have at the end. And then, of course, we will move into the open panel portion where if you'd like to come up and discuss the topic yourself, we will drop the link and have you up here. All right. And gentlemen, I believe we wanted to go into cross-examination. So I'm going to give Objective Ethics the opportunity to cross-examine Mark first. And I'll go ahead and set the timer now. OE to you.
Mark, would you agree that we use logic and reason to understand the objective truths about the world that we live in?
Yes.
And do you think that freedom and well-being are rights that all humans ought to have?
I believe so, yes.
And is there an inherent value that you're basing that on as far as being a human or humanness?
There's value to me.
And where do you get that? Where do you ground that value in? How do you see, what's the ontology of that value?
Well, I mean, it's based upon my own desires. So if I want to be free and live in a prosperous, happy world, then there's certain things I ought to do to make sure that occurs.
So would you say that decisions have predictable and repeatable consequences?
Sure.
If our actions have predictable, testable, and repeatable consequences, would that give us an objective standard for these actions?
No. Because your meta ethics are still not objective. The question is, where does it come from that the world has to be prosperous, happy? So I'm not asking questions, but what occurs to me is there's nothing objective to say that the world has to be prosperous and happy and people enjoying themselves. I don't find anything objective about that. What it is that I want to be objective, and then we can sort of say, hey, there are consequences to me going around and slaughtering people, say, that will make the world very despondent, dystopian, and not prosperous at all. So I would avoid those consequences and say, hey, if it is that I want a world that's happy and prosperous, there are things that I ought to do, and one of those things is to give people equal rights and freedoms under a system.
Mm. So I'm trying to track everything here. So if we say that if I want X outcome, then I need to follow steps 1, 2, and 3, and this will lead to this particular outcome. I can predict this. So the grounding of this outcome is going to be in the predictable steps. So those predictable steps, would they be then objective because they're not based on our opinions? They're simply descriptions of what these steps lead to consequentially?
Well, the actions will lead to objective in virtue of a subjective meta-ethical goal, so what you're trying to achieve. But because that meta-ethical goal is subjective, it automatically makes what you ought to do subjective. Because if I want there to be a miserable world, what I ought to do will change upon what I want. And that want comes from, that cannot be objective, in my opinion.
Would you grant that every human being wants to live a good life inherently?
Well, inherently, not really. I wouldn't say everyone does.
So you think it's possible that there are people who actually intentionally want to live a bad life? Or do you think it's possible everybody wants to live a good life and they're just confused as to what a good life might be?
What do you mean by good? Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not trying to jump on the questions. Yeah. When you say a good life, to me, you're automatically putting morals into the system because you're sort of saying they want to live a good life. Well, what is good? Is being happy and fulfilled automatically good? Or is being powerful and rich and all of these things automatic? Like we've got a problem with what's good straight off the bat.
Yeah, I think that a good life basically is being happy and fulfilled. And I think that there are definitely things that we could look at, like having money, enough resources, and things of this nature that are superficial that can help, bleed into this good feeling, a good life. But we also need to have things like self-respect. For example, I think that if anybody lacks self-respect, that they are lacking something. If you're lacking anything, you cannot live a good life. So a good life is to be fulfilled, would be how I would define a good life. And I think that everybody is ultimately looking for this fulfillment just naturally. It's a common goal that we all share.
Well, I would agree that, hey, I would like to live a fulfilling life. I know that is, again, I'll sort of use the term ubiquitous, which means that it is generally the case everywhere. But I don't think it's universal, having met over the course of my life, a large wedge of human society. I don't think that is universal. I think it's pretty well spread out. I think it's pretty well a commonality, but I don't think it's universal to all humans, no.
I think that maybe because it seems to be based on my own personal, and again, this is anecdotal, but I have had a lot of conversations recently with like antinatalists, for example, people who think it's immoral to bring babies into the world because there's so much suffering, for example, and stuff. So I've heard people make a lot of claims against this concept of that life even has the potential for goodness. However, it seems to me, and I want to be careful how I couch this because I'm certainly not, and I want to be very clear about this, I'm not encouraging anybody to do anything harmful to themselves. It's very important. But I just want to make the statement that living is a choice we make, right? It's an active choice that we make. We aren't living by coincidence. We are born by coincidence. That's outside of any decision-making processes we have. But from a very young age, we decide to eat, to sleep, to clothe, to shelter ourselves, etc., not to drink poison for breakfast, so on and so forth. So we are actively deciding to live. If we didn't actively decide to live, it seems counterintuitive, almost self-defeating to say that we would actively try to live a bad life or a life that is not fulfilling. I'm having a hard time just conceptualizing this.
Well, would you Okay, so I think that fulfilling to some people is a lot different than what is fulfilling to others. I think that we have not a vastly varied, there are commonalities between it, but when we're talking about morality, to me, that's a code of conduct governing what we ought to do. So if fulfilling to you is a set of parameters that is material, for instance, let's just say that, they may say, hey, that is fulfilling to me. And there is no way I can challenge what somebody says is fulfilling to them, because that's all that I have. And I will grant you that it is ubiquitous, that it is a commonality that seems to arise again and again, that people have these things of, family, friends, contacts, love, self-improvement and self-actualization as commonalities, but that is not universal across all humans. And there's no real way I can test that when somebody says, hey, I'm fulfilled by material things, that's what does me. Mm-hmm. I don't know how you can test that.
Yeah, I think that's a good response. I think that looking at the sum of all the parts, if anybody is lacking something, I think a logical epistemic argument can be made for what is lacking, what determines it, what will lead to a good life. And I think we can make a logical conclusion. I think if we're lacking things, then we can assume that something is self-defeating into the definition of what we consider to be a fulfilling life by definition of fulfilling. And I think that if we lack things like, because we do have this unique ability to self-reflect, and that given that unique ability that humans apparently seem to have, as opposed to other animals, is our self-reflection, that self-respect is an important part of this fulfilled life. And to have self-respect, we would need to have the virtues of such as fairness, justice, things of this nature, to be able to justify our actions. And justified actions would definitely fit under the definition of moral actions. But maybe we're just seeing the fulfillment from a different angle. Because I agree with you that people can have a different view, a subjective view of what a fulfilled life is. Somebody might think getting drugs and alcohol is fulfilling them. But when it comes to actually justifying that claim, it seems to me to become self-defeating. But maybe,
is there a question in there?
I just tried to clarify onto what you're saying. I apologize. So let me follow up with this then. So if morality is completely subjective, what purely subjective standard gave, for example, the Allies the justification to combat the Axis Nazi regime if everything is just subjective? Well, how do we justify stopping tyranny?
It's more sort of what happens when people agree on what they want in the world. For instance, the Nazis having to use tons of propaganda, for instance, to convince and terror to convince their people that they're going to, make life better for them, and simply not doing it. And we have accounts of, for instance, women that were taken prisoner during the war that sort of were told that the Allies would starve them and beat them and do all of these horrible things to them, because they didn't have that moral justification to say, hey, we're going to make your lives better and establish the Third Reich, because what they were doing wouldn't actually get to the goal that they were basically telling people that they were getting to. So when it comes to things like that, not only are the Germans against the morality of the Allies, they're in my opinion, they're against their own morality, because their actions will not in fact lead to the purported goals or the ostensible goals that they are convincing everybody of.
Perfect. And so I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Mark to be able to cross-examine objective ethics. I will go ahead and start the timer now for you, Mark.
So are you a naturalistic moral realist?
Yes.
Okay, so can I assume, or can I ask, is it evolution that you're basically resting this premises in?
Well, I actually think it could be observed in multiple different ways. We can look at it through evolution as well. I think that human flourishing, that morality leads to cooperation. It's a necessary precondition, which then leads to human flourishing. We see the human population growing every year. So I think we have empirical evidence that the more successful we are at cooperating, then the more successful we are in flourishing. And if we know that morality is decisions about what ought we do to basically get along, then one seems to lead to the other naturally.
But why ought we flourish? Like, why does morality automatically lead to flourishing?
Morality leads to flourishing because it enhances cooperation. And I think this is simply a law of nature, that cooperation is what benefits our species in particular, because we're a social species of animal.
Okay, so that's sort of an is, right? Like, so humans are a social species. Why ought we act according to the way that our species has evolved?
Because I think that we have a motivation to, or a reason to, because it makes our lives easier, makes our lives more fulfilled, more enjoyable. So there are consequences to immoral behavior that are predictable. So murder, for example, leads to fear and revenge. Theft leads to distrust. Slavery leads to revolt, so on and so forth. And so we find it to be a easier lifestyle when we work together, because that's how we've evolved to exist and to flourish, is by working together as a social species. So we have a motivation to do so. That's not say that we have to do this, but we have a clear motivation to do this. I think that when we act immorally, it's because we have a unjustified moral disposition, that we tend to separate ourselves from the group, but we find that most successful when we work with the group. So like Carl Sagan said, few working together can accomplish so much more than many can alone.
Sure, yeah, and you sort of had that, well, we've got the motivation to do so, and I wouldn't disagree with that. There's definitely motivation there. But what I'm more sort of pressing down on is that there are a lot of things in evolution, like aggression, for instance, and violence, that humankind is sort of evolved to do as well. And I'm wondering why, sort of meta-ethically, like as in what your goal is, why it is objective to prioritize cooperation over violence when both of them are evolutionarily based in humans.
I do think that we can act in violence, for example, but I think that we find that when we act out in violence, it leads to specific consequences that ultimately become self-refuting to our end goal of living the most fulfilled life that we can. I think the best, easiest, most fulfilling life is when we're actually cooperating and working together. Coercion and force, as many philosophers who believe in objective moralism have pointed out, is actually the greatest moral, greatest crime, or the greatest negative, the greatest bad, so to speak, quote unquote bad or immoral thing. Like Ayn Rand, for example, would be an objectivist who believes that coercion and physical force, because what you do is you affect people's ability to reason, and we are reasoning reasoning animals. That's one of the things that separates us. So it seems to be counterintuitive to how we were designed to function. So we're basically working against the grain as opposed to going with the grain.
So it seems to me that, and is it that you see that you would rather use cooperation because that leads to a fulfilled life rather than violence, which leads to a fractured life? Is that sort of what you're saying?
Yes, and I do think that we all ultimately are, and I was trying to kind of hammer down on this earlier, and I don't think we really were able to get to it, but I do think that we all ultimately are trying to live this fulfilled life. I think it's incoherent. It seems to me anyway to be incoherent to think that we're not trying to live a fulfilled life. I've never seen or observed this. I've seen people do a lot of crazy things in an attempt to live a fulfilled life. Like I mentioned, drugs and alcohol, or people they steal money because they think they need this money, so they're going to take it from somebody else. But ultimately they lack self-respect. They lack the integrity, the hard work ethic of getting their own resources through hard work. And so ultimately their life is less fulfilled by engaging in these broken activities. So I think ultimately our goal is to find a way to live the most fulfilling life that we possibly can. And I do believe that just by observing the way that we work together being the most effective way to go through life, the easiest way is through cooperation, because of the way that we've evolved as a social species, that this most fulfilled life will be attained through cooperation. I think morality lays out a clear path of actions that we can predict the outcomes of that will lead us to this fulfilled life.
Well, I'm not sort of questioning that. What would you call the opposite? I mean, I said fractured life earlier. What would you call the opposite to a fulfilled life?
An unfulfilled life, or a life that's lacking.
Fantastic. Okay, or a life that's unfulfilled life. Sounds good. So would you agree that it is a choice to lead a fulfilled life or unfulfilled life?
It's a choice of how we go about doing it, but I don't think that it's something that we actually do choose. I think we all inherently want this. It's a common goal that all human beings are born with, this drive. It drives us as an organism in the same way that hunger drives us to eat. It's not like we could choose what we want to eat and when we want to eat, but if we don't eat, we won't survive. So it's necessary for our survival to actually eat. It's something that drives us biologically. It's right. So the same thing with morality. If we want to ultimately meet our ultimate goal, which is this fulfilled life, that every human being wants to live this fulfilled life, the best way, most assured way to do that is to follow this particular pathway, this moral structure that we can attain when we look at like the virtues, for example, that we can justify all of our actions, that we are fair, that we have wisdom, so we understand how to apply knowledge properly. All of these things play a part in attaining this fulfilled life, that we would lack nothing. An unfulfilled life would then be a life that lacks something or many things.
Okay, well, I mean, you brought up hunger earlier. If we don't eat, we don't. But people do survive without a fulfilled life. So what actually makes this objective? You sort of said, well, it's part of our survival. But I do note that people survive having unfulfilled lives. So why does that make it objective?
The goal itself is objective. It's not to say they can't, but they're not meeting their goal. The goal is objective because we're born with this goal to live this fulfilled life. I don't think that we're born with the goal that we want to live an unfulfilled life. I think every human being does want to live a fulfilled life. I think the opposite just seems incoherent to me, that I want to live an unfulfilled life. The mere statement itself seems self-defeating.
But you're talking about wants. Why isn't that want subjective as being a desire to do something?
It's a desire that we all share, that we're all born with. It's an inherent desire. In the same way, like I said, with hunger is an inherent desire that we all will. Hunger is an objective desire because it's our biology. Organic organisms need to take in organic matter to turn into chemical energy, right? To survive, we have to process food and turn that into energy to continue to survive. So all organisms are evolved this way. Same thing with this good life. We all evolved as a human being, as our species. We have evolved to want to live this good life. And that's because we have evolved with the ability for self-reflection. So we are able to look inside, and we're able to look abstractly at things, and we're able to look at our lives, and there's a value judgment that we can see. Every single human being has this same value judgment of wanting to live this good life, this fulfilled life.
Would you agree that there's some people that don't live a life that meet your criteria of a fulfilled life, but say they have a fulfilled life?
Yes, and I think that what happens is that we have to look at the actual justification for how they are coming to this conclusion, and it ends up being self-defeating because they are lacking something. So they might think something, but they are confused about the truth of what they are thinking is true, or the truth about what they are thinking. In the same way that there was a time when everybody thought the earth was flat. Everybody thought it was flat, but the earth was never flat, right? So, but people thought this. They were just confused because they had a lack of understanding. The same thing applies with people who are living this unfulfilled life, using drugs and alcohol, or doing some other immoral thing that's damaging society, hurting their chances of cooperation. And so they think they're living this good life, but they are confused in the same way that people are confused about the shape of the earth or confused about anything else in life. I'm sorry.
So just quickly, why isn't that a circular argument? Because you're sort of saying that, hey, that you've got to do these things to, have a fulfilled life, and all humans think that way. But the humans that don't, they're wrong because you've got to have these things to make a fulfilled life. Why isn't that a circular argument?
Because their life is lacking. So by definition of if the life is not lacking, then their life is lacking. So by definition, one fulfills one definition, one fulfills the other. To live a good life, it's fulfilled, it's not lacking. If it's lacking something, it's unfulfilled definitionally. steps do you need to take to fulfill it versus what steps lead to it unfulfilled?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move it into open dialogue. Gentlemen, I believe you should have, I think it's 40, is it 40 minutes? I'll give you 40 minutes on the clock and we'll move into open dialogue. And then, of course, closing statements will come after that. The floor is open.
Awesome.
Mark, since you have the experience, I'll defer to you.
Oh, well, I wanted to continue that chain of thought, to be honest with you, because you're sort of saying, well, they're not fulfilled by my definition. So to me, it sounds like you're defining fulfilled as meeting these particular criteria and then sort of saying, well, anybody that doesn't meet them is unfulfilled and therefore they're lacking something. But I don't understand why they have to be fulfilled according to your definition instead of their own.
I think the definition, as far as I understand fulfillment, is to lack nothing, to be fulfilled. So there's nothing lacking. Am I missing that? Am I not understanding the correct definition of what fulfilled is?
Well, I think that fulfillment is sort of personal to you. Like I may lack money and power or whatever, but be completely fulfilled in my life because I have what's important to me. But other people may have different value judgments on what makes them fulfilled. Like, for instance, somebody may only be fulfilled if they're a world-renowned author. That's not me. But, you know, I just don't know how you can tell that their criteria for fulfillment is somehow wrong.
I think that anything that is lacking, such as something that we ultimately desire. So,
right. Sure.
If we, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. I
was
agree.
just agreeing with you.
Okay. So if we ultimately have a desire and we have a common desire, right, which is to have self-respect, for example, and which I think is a common desire that everybody ultimately shares as part of this fulfilled life. I think everybody ultimately wants to be able to look inside themselves and say, yeah, I'm happy with the person I am. I'm happy with the decisions I make. I think that this self-respect is a common trait or a common desire that's part of this, that fits into this definition of fulfillment that we all share. So then we would say, well, how are you gaining self-respect? Is being a great author, does that lead you to self-respect? That's outstanding. And you can make an argument for that. But did you step on everybody on your way up the ladder? Did you write stories about someone's personal life they didn't want shared? Or did you hurt people on the way? You know, then in this case, then you say, well, how are you justifying your self-respect? Is it self-defeating because you can't really respect yourself if you don't have fairness, right? Because without the virtue of fairness or justice, then you cannot justify your action. So it seems to me to be self-defeating at that point.
Well, I agree that we do have like sort of, you know, things like empathy and what you're talking about is reciprocity, like not doing to other people what is unfair, basically. So I get that idea, but it doesn't really tell you. And this is what I'm talking about with the naturalist, the Hume's guillotine, because you're skipping part why we ought to follow these emotions when we don't have to. Right? Like we don't have to follow them. Plenty of people don't. Plenty of people say they're fulfilled without using their empathy or reciprocity. So I'm wondering where that ought is sort of coming from.
Yeah, I think in regards to the guillotine, I think that, as I mentioned, it gives us the best opportunity to succeed, the greatest opportunity to succeed. So we have this motivation that's inherent to the behavior itself. So when we're looking at the behavior, the combative behavior versus the cooperative behavior, if ultimately we know that we're going to have a much greater chance of success and a more fulfilled existence through the cooperative behavior, then we would have a stronger motivation. It's not to say that we can't choose one or the other, but we should be more inclined to what's going to give us a more positive existence. So I would think that
I agree with that, according to what I think of it. Like, so because I want to have a fulfilled life, there's certain things that I ought to do. The question comes is why I ought to do that. And, you know, mostly it's sort of, a desire, and you sort of mentioned if you want to be fulfilled, and but what I'm sort of pointing at is this want to be fulfilled is still subjective. It's a subjective thing because it is a desire that is funneled through the mind.
I agree with you that the want to achieve a certain action can be subjective because we could choose whatever direction or actions we want. But I think that there are objective, because there are predictable and testable and repeatable consequences to specific actions. We could look at an objective standard for what actions will lead to which set of outcomes. So we could say, yeah, I want this set of outcomes or I want this set of outcomes. But if we're going to work towards a positive set of outcomes, which lead to the greatest benefit to society, to cooperation, which is what we've evolved to become as a cooperative species, we will act in a moral way, because morality is essentially, by definition, the good versus the bad, or the right, wrong, good versus evil, or however people want to phrase it. Morality infers that positive, immoral infers negative. So if we know that we're going to be more motivated to work towards a positive end, then we will look to see what clear steps can I take to reach this goal. The moral actions are going to be consistent. We don't determine that because it's consistent and it's objective. Whether we like it or agree with it, it will lead to this particular outcome. I might think that murdering everybody around me is great because it leads me to a particular outcome, but ultimately we know that society will collapse. And it will be to the detriment of myself and my children, my great-grandchildren, and people that I really care about. So structurally, if I want society to survive and to grow and flourish, I won't murder people. I won't kill everybody around me. So these actions...
Okay, could you repeat that last sentence for me?
That ultimately, if I want to live in a society where...
If you want to, right, live in a society that people, is prosperous and stable, you don't go around killing people. But that started off with "if I want."
I agree that.
Go
ahead.
I'm wondering, how is that not subjective? Because you could say, "if I want to destroy all society," which would be, I get you. I would think that's really, really bad, right? But that is a want of mine for society to be stable and a good place to be, a physically and psychologically nice place to live.
Yeah, I do agree that we can have wants in either direction, but I think that because there's a certain standard of behavior that will lead predictably to specific outcomes. To justify what is good, we have to be able to epistemically then justify why it's good, who it's good for, what actually makes it as good. So if we ultimately find out that this is unjust, then we cannot justify unjustness. It's self-defeating at that point, it seems to me. So fairness is, we can justify treating like cases alike, but when we have an imbalance in this, we cannot justify what is my desire. Now we can have the desire. I agree with you there. I do believe that we could write our own rules for anything, right? And we could call it good no matter what it is. But I don't think that we can necessarily justify it as being good epistemically unless we can back that argument up to something that is substantiated by some kind of evidence. And if we can look at actual empirical data and say, killing people wantonly collapses society. We have data points that we can look at for this.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is, are you aware of metaethics? What metaethics is?
Yeah, and I tend to use morality and ethics in the same verbiage.
Well, metaethics isn't really morality. It's basically the goal that you're looking for. So, for instance, another person might be a theist, and they might have their metaethics as the glory of God. That's what they're trying to do, right? And as part of that, it may be to treat everybody with kindness and empathy and things like that. So their metaethical standard is something completely different from you, yet they've come to the same conclusion, for morality, be be cooperative and, you know, sort of get along with people and don't murder, and all of the same sort of, you know, outcomes. But sort of, so if you're sort of going, well, the morality is objective, but it's only objective in virtue of your meta ethics, in virtue of the goal you are looking for, right? Like it's only in virtue of that goal, then I would put it to you that it's still subjective, because that what leads you down that first path, that first step, is the goal that you're trying to achieve. Like if you don't go, well, I want to have a society where I don't want to be afraid for my life and my children brutalized and things like that, I am going to work towards it. I agree everything from that point, saying, hey, we know that, you know, if there's wars constantly breaking out, I'm in fear of my life. If you know, the government is allowed to just, you know, send your children into war, that's going to be objectively bad for that meta ethic, that goal of you know, not being afraid and your children being safe. But the meta ethic is still subjective, so you're still grounding that morality in subjectivity, and that's my position.
Well, so what do you think about, if I could ask you a few questions about this?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm curious because there's so many different objective models, such as I mentioned Ayn Rand earlier, so I'm sure you're probably familiar with Ayn Rand objectivism, good that is, which sustains and furthers the life of rational beings, and that which harms or threatens would be then considered bad. So she comes out to this objective standard. She said this is subjective, or I'm sorry, this is objective, because it's based on the fact that the reality that observable nature of human beings as rational entities. So she's grounding this ultimately in our rationality. And I think that ration and reason is how Aquinas, actually he used natural law. It might have been, reason would be like Aristotle, Aristotle and Socrates and Plato all use reason as the way to ultimately discover these moral truths. So do you think that with Ayn Rand's philosophy here, is this still then applied to the same situation where you would say, well, it's still going to be subjective even though she's confused about this? Or do you think that she has come up with this objective standard? Or do you think that, for example, with reason, with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, these guys, do you think they have created this objective standard, or do you think they missed the boat?
Well, I think they've sort of, you know, their desire for reason is because that reason allows us to make good decisions, kind of thing. Like that's really what it allows us to make. But the question is why humans must make good decisions or should survive at all. Now, where we sort of have a survival mechanism, however, most famously in war and difficult times, we can override that. We have a choice. And even though, you know, we have this instinct to survive, it's not necessarily the case that we have to follow through on it, right? Like we can decide morally that sacrificing yourself for your country is a good thing, that is good. And I have no problem with that. But the whole idea that, well, it has to be that humanity has to survive, I think that is rooted in the fact that I'm a human and part of that species, and that is important to me, right? Not that objectively that the universe has to have humans survive. I don't know where that is a necessary feature of any kind of reality.
I would agree with you. I don't think that the human survival is a necessary feature in reality. I mean, I suppose it would be an interesting thought experiment to figure out, because of evolution, you know, there's probably human beings in other places where the planet could sustain human beings. I guess you know a lot more about that than I do. I don't know if human beings, or if there was another Earth, would human beings inevitably evolve, or is it there's too much randomness that's involved in that? But either way, I guess we're human beings here and now. So if we do have an inclination to survival, we are structured in such a way that we have reason, we have self-reflection, that we desire self-respect, things of this nature. There are specific actions that we know we can take. Aren't those actions defined as moral? Because you've used the word good a number of times in this general sense of what we see in nature. Like it's, for our survival, this behavior is good. Isn't that how what we were talking about morality, for example, that's really what we're talking about, is what actions are good to meet a end goal. So if our end goal is survival.
I guess I'm confusing terms here, and I do apologize. That's my fault. Because the way that I'm using good when talking about something evolving, for instance, something's good in evolution if it simply works for the survival of that species, right? Like that's how we see it, as basically effective. But that's not the same as a moral good, what we ought to do. Right, like that's not the same thing. So I do apologize. It's just I'm using the word good in terms of evolution over basically effectiveness. Right, I'm not talking about sort of a moral good in evolution, because as I pointed out, there's things like humans have violent tendencies that evolve naturally. There's stuff like bias, for instance, right? Like that bias is something that we see, that we sort of prioritize our close family and then people outside of it, and then the next country way down the list, and then a country far away with a different culture as well. We have these biases within us, which has also evolved naturally. So I don't see sort of a survival instinct as being inherently morally good. What I'm saying is it's good in evolution because it is basically survival is the idea of evolution. So it's effective, if that makes sense. I'm not sort of saying it is automatically good.
No, I appreciate the clarification. I was understanding it in those terms of it is good in that it leads to a particular goal. So if we imagine the goal is survival, which it appears to be, because we have a survival instinct, even though, like you say, we can override this, I think it's a natural instinct that we have to survive. So I agree with you there that that's how I would define good. I guess what I'm confused about that is when we talk about morality, we're talking about what ought we do versus what ought not do. So if our goal naturally is we have a proclivity towards survival, wouldn't it make sense logically that our goals should align, our oughts would align with what this natural end goal would be, or this natural instinct would be? Because it seems like we'd be working against our own natural instinct for survival to do what we ought not to do. So we don't drink battery acid with my breakfast cereal because that's going to be detrimental to my natural instinct for survival, for example. So wouldn't morality define these actions in this way of oughts and ought nots based on what we ultimately would determine is good, not good because we're trying to, how would I explain this? I'm sorry. This cold medicine's got me a little bit loopy, but I'm trying to think here.
No, I got you. I think that, like we have a proclivity to survive, but we do have the option not to. And like with evolution, evolution doesn't have any real moral weight to how things ought to behave. In fact, the longest lived organisms, like insects, for instance, they may hold none of the moral free will or self-improvement or anything like this. So I really think there's a problem with sort of in the Hume's guillotine, the is ought gap between saying, okay, this is how humans have evolved, how we've survived, and how we ought to behave in the future to survive. Because like I've said, like violence against other tribal groups has been an inherent part of human evolution as well. But we're sort of going, well, we ought not do that. And there comes the question of, well, 99% of species have gone extinct. So if that amount of species have gone extinct, why ought humans as a species survive? And don't get me wrong, I think we should, because I'm human, right? Like that is in my best interest. But at the same time, I have to say, well, that's, the average, giraffe, if they're aware of it, if they suddenly had a brainwave from a giraffe and said, oh, well, I want giraffes to survive, that would be purely subjective. They probably wouldn't have a brainwave and go, well, I want humans to flourish all over the earth. What I'm sort of saying is that evolution has thrown up all of these different organisms, but really it is from the subjective perspective of that organism why their species should survive. And don't get me wrong, it's, you know, almost ubiquitous, except a lot of species haven't. And evolution doesn't seem to have any fear or favor where it comes to morals on how they behave.
That makes sense. I think that given that ultimately it seems to be, and again, evolution is much more your strong suit than mine, but it seems to be, in my limited understanding, that every species, if I'm using the right term, has specific traits or features that make it unique, which is how we categorize or classify different things. And human beings have our own unique traits. So we have like the ability, as I mentioned, introspection, right? We can reflect, self-reflect. We could examine our lives and put value judgments on things like survival. So we could add even additional value above and beyond just the survival mechanism that the giraffe or the slime mold or whatever else has inherently. So I think we could agree that every living organism appears to have a proclivity for survival. Otherwise they wouldn't be around, right? They wouldn't survive. So what is survived wanted to survive or was driven to survival. But with morality, we're giving ourselves a way to assess values to what gives us the better existence, what is more likely to help us survive. So in cooperation, above like the wolves or the sardines that swim together or something like that, the wolves that run together, we have an ability to think more deeply about what steps can I take in advance to assist my ability to increase my chances of survival. Morality feeds into all of this. And isn't that then guided ultimately by looking at nature and what nature is offering us as a specific species?
Well, I think that's where the naturalistic fallacy kicks in. Like if we look at nature, it has to be good because it comes from nature is a fallacy. And my example was sort of cyanide comes from nature, doesn't make it good. Humans also have I mean, don't get me wrong, the introspection thing, I think you are right. We are definitely the only species that has such a self-awareness. I'm not arguing with you, although it is hard to tell how much other animals think about themselves. We can only do things like mirror tests that like elephants seem to be aware of. You know, we put a chalk line on them, and if they try to wipe it off the mirror, then they're not aware. But some of them know that it's on themselves. They're aware of themselves. So it's hard to say how much introspection they have. But what I'm sort of saying is that there's nothing to sort of say humans have to survive, nothing objective. It seems to be. And even though, and I agree that we have a natural inborn instinct to survive, but we still make a conscious decision to do so. And in that decision, we are using a preference, a bias, if you will, for humans rather than other animals, or rather than other people, or rather than other things. And that, I think, is still subjective, even though we have a survivor. Oh, look, there's another trait that humans have that people are sort of unaware of. Apart from our big brains, there's also, we also sweat, which is done very, very rarely throughout the animal kingdom. Almost no other mammal sweats at all. And humans have the capacity to sweat and cool ourselves off, right? So does that mean we should hunt animals as, you know, using endurance methods? We used to run after animals, wait till they collapse, basically using our endurance to tire them out. Does that mean we still ought to do that because that is the way we've evolved? Or ought we do something different?
That is interesting. I'd have to think about that.
What's the name for it? Persistence hunting. Yeah, persistence hunting. Yep.
So this is because, like, I'm trying to think. So like the dogs, when I had dogs, they pant, their tongue, they evaporate.
Yeah, that's their system.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So that is interesting. I didn't even know that about humans, that we're the only animals that could do that.
Horses sweat a little bit. They have a foam that goes over them. But dogs, they get rid of heat by panting. Humans basically sweat, and that cools our bodies off.
So with this analogy, and this is new to me, so I'm trying to do this on the fly here.
Yeah, no worries. With
this analogy, ought we chase down animals still.
Mm.
I think if we didn't have a better method of hunting or surviving, of attaining our food, and this would then we would continue to do this. But I think if we could improve on this process, then we could do something that's more efficient over time. I'm having a hard time. It might be the cold medicine. I'm really having a hard time with this flu, but it might be, I'm having a hard time connecting the dots between things that we do purely for physical reasons, as opposed to assessing particular value judgment, having the ability to put value judgments on things above and beyond, such as that's why I was talking about the self-reflection, so that we could actually have an added sense of value to survival itself. Because I think that we could look at survival as a starting point, and then we could say what gives us the most comfortable survival. So instead of sleeping in bear caves, we build houses now because it's a better, more comfortable existence. But it's still based on the fact that ultimately we do want to exist. You mentioned the natural fallacy. What is natural is not always what is good. And I do agree with you, because I think your example is, cyanide is a natural substance, but we don't want to ingest it just because it's natural. Right. And I do agree with you 100%, but I'm confused as just because something is natural, if we use it in an unnatural way, like humans have an aversion to doing things that are harmful, generally speaking, because we do want to live a more comfortable life. So even with things like drugs and alcohol, for example, people that use drugs and alcohol, a lot of people may not realize this. The significant majority of them are not doing it for a good time. They're doing it to avoid other types of pain, depression, sadness, anxiety, things of this nature. It's not because sticking needles in your arm or ingesting poison into your body is a good time. It's really not. The part of the addiction with drugs and alcohol is you learn the behavior, the uncomfortableness of it, the anxiety of going and obtaining your drugs illegally, and the adrenaline, all this factors into the addiction process, which makes it very difficult to overcome for a lot of people. But none of this is really considered ultimately good. People would ideally not be doing this. They would fulfill themselves in other ways. So I think that they have a tendency to do things that are unhealthy, that these substances are all natural. Sometimes I guess we make them in labs nowadays, but a lot of drugs, they would just grow naturally, like poppies or marijuana or whatever people are into, alcohol, natural stuff. So just because people can use it for an unhealthy way, I think ultimately our preference would be to attain these same benefits of being free of our depression, free of our anxiety, free of all this stuff by choosing a more healthy method. So our motivation for most people don't get inebriated because there's a better way to exist in life. So just because something is natural, I don't think that we can say it's a fallacy to just point at a better existence naturally, unless I misunderstood the way you mentioned that fallacy. I've never heard of that fallacy before, so I'm trying to understand how that applies to making good decisions.
Well, the naturalistic fallacy is sort of pointing at something that exists in nature or has a natural origin and saying that it's better for you. Like, for instance, sort of saying, hey, home birth is better than cesarean section because it's more natural. And that might not be the case. A cesarean's probably safer because you are in a hospital, which, most things that you encounter in a hospital are not natural, right? They're artificial. They're artificially made. Now, it may be your preference to have a home birth. I totally respect it. You can if you want to, not a problem. But, it's a fallacy to say it is better simply because it is the natural way to give birth to a child rather than something artificial. That may or may not be the case. Like, it may be the case that the natural thing is better, but really what I'm sort of saying is better for what reason? If your concern is safety, then yes, the being in a hospital is better than having a home birth. If your concern is, I don't want to put things into my body, then what I'm saying is that it is better to have a home birth because you probably will get drugs and other things in hospital in order to help with the birth. So what I'm sort of saying is, and this ties back into my idea of meta-ethics, that goal is subjective. Like, whether you want a home birth or whether you want to do a birth in a hospital is entirely subjective. That's, your desires, just like it's your desire to have a fulfilled life or, run amok, basically. But the methodology, the way you carry that out then flows from that desire. Do you get what I mean? Like, so then it's objective whether the home birth is better. If you don't want drugs or doctors or anything, that's better or good or moral. But if you do want to be safer, the hospital birth is better, and that is simply in virtue of the goal that you're after.
Okay, I do understand. And so then I guess what I'm wondering is, if we have established, or I feel like we've established, whether we agree it's objective or subjective, set that aside from it. I think we've agreed that there is a easier, more productive way to live life or form organize societies without murdering people, without stealing from people and stuff. This seems to feed into cooperation, and cooperation seems to be an easier way for us because we are a cooperative species. Not to say we have to do this, but it seems to be the downhill path as opposed to having to climb the hill, right? That gravity's working with us. So wouldn't this be the justification for the natural, is because it seems to be easier or better or more leading towards our ultimate goal of having to have less resistance to attain our goals? Would that because I'm just curious, if we apply nature to any solution, are we automatically committing this fallacy?
No. I mean, the thing about fallacies is it doesn't make you wrong, right? Like, so a fallacy doesn't mean automatically you're wrong. Something might be from nature and be the best solution that you have for the problem, right? It may be that is the case, right? But it means that argument should be discarded, because if you're simply saying it is good because it is natural, that's where I have the problem. You may very well be right. It may be that thing from nature is actually good, but that argument doesn't hold. It doesn't follow, because it doesn't automatically mean that you're wrong. It just means that argument doesn't follow that it's good just because it's from nature. But the question that I sort of have is, and when you say most people, I would imagine, and it is my opinion, that if something was objectively true for these meta-ethical goals, right, for this, hey, we want to improve and have a flourishing society and all of this, it wouldn't be most people. It would generally be everybody wants to make society better. And I do note that there are people like hermits, for instance, or people off the grid. They go out, they don't go anywhere near people, they whittle for the rest of their lives. I don't know what they do out there, but they really, they say they're fulfilled. And I don't feel like I should be able to say, no, you're not fulfilled. You've got to come back to society. You've got to work on this. You've got to work on that. It's up to me how you're fulfilled, even though what they're doing, we know that humans are very susceptible to dying alone, right? Like, we're not very durable creatures when solo. And, anybody that's a survivalist that, like Bear Grylls it out there will tell you it's very difficult to survive alone. And it's not good for society, because they're just basically taking themselves away from it, and sort of leaving society to do whatever it wants. But, they say they're fulfilled. And how do you know they're not fulfilled?
No, I think they can be fulfilled living out in the woods or whittling away, like you said. That's hilarious. I think they certainly can be fulfilled. I don't think that living, with a group of people or living by yourself, necessarily has to do with fulfillment. I think it's how you behave in either situation that leads to self-respect. So if you can attain self-respect, then you have a fulfilled life. You're not lacking self-respect. But if you're lacking in anything, that by definition, to me, it seems like you cannot ultimately have a fulfilled life. So whatever you might be lacking, in this case, if your behavior is ethical or virtuous, right? If you're fair, if you could justify your actions within the structure of the society or the situation that you're in, then you're living this fulfilled life. I think a hermit can live a fulfilled life. I don't think a hermit can live a fulfilled life if he's out in the woods kicking puppies or something random like that. But if he's whittling or doing whatever, I think that, there's no problem him living this fulfilled life. I think that what we're coming down to, unless I'm missing something here, it seems like what we're saying is, hey, everything is subjective, so therefore might makes right. And we just got to cross our fingers and hope that the strongest people are the nicest people, because we have no objective standard to look at how we're going to regulate, laws or how we're going to tell people what they ought to do or ought not to do. If they're the strongest people, then whatever they do is fine because it's subjective. That seems to be the direction that subjective morality is leading us to, without some kind of objective standard that we could look at. Is that fair?
So I basically will base it in empathy and reciprocity again. Like, most people will not agree that they feel fulfilled, going and kicking puppies, as you sort of said. It is the case that sort of a lot of us agree on a society that is equitable and fair and has all of these virtues to it. When you say might makes right, I think that's why morality is very important, that a code of conduct and sort of the ethical code of conduct across a society is really important. It's just what you seem to be doing is an appeal to consequence. You're basically saying, and I've heard it a lot from theists, that if there's no more objective morals, then it's just a free-for-all where anybody can do what they want. And whether or not that is true has nothing to do with the consequences of it. So I think that morality is really important. Just like, for instance, laws are subjective, right? Like, would you agree that laws are subjective? They're just things that we made up. Right. Yeah. So that doesn't mean laws are not important. They're really important, right? The legal system and the laws that we have preventing that behavior is incredibly important. It's sort of a common myth that if something's subjective, then it's not important. And I don't think that's the case. I think that it's incredibly important, even more so because there is no objective standard in the world. We have to create it for what we desire in the world. And so, I simply have confidence in my fellow humans, basically, wanting similar things to me. But the problem when you get into moral objectivity, as far as I'm concerned, is you have people disagree on what that objective thing is. And then you have, people saying, hey, your way's not good because we're trying to have, self-respect. And another person says, no, we've got to, take care of everybody, kind of thing. And then that's a disagreement on what the objective is. Where I'm just looking for moral compatibility, sort of a core moral values that overlap and we can make society together. If I disagree, then, that's something that we have to intersubjectively talk about in the society and convince people that the way that I am suggesting gets them to their goals rather than the way the other person's suggesting. So when you say might makes right, I think that is the objective fact of the universe, but there is no reason to run our societies under might makes right.
Yeah, I do think that. So for me, because I actually believe in virtue ethics, so I believe that the virtues give us a logical epistemic reason to justify our moral claims. And in particular, virtues like, all the virtues I think are paramount. I think the fundamental virtue being wisdom, which basically without wisdom, we're not able to process information correctly. So if we have wisdom, then we can really properly judge, properly value every situation. But other virtues such as fairness, for example, so we talk about the might makes right, the subjective standard. If people are the strongest people get to make the rules, which seems to be the way it is, whether we like it or not, the strongest people have been making the rules. The history is written by the victor, I guess, is one way to put that. So because of this, I think that what has given us the ability to revolt against slavery, for example, right, is that it wasn't just the slaves themselves. Free people made up the majority of the people fighting against slavery, right? Because they were able to look and say, human beings have this inherent value. And I think that's really what I do base this objective standard on. And I think kind of what Ayn Rand, when I talk about reason, and I think even with Socrates and the other philosophers that I had mentioned, Kant does the same thing. Aquinas does the same thing, and they come from not just religious views, but some of these are atheists and religious as well, etc. I think that they're really coming from the same place that I'm coming from, that human beings have an inherent value, And if we establish or can agree that there is this inherent value to humanness, then we can create an objective standard that we could look at the slave owners, or we could look at the Hitlers, or we could look at whoever and say, hey, listen, because of this value that we all share equally, which is one of the syllogism I had laid out about agency, because we share this agency, right? We set goals and take actions. It's how we're born, or how we evolved, I guess is the way to put it. So we can look at that and say that's across the board. The women have it, the men have it. So we should have equality among the sexes. Doesn't matter what color your skin is, what your religion is. Everybody has this same quality that we're sharing, the same value. And if we can build an objective standard from that, I think it seems to be a much more effective way to justify our actions of revolt against the Hitlers or against the slave owners. But I just don't understand how we could justify telling a slave owner or a Hitler, you're wrong, if we don't have something solid that we can stand on that we can build our argument up from that. Something that's objective that Hitler and the rest of the world that wants to fight as our allies could look at and say, hey, they're right. Human beings have this inherent value. This is how I try to act in my own life. And even though not everybody likes me, obviously, I'm very well liked in general because I value every human being equally. And I get a very good reaction with people. Even if people don't agree with my ideas or think I'm really ugly or stupid, doesn't matter. I generally have a really good relationship with people because I treat everybody equally. And I think that there's an objective standard that we can all build from if we do that. That's where I get my concern with the might makes.
Just quickly, that's an appeal to consequence. You're basically saying if we don't have an objective morality, there's no way we can challenge the Hitlers of the world, the Mussolinis of the world, and all of that kind of thing, right? Like that's an argument from consequence. It doesn't follow because you gain some advantage to it being true that it has to be true, right? Like what I'm saying is I don't see the objective morality, and then you're saying, well, if we don't have it, it makes it difficult to do this or difficult to do that. That's irrelevant to whether it's true or not. Absolutely irrelevant. And I think that all life has inherent worth just because it's very, very, we've only found one planet with life and the universe seems to be a massive place. So at the moment, it seems incredibly rare. So based upon that, you can assign some value. But, past that, you're really making a distinction that, I favor humans over, say, giraffes, whereas giraffes would favor giraffes over humans. And you're really making that distinction, I think, because you're human. And that's okay. I value humans equally as well, but it's not because I think there's something objective there. I think it's because I'm human.
And I wanted to take a moment to, as a kind reminder, we will be opening up the panel for anyone who would like to join the discussion. I have dropped that link into the chat. All you have to do is click it and go ahead and start heading backstage now. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Objective Ethics for his closing statement.
Actually, Mark would go first, and then I would go.
He's the affirmative. Yes, he started. You start this, and then he has the last word. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. No. It's just debates are bookmarked, so it's bookended. So it's basically like at both ends you have a bookend, so the person at the start finishes at the end. Technically, according to debate, law or whatever.
Yeah.
That's my fault. I'm sorry. My lack of experience. I didn't know.
That's okay. That's okay. He who has the first word also has the last word, especially when you were on the affirmative. So we'll go ahead and do closing statements, and then we'll get over to the super chats and read the questions. Objective Ethics, I will leave the floor to you, sir.
I think the empirical evidence for objective morality is found in Human Flourishing, and I already mentioned Dr. Carrier's peer-reviewed work in support of objective morality, as well as numerous contemporary scholars, Ayn Rand, David Brink, John McDowell, Peter Railton, Jeffrey Sayer McCord, Michael Smith, Peter Singer, and Thomas Nagel. I would like to cite some of the greatest philosophical minds in history who also support objective morality. Natural law from Aquinas is a philosophical and legal theory that posits the existence of a set of inherent laws derived from nature and universal moral principles, which are discoverable through reason. In ethics, natural law theory asserts that certain rights and moral values are inherent in human nature and can be understood universally, independent of enacted laws or societal norms. Immanuel Kant believed that morality is the objective law of reason, just as objective physical laws necessitate physical actions. For example, apples fall down because of gravity. Objective rational moral laws necessitate rational moral actions. Therefore, according to Kant, rational morality is universal and cannot change depending on circumstances. I mentioned earlier Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. Aristotle's ethics is built around the premise that people should achieve an excellent character by practicing virtue in order to ultimately attain well-being. It is sometimes referred to in comparison to later ethical theories known as character-based ethics. Like Plato and Socrates, Aristotle emphasized the importance of reason and that there were logical and natural reasons for humans to behave ethically and try to become morally virtuous. I think my voice is giving out here. I want to leave you with this comment from my opening. Subjective morality holds a high burden of proof, and that burden of proof, I don't know if we established either way. If subjective morality is correct, it becomes extremely hard to explain how moral judgments can appear in conditional statements, how moral judgments can appear in logical arguments, how such arguments can be valid, or how moral reasoning works at all. I would just like to close by thanking Mark for taking time out of his busy schedule to debate with me today. I really learned a lot from speaking with him, and I really enjoyed the engagement, really tested me, and I appreciate that so much. I also appreciate Sarah for hosting this, and I know that I don't have a lot of clout or a lot of notoriety, so for her to let me come on her platform is very gracious of her. I would encourage everyone to check out my YouTube channel. I host an open panel for live discussion every Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern. That is at Objective Ethics on YouTube, and I think I'll go ahead and relinquish the rest of my time.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And Mark, your closing statement, please.
Yeah, and I really want to thank Objective Ethics. I sort of, knew he was believed in objective morality and sort of challenged him to a debate, and he was gracious enough to accept. And this was really fun. I had a really good time. I'm hope you did too. And thank you so much, Sarah. This was actually a lot of fun. So with the problem of objective versus subjective, this isn't a hill that I would die on. Okay, so for those who will sort of like, well, you just want it to be, no, I don't want anything to be subjective. That's the thing. I would like there to be some sort of solid moral law that gives us our oughts, sort of moral facts that give us our oughts without it. But what is true and what is not true is not dependent on what I want. It's dependent on what is. And I sort of have mentioned a couple of times the sort of argument from consequence. Well, if there is no solid moral facts out there, then people can run around doing whatever they want. And my answer is yes, and they generally do. The only thing that we can do is sort of put there well, if you want these consequences, then you will or will not do these actions to get to them, because the outcomes of these actions will point towards certain outcomes. Now, I think that most people, almost all people, and I agree with Objective Ethics, almost all people will say, hey, we want to have a flourishing society. I want my rights respected. I want other people respected. I want to be kind to people. I want people to be kind to me. All of these things hold true, but that does not make them objective any more than everybody saying, hey, ice cream is nice makes that objective, because it isn't. There's also the problem of Hume's is-ought gap that I mentioned a few times. And to me, during the debate, it really wasn't, that gap wasn't bridged. And it is one of the big philosophical problems. How do you say there is something in the world or in nature or an aspect of ourselves and say, well, you ought to follow that? Because it does not seem to be a requirement of humanity to do so. It is more, for instance, you have empathy and reciprocity. They're the foundations of morality because they are an inbuilt feeling within humans. We feel good when we are empathic and when we reciprocate with fairness and camaraderie and have people as our equals. But that there's a problem with Hume's is-ought, that just because that is the case that you feel good, why ought you do that? It is because you want to feel good, and that's where the subjectivity lies. I want to have a flourishing society where I feel good, so I ought to do these things. And there isn't really a problem with that. Like I said, I'm not looking for people to, suddenly convert to my side. All I'm looking for is moral compatibility. If there is sort of a Christian out there who believes that you should treat people with respect, that you should get along with people, that, you know, you should love people, that our society should prosper. There should be, you know, the shared results shared between people, especially the poor. I will agree with 99% of their moral principles, but I don't think there is an objective standard that says this is how you ought to behave, aside from what result you want. And I think that nearly everybody doesn't want a dystopian future where everybody is miserable. I think that would be awful. But the question is there something independent than our minds not wanting it that determines that to be so? And if not, and I get that objective ethics sort of says, well, if it's a goal that you're after, a meta-ethical goal that you're after, you have objective ways to get to it. I have no problem with, totally agree. But I do have to concede that that goal itself seems to be a subjective thing, what we want for ourselves. And that's why it's important. Now, I can sort of call somebody immoral under their own system. So if somebody says, oh, I want to, you know, raise the Third Reich and make Germany extra prosperous and, you know, do all of these things. And if I, you know, throw out the Jews, then suddenly the economy will be fantastic. I can say that's immoral, even under his meta-ethical goal, because that will not lead to what he is trying to get to. So I can sort of say that. But at the end of the day, when we're talking about morality, we're just talking about what we ought to do, in my opinion, what we ought to do in order to get to the meta-ethical goal that we want to get to. And I will wind it up there. Thank you so much for your time. And give a like, subscribe, do all the things. Cheers.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, gentlemen. This has been such a pleasant debate. I love it when everybody gets along and they don't start yelling at people. And just a shout out, I've got to Michael backstage. I just need one quick cam up from you back there, and we'll be good to go. Otherwise, I do have the thank you. You're good. You're good back there. For the donos, Fourth Wiseman comes in, and you are both welcome to respond to either of these, or you can just tell them to go away. It doesn't matter. Fourth Wiseman says subjective morality leads to the Pied Piper dancing away with tunes for children. Any thoughts there, boys?
I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean exactly. I think it's sort of saying if there's no morality, then people just do whatever they want. And if that was sort of, if we lived in a vacuum where I was the only person, that might be true. But instead, sort of what we were making the distinction, there's also morals across the society, things that we agree on. And that's more or less how societies form. We all agree that, hey, the Pied Piper dancing away with tunes for children is a bad thing to do. But also don't forget that society didn't pay the Pied Piper for their services as well. Don't forget that.
Good point. Objective ethics. Any thought there?
I mean, I love that. It's funny, but I do think that it does make me think of the consequential, the appeal to consequences that Mark had brought up. And I had other notes which I had prepared earlier. I'm fighting a terrible flu. I lost half of my stuff, so I was really not able to respond very well. So I'm trying to do this from memory, but basically, there are some things in regards to the guillotine that we can assume are the case. So we have, excuse me, we have what we call, I think it's referred to as essentially like a hidden premise. So if we have a particular goal that we assume, such as we want to survive or we want to live this good life. I was trying to articulate that and I did not do a good job, but I think that we want to protect our children. So we should look for an objective standard to rely on. I think one could follow the other logically if we assume that we have this goal. If we don't assume that we have this goal, then I do see it becomes a problem, like this specific, we're just appealing to the consequence. But if we presume that we want to protect our children, and that seems to be the natural inclination to everybody that ultimately want to protect children, then I do think that we could look to the consequence as evidence for an objective standard. But I think ultimately Mark is right that if we don't have this goal, then we can't just jump from one to the other. We have to have that hidden premise or that bridge, so to speak. And so I think the Pied Piper, while it is a funny analogy, I think without establishing something about the value that the children have or something of that nature, it seems grotesque. but I don't think we've established that it can be necessarily objective. I didn't do a strong enough job tonight with that.
Fair enough. Powder Dusty comes in with a big 10, says if morality were objective, we wouldn't be having this debate. Any thoughts to that, gentlemen?
Go for it, OE. It's towards you.
I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, I think that's pretty clever.
I don't think so, Dusty. That's like saying if the shape of the Earth was objective, we wouldn't be arguing about the shape. And I've seen flat Earth debates, millions of them, mate. So that isn't evidence that it is actually, subjective. Because as far as I'm aware, the shape of the Earth is objective, and we debate about it all the time. So, yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. And as a kind reminder, I have been dropping the open panel link into my live chat. If you'd like to join and further discuss, I've got a few back there, and we do have room for more. Powder Dusty also says, all clout to the 10th man. I'm surprised 10th man isn't jumping backstage yet. Maybe he's still showering, as he told us in the chat earlier. Fourth Wiseman comes with a big 10, says, I take the high road objectively. Others may take the low road subjectively. I have no reason to be able to complain. Others complain until they become objective of their subjection. I'll leave it to you, gentlemen.
Do you want me to go first? Yeah, I think this is essentially what. I'm sorry, brother. I thought you said yes. Okay. Yeah, this is essentially, if I'm following what the brother's saying here, this is essentially what I was trying to get at, is that if there isn't something objective that we can look at, that we can measure against, I don't know how we can establish a particular value system. I mean, it's just my opinion versus the other person's opinion. So if we look at some objective standard that's outside of opinion, then we can start to measure. So, like the rules of chess, once those are established, right, then we can make objectively good moves or objectively bad moves. So if nature establishes the rule for our human flourishing, from that, once that's established, we can make objectively good decisions or objectively bad decisions, is how I would answer that.
Yeah, and I think that sort of high road and low road suggests a moral standard in and of itself. Sort of when you take the high road, usually you're taking the sort of, what you see as more ethical or more moral road kind of thing. So it's a bit of a weird statement. I don't think there is a high road and a low road. I think there is just the ontology, the actuality of whether morality is objective or not. And I like the chess analogy. I think I heard Matt Delahunty say that one. It's a really good analogy. But sort of what I would put to you is that if the rules of chess are subjective, which we know they are, then it means that all of the moves are in virtue of that subjective rules. So they're subjective as well. They're only objective in virtue of those rules. And hey, we might have decided to play backgammon. We might have decided to play something altogether different. And then the rules of chess, or the moves that you want to make, they're not even applicable.
Sorry, I know we're still debating, but I agree with you 100%, brother. I think, and that may not have been the best analogy, only in a sense that when I tried to basically just say, well, the nature sets the rules for the game of life.
Okay.
And nature's objective. So I agree with you 100%. We do subjectively set. I use this analogy when I talk to Christians about divine command theory, right? God sets the rules, so God is still subjective, even though the rules they can claim are objective. So for my analogy, it probably wasn't the best.
Oh, no,
fair enough. Perfect. Michael says with the big 5 says, I've been moving stuff out of the garage unit all day, and this debate is just what I need in my ears for the last truckload. Michael is backstage ready to come up and add to the conversation. So I'm excited. Sounds like you got the storage unit all set and good to go, and you're ready to come play. Thank you so much. Fourth Wiseman says, here's your cup. He puts a picture of the cup and says, now look at it and decide if it's half full or half empty. Thoughts, gentlemen?
Yeah. The optimist says that it's half full. The pessimist says that it's half empty. And the engineer says that cup is twice as big as it needs to be.
Fair enough. Anything from you, Objective?
No, I can't follow that act. There's no way.
That's pretty good. Robin comes in and says, would Is it determinalism?
Determinism.
Okay, I was like, why
Determinism.
is there an L in there? Change subjectivity.
Oof, good question, Robin. Good question. So hard determinism is sort of the idea that your actions and the actions that you make has no free will in it. You are just going through a series of determined by prior event causal actions in order to, you know, reach a goal that is predetermined by the prior events. So in that case, my question is, would morality really even exist at that point? If you have no capacity to take any action, there is no ought, there is only what you do. And I think morality kind of, I mean, hard determinism is a bit of a weird one. I don't think it's it's not provable, it's not falsifiable, neither is sort of free will. It's kind of one of those things that we just argue about. And I mean, it's fun to argue, but, you know, we can't really drill down on it. But I think it would change it to, well, their objective actions determined by prior events. But I think at that point, morality would be meaningless because there is no what you ought to do, because what you ought to do is what you do.
Yeah, I actually do. I have considered this. I haven't really fully developed an argument around it, but I do think that it is very applicable. I really like this question. I do not subscribe to hard determinism. However, I do not believe in free will either. There is actually an argument to be made for what we call will or conscious choices that we can make. However, there are outside influence. Our environment affects the number of choices that we have. So the choices are extremely limited. So we can't really have free will. Once you put free in front of will, it becomes kind of self-defeating. You can look at a number of different ways to say, well, we don't really have free will. We have the ability to make certain choices. Hard determinism, as Mark said, it's really difficult to prove or falsify because to what extent are these outside environments, outside influences really affecting our decision making? But I do think there's a really strong argument to make for a soft determinism. And in this case, I think it would depend on how we're defining morality. If we have the ability to make a limited number of choices, and yet our choices are heavily influenced by deterministic values, it's because motive is what we really use to make choices. All of our choices are driven by motive. And so morality then could be argued that it leads to, we have increased motive for particular behaviors, and those behaviors lead to determined outcomes, which is kind of what I was trying to kind of wedge in earlier, talking about, well, we have observable, testable, predictable, repeatable actions. So we could look at, we could consider this almost an empirical data set for certain behaviors to consequences. And I think soft determinism and morality are cohesive. Once we get to hard determinism, I think I'm with Mark. I don't know if we could really put an ought in that at that point. With hard determinism, it seems incoherent, and I don't believe in free will. So I would have to say only the moral question only comes into play if there's like a middle ground, a soft determinism or a conscious decision making.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. Fourth Wiseman also comes up with another 10. It says, when you enter a turbulent current knowingly and you must cross through it, you soon learn aerodynamics and hydrodynamics, morphing into a form of least resistance that can endure the torrent. Torrent? I don't know what a torrent is. Is that a word?
Yeah, yes, it's just a like you have a torrent of rain. It's a sudden onpouring of rain or something.
Oh.
Like it's a sudden and gushing sort of force of water. Also a way to pirate things, but never mind. So yeah, I don't disagree. Like you'll for instance, what's a good one? A riptide, right? If you're familiar with the beach, a rip is something that drags people out to sea. And counterintuitively, the best way to get out of a rip is to swim not towards the shore, not to where you want to be. It's actually to go with it or swim diagonally out and get out of the rip and then back in. So, you know, there's certainly objective ways to achieve those goals. And I don't disagree. You will eventually learn what those ways are in order to produce the outcome of, you know, the least resistance kind of thing. So the least resistance to a productive and happy society, you know, and I think over time we've learned that the least resistance to that is to sort of not have slaves, don't do, you know, sacrificial killings, all of this stuff we sort of learnt as we've gone along. But the question is that is-ought gap of, you know, why do you have to cross? Why ought you cross that torrent kind of thing? Why ought you get there in the first? It's sort of a why did the chicken cross the road in the first place? It's not about whether objectively it's the best way to cross. It's why do it in the first place? Why ought we do it in the first place? And that's really where the bone of contention in this debate is, just the goal that we're after, whether that's objective or that's not objective. You know, I don't want to speak for objective ethics, but that's what it seems like to me.
Perfect.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with Mark and basically everything he said. I do think that is our impasse of this debate. I believe that and tried to argue for this natural goal, this inherent value system that human beings have, and all these different ways that I could establish that there is this value, there is this goal, something on the other side of the river that we naturally have a proclivity to. And that doesn't necessarily mandate that we will do this, but this is where we get our oughts, not our is's from, is we ought to maybe do what we are inclined to do. And I think that once we agree, and I think Mark and I are on the same page with this part, is if we could agree that we have this goal, then there is an objective standard of how we can best reach or attain that goal. So that's how I funnel morality and my understanding of morality. But I think that's where Mark and I have the difference is, are we really, is there this objective goal? Is there this objective value in humans? Is there an objective, or is it something that we, and we call ourselves good people, and maybe we have a right to feel like we're good people. We both agree that people have a value. Mark and I are in the same, very much the same. We want to treat people with respect. I've been very glad to know Mark. He's a very nice person because of that thing. So it's whether that goal is objective or not. I think we have not established either way.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. Jason Reeves sends in the Big 10 to say, for the great content, yes, provided by both Mark and Objective Ethics. Thank you, gentlemen. Iotin dropping by to send in some tomato love. Thank you so kindly. We love you back. Fourth Wiseman also says, this will get their thinking noggins on high road, low road. Any thoughts? I don't know.
Look, take the high road if you want to gain altitude, take the low road if you want to lose altitude. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that.
Yeah. I'm guessing maybe the morality spin on that. I don't know.
I think we did touch on that a few times with a few of the other questions. It's kind of the same concept is what value system are we going to use to determine which is which?
Fair enough. And last one is Bionic Latino. Interesting name. Comes with a Big 10. Says culture, the privilege of violence, the zero-sum game, and the self, us versus other, them divide, make objective morality a jellyfish nailed to the wall. Objective ethics. Any thoughts on that one?
It's always good to see my brother, Bionic Latino. He's been such a supporter of my channel from the very beginning. And that's all I can say to that.
Fair enough. Mark, any thoughts to that?
Yeah, I think that is true. I think that sort of there's these things that people will say that will get us to, if somebody is saying, hey, the zero-sum game is the best way to create a flourishing society, that's probably not true. Like that will not get you to a flourishing society where you're basically taking from others in order to get for yourself. You know, I think that, you know, culture and self versus other, them divide. It depends, because if you want the best society, you're probably going to want to at least sort of bring in as many people to that society with commonly held values as you can, because, you know, conflicts in values will make problems. So, but yeah, I do agree. Sorry, I'm just sort of rambling. I do agree.
Perfect. Awesome. Gentlemen, I wanted to give you both the option. I know there was kind of some time crunches in either direction. If you wanted to make an exit now before I bring up the panel, I wanted to give you that opportunity. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and
I'll stick around for a few minutes more. I am starting to fade. My cold medicine's wearing off. But could I turn my camera off so I could?
Yes,
be a little
absolutely. Do your thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our panel.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear everybody. You just have to wait because the music is going and the video intro is going. So we got you up here now, though. All right, so here's how I like to play it. Usually the first in the door gets to ask the first question, and we'll move around the room. Let's try to be mindful. Ask your question, get your answer, and then hold tight. We can follow up with further discussion later, but I do want to give everyone an opportunity to talk. Hi, 10th man. All right, first in line backstage was Near. Near, I want to go ahead and hand it off to you. If you had a question or comment to add, go for it.
Yeah, I'll keep it very short. I just want to say Mark did a really good job in asking questions. But I do want to say I do believe that subjective morality fails because it cannot condemn atrocities, right? Because it cannot condemn atrocity wrongfully, only as a disapprove. So my question to him is, if morality is subjective, on what basis were Nazis objectively wrong? Were they wrong because of our standards today, or because we disapprove, or because of cultures? And then I will say, if the Nazi had won the war and rewritten the history, would genocide have become morally right? And if the answer is no, then morality cannot be dependent on who wins, or on the consensus, or on the belief. So morality, therefore, must be objective. My second comment is to the objective ethics. I do think that he failed to explain objective morality, or at least ground the objective morality. I know that he did try to explain it, but I do think that he didn't explain why. Just because, he keeps saying the self-defeating thing. So just because I believe that stealing is wrong and I steal it, it is going against my value. Acting against my value explains why I am inconsistent with my own values. It does not explain why my action is objectively wrong, which I think was Mark was trying to point to him multiple times. And then I think that my question to him is, do you think that there's a difference between reason and ought? And if so, how do you define reason and how do you define ought? And that's it from my side.
Okay, well, first off, sort of condemning atrocities, right? So it goes against my moral fiber. It's offensive to me morally, but not everybody shares my morality, and these things have been morally acceptable in multiple civilizations. Again, I think you're sort of leaning into an argument from consequence. You're sort of saying, well, if you can't condemn atrocities objectively, then what basis did you condemn them from? Then you've got no objective way to condemn them. But that's not a reason why something is objective or subjective, right? There's no reason why that should be the case. You're basically saying, I don't like it if I can't condemn something objectively. Okay, but that doesn't make it objective. So what I'm talking about is what is, not what you want it to be. So if I sort of say, hey, I find that reprehensible, my society finds it reprehensible, we're basically saying, hey, it's immoral to us. In another society, it may be moral, but I would disagree with them. And I also can say, if their goal is to make their society stronger, what they're doing is immoral by their own standard as well, because it will not make their society stronger. Sort of what they did is definitely didn't make their society stronger. Now, you said if the Nazis had won, it would have been moral. Well, it would have been moral for them. I mean, if I was a survivor of the war, it still wouldn't have been moral for me. But that's the whole point about subjectivity. And just because I sort of will disagree with them on what is moral, it doesn't mean that it has to be objective, because I don't have some sort of objective ground to stand on.
But then I would argue that no one in the past then was morally wrong in the past either, because including Nazi generally, because you're just differentiating what your view is from them. And so the result is basically just unacceptable. Okay.
Yeah, it's unacceptable by my standards, unacceptable by a lot of people's standards. It depends on what those people want, though. If they want a flourishing world, sort of a fascist regime will not give that to you. There is no path to get to a flourishing, happy world through that. So if that's what you want, that may be moral to you. But at that point, we have to say, well, I'm not going to be part of that society because that's not what I want.
Okay, perfect. It looks like Objective Ethics camera or something jumped, like clicked out. So I can't pull him back up until it connects back in. He may have to jump out and back in. Yeah, you have to do that on your end, OE. You have to like do something on your end. It's not going to let me. It probably jump out and back in might be the best thing. Deconverted man, we'll move on until OE gets back. But Deconverted, do you have a question for Mark or OE?
Yeah, well, I wanted to see if we could get both of them to post their syllogism in chat or the description of the video. I don't know if Mark had one per se, but yeah, I just want to make sure that they could do that or somebody could. And then for Mark, I had a couple of questions, but one I think you kind of already answered using this chess analogy that you could call morals objective because they point to the ethical goal. But the ethics itself is subjective ultimately. So
well, the meta ethics is.
Yeah. And then the other question was if morals are subjective, but then lying about them being objective would increase human well-being or better conditions for life or whatever, then would it be moral to lie about morals being objective?
No, I don't think so. I don't think sort of if we look at the long-term ramifications of lying or misrepresenting the actuality of our reality around us, it's never led to good things. Like it's never led, like if I believe that, hey, morals are subjective, but I'm sitting here going, no, morals are objective because something I know is wrong, sort of misrepresenting the truth generally. So what we're talking about is reasonable outcomes based upon what we know about the outcomes, and misrepresenting reality has never really led to good outcomes. So it's probably not a good idea.
Okay. All right. And the other questions I had were for OE, but
and he is back now. So
he's
OE,
back.
OE, are you with us?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm doing around here. Yeah, I think can you guys at least hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
I tried to cut my camera and it just gave me one button, camera mic, and that was it. It kicked me out.
Oh, interesting.
You're on. You're on. We all hear you.
I thought I was the one that didn't know what I was doing. No.
That's okay. Converted.
Did you want me to answer the reason versus ought from Near before I don't know. I didn't hear what the next question was. I know he asked if I think there's a difference between reason and ought, and that's when I dipped out. I do also let me just say hello to Duck, Deconverted Man, Near. It's so great to see you guys. I interact with you guys on my channel or other channels, and it's really, really nice to see so many friendly faces. As far as reason,
can I just say too? It's amazing to see the OE PFP that I always see on Gnosis's channel, on Dr. D's channel. It's so good to see you here too. Like,
I appreciate you so much.
Yeah,
Dex, you always have such great insight. And if you ever do want to come speak on one of my open panels, I'd like to personally extend you an invitation. I find you to be very intelligent and you have a lot to offer a conversation, a lot of insight. So we do a live stream every Sunday.
I find myself intelligent too. And if you guys are doing open panels on Sunday,
I love Sarah's twitch to her eyes when you said that.
This could be an email, gentlemen. Deconverted, I wanted to hand it back to you.
Okay. OE, what was, or do you know the name of the ethical system that you think is objective?
There's 3 objective ethical systems. There's actually multiple. I had these notes. I don't know if I could pull this up. Oh, fuck. I don't think I have this written. There's natural law theory would be one of them. I think Aquinas talked about natural law theory. There's the argument from reason, which would be from Aristotle, Plato, Socrates. There's the ontological argument or cosmological argument. What was that from Carrier? I think that's the ontological argument. There's Ayn Rand's argument from reason, from objectivism. Okay. There's did I cover? I think I mentioned, at least touched on each one of those throughout the debate.
Yeah, I think so. And then are the morals subjective, but then the ethics are objective, or vis-a-vis?
So in every one of those moral systems, morality and ethics are synonymous. I don't think they separate one from the other. I used to actually separate them, but I just found as I was reading in philosophy, I haven't really found, and I'm fairly ignorant, so there might be stuff out there I'm just unaware of. but I haven't found a lot of philosophical models that are separating ethics and morality. I think that a conversation can be had about that, because I think we do have like business ethics or ethics in medicine, for example, so on and so forth.
Okay. And then I left it in the private chat asking if you could put the syllogism in your description. And I don't know if Mark had one, but anyway, so that's it for me. Okay. Thanks, guys and girls and robots and everything
Thanks,
else.
Deconverted. Actually, I think we
Absolutely.
share a friend, Dave from Captive Desk. So
Yeah,
it's good to meet you.
And I kind of wanted to be a contrarian. It was bad to see you, but then I was like, nah, I'm not going to do that. But then I said it, but I didn't really say it, so it doesn't count. There's a lobster. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And I want to take
Awesome.
a moment to acknowledge fourth. Oops, I got the wrong thing. He clicked. Fourth Wiseman coming in with the big 50 over on, I believe it's Balderson's side. Correct me if I'm wrong. I love it when they send love over your way. And as a kind reminder, if you are here on this panel, you are welcome to dual stream. There's a button in the top right corner that says stream this to your audience. We are sharing is caring policy here. So please feel free to do so, and we can bring up your super chats as well. So Balderson, I want to go ahead and hand it over to you. After I just let everyone know, I'm going to go ahead and kick off the gauntlet here momentarily, so be prepared for that. Ben, to you.
This is literally just a misunderstanding of logic. And logic is getting to the heart of what something is. When something is objective, it's factual. So like people want to take in things like murder or something like that. Just the fact that you called it murder already makes this a subjective thing for you. Somebody died, that's a fact. Now from that fact, you're going to decide, is it murder? Was it justified? There's a whole list of things, and you're going to decide on that list of things whether it's good, bad, blah, blah. All that is subjective. The objective thing was somebody got killed. That's the only objective thing. Toasty and I were arguing in the chat. Hot and cold is the perfect example. My wife, her version of it's too hot and my version of it's too hot are different entirely, because there's no objective it's hot. There's no temperature when you walk outside and look at your thermometer. There's nothing that says, oh, 82 is hot, 81 is not. It's not. It's a subjective thing. And so trying to overlay subjective onto objective, the only purpose for that is to justify, and this is what Near was doing, trying to justify your actions by making them something that can't be questioned. And this is honestly how we enter the Dark Ages, where you decide that the only thing that you think is what counts. Because the fact is the Nazis didn't think they were evil. That tells you it's not objective. Otherwise, the Nazis would have went, yep, we're evil, but we like it.
Well, I think it definitely can be argued that if you say it is a objective fact that somebody was killed in contravention of the laws of a society, I think that is perhaps an objective fact, or you can make an argument that it's an objective fact.
Well, sure,
but I get where you're coming from.
It's against the law, but that's not morality.
Well, no, I'm not saying it is. But we're simply we're not talking about morality. We're talking about objective versus subjective. We're not talking about morality. So it can be argued that, and yeah, I kind of agree, but I'm not sure sort of why it has to be in the Dark Ages. If people have sort of moral compatibility, if people agree that we shouldn't treat each other badly or do these things, I'm not sure why that would lead to the Dark Ages. But like Mark, I said, I don't really care where it comes from.
But Mark, he's making a point that immorality is just what you just said, just moral to us. Then Nazis were moral to them. Genocide was right in their culture, and we can only say we dislike what they did, but we want to say more than that. We want to say that they were wrong, even if they believed otherwise.
That's why you've made objective subjective into objective to try and justify your reasoning.
Right. So that's the point that he's
made subjective into objective at all. That's not my position.
No, his position is subjective. He's saying that he just explained his position that we can as a society, we can decide what is moral to us. That's what Mark just mentioned. And then I'm saying that then that means the morality depends on the culture, time, or perspective. And there is no fact of the matter beyond the group attitudes. So I think that is moral relativism in that case. So if morality is only relative, then moral progress is an illusion.
Slightly different here. I think my position's slightly different because I think we can decide sort of intersubjectively between the in people in a society what the meta-ethical goal is, and then it's objective and objective in virtue of that goal. Okay, so it's slightly different. You're not sort of, I'm a meta-ethical relativist. So yeah, I think that in past times, people have chosen different goals subjectively, like to, have the Aztec gods to be the one that got the most sacrifices, or for the glory of this particular king in this area. They have chosen different goals. But I think that once you get down to it, you can say, hey, their goal was to make their kingdom prosper, and they failed miserably. They did not take actions in order to get them to this determination. So even by their own standard, I can say that that's immoral, because the actions taken do not match the goal that is after, because the probable outcome or the reasonable outcome of those actions will not lead them to their stated goal.
Okay. Ben, do you feel satisfied?
No.
Or did you have a follow-up?
I'm not sure why a stated goal has anything to do with morality, why a cultural goal that he just entirely made that up, that the culture has some stated goal that is unified. Like, I've never been in a unified culture, and I've been around for a while. I believe we're in the United States and we're one culture, but damn if we don't every fucking night sit on these panels arguing over, just recently, is it okay for that cop to have blasted that lady in the face? Was it okay for her to take and drive and do the things that she did? And it's on and on and on, because there isn't an objective morality at all.
Do you think okay, well, I'm not getting into specifics. Do you think that it is a common goal for Americans to advance the prosperity of America?
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
No.
But Mark, I think that
hold on, Near. I do want to let it just be between them so we can move around the room, and we will go into full open discussion after everybody gets their time.
Do you think that most Americans would want their country to prosper?
I don't think most Americans think of the country in that type of way at all. I don't think we're particularly nationalistic. In fact, half the country is anti-nationalistic, give or take. And that's quite a popular stance at this point.
So most Americans are anti-American.
I'm not sure how we could have an objective goal at that point.
I never said it was objective.
You did, though. You said you went on about how the nation itself, the people of the nation, can have
Look,
goal.
Balderson, I clearly said that goal is intersubjective. It's basically decided on by a whole load of people going, hey, this is what we want for our country. This is we want the country to flourish. Now, you may not agree with that, sure, but I would be prepared to bet that most Americans are pro-America. Okay, I would be prepared to bet that.
Most doesn't reach objective. Most is still just subjective.
Am I stuttering? Am I?
Mark is. Hold on. Mark is
the other guy. I'm not even sure why you picked up arguing with me. It's fucking hilarious.
I think, Sarah, we can move on. He made his point.
Who are you? Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't recall anyone else hosting this show and telling me what to fucking do on my own show. Duck, you were next in line, sir. I'd like to hand it to you.
All right. So Mark, thank you so much for giving us the debate and everything. You and OE were cool. I forgot because OE's still here too. I'd just like to get you guys to weigh in. I have an argument, and if this sparks some debate between us, cool. But I have what some might consider a core text here. For some subjectivists, it's called The Bonobo and the Atheist. This is a very well-known book, very well-researched book by a biologist guy named Franz de Waal. And so basically, this makes the case that primates evolve morality. And so this is evidence that it's subjective because it's stuff that us and monkeys talk about. It's stuff. But I also think that this is limited to biology. I also think this argument, the Bonobo and the Atheist, the biological argument for subjective morals, is limited to biology. It shows that science, it ultimately shows science can't actually produce a grounding for a moral theory. Or, it's just a very limited moral theory. It's very limited in scope. So what do you guys think about that? If I'm a very scientific guy and I say science actually does, it doesn't support subjective morality, it does nothing. Am I right for doing that or something like that?
Objective ethics, did you want to talk? I've been talking a lot.
I'm trying to follow now. Maybe I'm getting a little loopy. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm fighting off this cold flu, but it sounded to me like, and I'm so sorry if I misheard, but did you say that science does support objective morality and then it does not at the same time?
No, I mean, okay. So Franz de Waal can spend 4 years writing this fucking book or whatever. He researches every day for 4 years is what he does. And he writes this Bonobo and the Atheist book. It's crazy good, but as good as it is, it's just about science. So all this evidence is just kind of this piece of shit empirical, sort of no analysis, not analytic. It's not really actually based on a worldview. It is within a worldview, but it's not based on that worldview. And so I'm saying that even core texts about subjective ethics support objective morality. That's all I'm saying.
I think that because I did try to substantiate a lot of my argument in nature. And I do think that it's something that we evolved to have the capacity for morality. Now, I'm not sure how relative that is to exactly what you're saying. I know Mark attacked that point by with the fallacy appeal to nature, I think is, if I'm remembering that correctly, Mark. So is that, is that kind of where you're talking about? Because I do think that we have evolved to understand, to be able to attain a certain moral sense, because we have the ability, and I don't know if the monkeys do in this book because I haven't read it, but is this based on a certain ability for, God, would I say introspection at that point? Because Mark knows a lot more about evolution than I do, but monkeys are highly evolved compared to like
what's an
zebras or what the fuck ever, right? So
bonobos especially. But that's kind of the point, is that you can evolve. We can evolve to the year 10,000. Right. And we can look back at our early ancestors and we can still ask the moral question, is like, are the first humans that traveled together and stuff like this, and they migrated together, they maybe hunted together and they did that kind of stuff. Were they moral? Right. Were those and so it's not about, it's not actually about whether or not, in this case, it's not about whether there's a scientific theory or if it's in nature. I don't know. That's just what I would debate you. I would say we don't actually find objective morality. It's an analytic. It's more of an analytic philosophical sort of argument.
I sort of think that I think that empathy and reciprocity have evolved, and we can see that. My favorite is the Capuchin monkeys. They've done a number of tests on them to see how much empathy they have and how much reciprocity, how much fairness plays in. And there's a hilarious one of a monkey absolutely losing their crap because they were treated unfairly by a researcher. They absolutely get mad. But if that is the standard for morality, there's a problem there, because morality is a code of conduct. Right. So the question becomes, and I've debated this before, is do animals have morality? And I would actually argue no. I think they do have empathy for one another. That's definitely been proven. Or social animals, I should say. They do have reciprocity for one another, a sense of fairness, as we displayed in the monkeys and the bonobos, by the way. But it doesn't rise to the level of a code of conduct. Now, I think it's sort of a proto-morality. There are things that you can do in Capuchin monkey society that will get you thrown out. That, like, if a monkey steals, for instance, they will get thrown out of the troop and maybe beaten up. Yeah. But whether it raises to a code of conduct that governs that society, that's really what I would argue in that case. So the same is true for the evolutionary product of empathy and reciprocity, that, yeah, we feel empathy for other people. And I think that facilitates morality, but it does not in and of itself
Can I jump in there,
rise to
Mark?
morality. Sure, go
Can
for
I
it.
jump in there? So the one thing I would want to say is that, okay, so, you know, it's a really strong argument, but I do disagree. And here's why. Here's why is because we could still ask a question like with capuchin monkeys or bonobos or humans, like we could isolate a situation where it's like, well, if you have a trusted partner who you cohabitate with, right? And so not just any partner, but it's someone you know, should you commit violence against that person, right? And so maybe this isn't the same moral question we'd ask about humans, but there's got to be something, you know, this isn't like a 6-7 situation, right? There's something more, there's something in common in nature in those two scenarios that seems to actually carry over in our judgments and stuff like that, right? Like I think to me that seems to lean towards, well, yeah, objectivity. It's not necessarily like found in nature in some sense, but it seems to be a product of empirical findings in the way we categorize or somehow, you know, explain or create laws for those truths, you know, whatever those things are.
Well, I think that, you know, sort of an important thing to remember is alongside sort of empathy and reciprocity, we do also have anger, violence, tribalism, all of these things which we consider bad as well. So the question then becomes, we have a whole load of natural drives and natural sort of, you know, senses like empathy and reciprocity, but we also have jealousy, aggression, things like that. So which one do we listen to? And I think that to me, morality is saying, well, which one we listen to is the one that will get you to the reasonable, probable outcome that you are looking for, right? So if you are bailed up by a wall and you want to survive, then maybe that aggression thing is the best way to go, right? Like under that circumstance, for that outcome, that may be the best way to go. But in other cases, like sort of, you know, keeping a society flourishing and fulfilled, that might not be the best way to go. And then there's also the problem of who you assign those senses to, like the sense of empathy. What you'll find is the in-group or the acceptable group within a society will have that empathy displayed towards them, while the out-group, the outsider, will not. So there's also the subjective, if you do take empathy and reciprocity as sort of a given natural moral fact, there's also the problem of, well, why is it subjective who those feelings are designated towards?
Yeah, it's a little too psychological for my liking. Like, and it's just funny, you know, maybe it is a discomfort thing. I don't mean, like, I know that sounds accusatory, but from my perspective, it's like, well, you know, I generally try to remove, I think like over really long time horizons, we try to remove the, you know, these sort of subjective motivations and things like this, to ultimately land back into like a group, right? A supervening a state of what nature is like, right? A state of affairs, we might say in discussion, but like actually a supervening group of what is actually in the universe. And so to me, you know, this one of the reasons why I tend to think these are they still have some quality that makes them objective in nature at the end of it. Isn't because the motivations and things like our motivations are totally irrelevant. It's just ultimately we would, you know, to me, maybe it's tautology, but we're trying to find the same sort of, you know, whatever, the same sort of like metaphysical and epistemic rigor that we wouldn't doing anything else, you know?
Yes.
And so it's just, you know, it's not like a overnight.
Do you think it's a mistake to do that? Do you think it's a mistake to try to get that epistemic justification?
It doesn't seem like it's a mistake to pursue it. I don't know if that's a fair question back to you.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think it's a mistake to pursue it. I think that sort of asking for the rigor that we have with, say, scientific endeavors where everything is objective as humanly possible, I think that may be, from my perspective as being a meta-ethical relativist, like a lost cause, because we're trying to ground the morality in something that, to my mind, it probably doesn't exist. And like I said, I won't die on that hill. If someone can show it, fantastic. But I don't think it exists. So I think that, hey, pursue it with rigor, but I think be prepared that you won't find something that will hold up under scientific scrutiny.
I mean, I'm basically satisfied. I would just say with that, it's like, well, I don't think this is a lone wolf pursuit. And ultimately the sort of final thing that in my view, not in my infinite wisdom or greatness or anything like that, but I would say that, kind of the what I think of as the alpha arguments for objective morality, the things you might reach first versus, in this case, like the beta arguments are good things and whatever comes after are also good. But the alpha arguments for objective morality are like, what was it? Okay, so I'd have a hankering to understand morality around chemistry. And so that is worth pursuing, even if it's incoherent. Biochemistry and morality, and then fundamental physics and morality. It maybe is a total sort of crapshoot, but it's absolutely is 100% worth doing.
Well, I don't think chemistry, like when you're talking about chemists, you really have ethics rather than morality, because it's sort of an external application from society in general. I don't think you have an internal morality coming up in the chemist. It's more ethical behavior, like ethical business practice and ethical this. I think that it is an externally applied thing.
All right, let me, Duck, hold your thoughts for the open part, and then we'll go from there. 10th man, I want to hand it to you, if you had anything to add in.
Yeah, I'm still stuck up on when Buddy said things were half empty and half full, but like you can't have something that's half empty unless you empty half of it out, and the thing's empty unless you half fill it. So it's hard for me to listen to somebody and take them seriously when they say things like these things like, "Ooh, if a tree falls in the wood, does it make a noise?" No, because nothing can hear it, and it's only vibrations in the atmosphere until it's heard. Otherwise, it's not sound. And obviously, the egg came from the no. Obviously, the egg came before the chicken, because the thing that laid the egg wasn't the chicken. These are very basic things that anybody with a tiny bit of intelligence should be able to understand, but you people use these things as justifications for things that can't be justified, and then try to make it sound like you're smart, but they're very easy to answer, right? So the things you guys are talking about is nothing is true and everything's permitted, and all of your objective and subjective things, just like another thing I just saw there a minute ago about how feminism is a subject of luxury, the same as your conversations. When it's The Walking Dead and the zombies are out, and you guys are having these conversations.
Could you just try and put the volume down just a little? You're very loud, according to
yeah,
you're
very loud. No, he's not.
I don't think I am, actually.
I got him.
No.
Where's your question, 10th? If that, we can hand it over, and then you can hold off until the open
Does
session.
either one of you actually believe that anything is true?
Yes.
Is objectivity real, or is it a figment of your imagination?
Is objectivity real? Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Mark. I think that it is objective. I do agree that we only have access to the world from a subjective lens, right? Everything has to essentially be filtered through our own
Prove it materially.
Well, empiricism proves it. When you say proof, like if you're going for hard solipsism or something, then I reject that, because whether I believe it or not, you don't need an overarching sort of, prove it, absolute proof kind of thing. What we have is a lot of evidence and a lot of reasons to believe that things are objectively true. And then there's things that, but truth is when people say truth,
subjective.
It may be true. No.
Yeah, it is.
No, because if I say, okay, it's summer, right? That is objectively true for me, but it may not be objectively true for you.
And I think that experiential asymmetry is another way that we have access to the external world. Like I don't deduce that I'm in pain. I experience that I'm in pain. But when I touch my hand on the burner, right? But when Mark is at my house and he touches the burner and I look at him and I observe that, I don't experience Mark's pain, but I can deduce Mark's reactions being the same as mine were when I touched the burner. And so that I get exactly use deduction to validate my own experiences. So because of that asymmetry from deduction and experience, that validates my own experiences as well. So I see there's an objective world around me.
All right. I want to move on to Robin. You had a question, I assume, if you want to go ahead and chime in.
Well, thank you. I just want to tell Mark and
hey, Robin.
Yeah, y'all did great. Yeah, that's great. I did have that. What I said about the. I was just wondering about the determinalism. Yeah, I can't spell. That's why that occurred to me while y'all were talking about whether that would change not necessarily the objectivity of it, but the subjectivity of it. Like it wouldn't like flip from one to the other, but I thought it would make it less subjective if it was actually something that was determined. But I want to, yeah.
So are you talking about hard determinism, like no free will, or are you just talking about like in physics, things are deterministic, like causal events chain?
No, like if we're hard, like if you were to subscribe to like Robert Sapolsky's hard determinism.
Right. Yes.
Would that make everything less subjective? Because it wouldn't really be stance dependent as much as it would be dependent on your biological.
It would be objective, but then it's sort of like, well, I mean, how would you then define morality? How would you say what you ought to do is something when you have no choice to do that thing? Like somebody may, go out of the shop taking something, and you, as a hard determinist, you might say, hey, it's their background, it's their genetics, it's all of these things, and they had absolutely no choice but to walk out of the store with something in their purse or something in under their arm. And you might go, well, what's moral then? You ought not to have gone out of the store with that thing. Does that even make sense if somebody has no choice to do that thing?
Well,
maybe.
I mean, I think like we have to have laws because we have to deal with each other, and I think that the morality part would be less important on how we like come to deal with that person. Like, what I mean? Like, what would be how we deal with someone who did not follow that?
Laws are subjective, and generally they follow a intersubject or the society's sort of ethics or morals. So people, obviously legislators make laws. People can contribute to the legislators, or they elect them, or they get into power somehow, and then they create laws upon that. So laws and morals are definitely different things. Laws are prescriptive, morals aren't. They're simply what you ought to and ought not to do. So, but it's sort of, we're sort of saying now that, hey, morality is sort of whether somebody obeys the laws or not. So what gave us those laws in the first place, if not morality?
Well, I mean, I didn't really say it was morality as far as just like how we treat the person.
Right. No, I understood. Yeah, Robin, I'm picking up what you're putting down. And I think that's, and I don't have an extensive knowledge of Robert Sapolsky, but I have looked into some of his stuff. Actually, I find him to be really brilliant and really enjoy his stuff. But even with his position of hard determinism, Robert Sapolsky, because the environment plays a part in our actions, our quote unquote decision making. But even Robert Sapolsky believes that we have a certain element of decision-making process or functionality. And so when it comes to how we treat now, not the laws, what Mark's talking about, that's subjective. I agree with that. But what you're talking about, if I'm understanding you, is when somebody violates the law, how do we ethically treat this person? Because if things are determined, can we really condemn criminal behavior, so on and so forth? And Robert Sapolsky, from my understanding, is that we should be focusing on rehabilitation and education, which is where our criminal system fails, frankly, especially here in the U.S. I think it's 60% of people will reoffend within 3 years, 90% will reoffend within 10 years. It's because we're not rehabilitating people, we're locking them up. We're basically making them better criminals, frankly. If anybody's been in a joint before, you just learn all the tricks of the trade. You meet new contacts and you're up back on the streets doing, just another criminal again. So we really need to focus, according to Sapolsky, and I agree with him 100%, is that we focus on the rehabilitation of criminals, education. We do have to separate them from society. It isn't like we just say, oh, well, everything's determined. Too bad they just, drowned a bunch of babies or whatever. No, we definitely need to separate bad people, bad actors from society because they are an inherent danger. But we should be focusing our dollars and our efforts into rehabilitating and educating these people so they understand why did I make these decisions? Because the environment that they were in led to their decision-making process, so on and so forth. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And let me just say one more thing, and then I'm gonna get out of here. Like Mark, to me, the purpose of government, I kind of subscribe to what OE was talking about natural law theory, but more on a John Locke level for politics. So I believe that gut laws should be just the laws we have should be just to protect our rights from the government and from other people of violating those rights. So I don't think
agree.
I don't think that laws should be based in moral opinions or anything like that. So that's why I think it would that would work. Because I am a hard determinist. So
okay. Well, I think that with how you treat criminals after they've offended, I think it's the moral thing to do with rehabilitative justice, because that will get you to less crime. That is the shown and empirically demonstrated way to have less criminals. So if you are in fact after less criminals, then rehabilitative justice is the way to go. So I see it as moral because you have a ethical goal. One system where you try to rehabilitate somebody into society will get you to that goal, and the other one where you just lock them up to punish them with other criminals to learn from, that will not get you to the goal of less crime. We know from studies that sort of threatening people with punishment does not really prevent them from committing crimes. It isn't the thing that you would think does it. So
I agree. So I'm completely on board with all that. On that kind of, I'm pretty much Robert Sapolsky. But and I just want to say one more thing. Duck, please say bonobo. It kills me when he says, I don't know how he says it.
Bonobo. Hey, it's my friend Mock looks like a bonobo. My friend Mock looks like he looks like a monkey, Robin. He's a chimpanzee these days, Robin. Maki's not a human.
But
Fair enough.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Robin. No problem here. Thank you so much for joining. Fourth Wiseman comes with the Big Ten. Good debate and discussions. No radical bantering towards understandings and success. All mountains are moved. One grain of sand at a time. I think that's beautiful. Thank you so much, Fourth Wiseman. It has been a really solid discussion, and I'm really excited for it to continue. Clay, you were next in line, sir. Did you have a thought or question to add in?
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. It was absolutely an amazing debate, very respectful and all of that good stuff. And before I go into it, Sarah, I do want to apologize that yesterday I was absolutely being an asshole, and Jason absolutely was in the right to boot me. And I will try to do better. But to address the guys, so
it's not an apology without a yodel, Clay.
Oh no, that is reserved for money.
For the gauntlet, we'll do that over there. Go ahead with your question, Clay.
So I wanted to address probably the hardest one for me, because I could go subjective or objective on this, but because I believe that people have what's called subjective morality, but that we are trying to attain an objective morality. Each and every one of us are. Now, that would be my main question. Why is it, if there is not objective morality, do human beings try, even with society, to obtain that objective morality if it doesn't exist? Why would we go that far? Why would we create laws? Why would we create words? And even if we are the ones who actually created them, maybe those words are just something that came up in our mind. Why is it that we have a conscience? Why is it that we have these meta realities in our minds being created that seem to point to an axiom of morality?
Well, I think it's mostly because we're sort of pattern seeking and recognizing beings. We seek patterns, and we have a problem with the misplaced concrete, right? That's something that's abstract that we think is concrete. So we have a tendency, a bias towards thinking things are concrete when they're really abstractions. So that, and a bias towards having an answer if no answer is there. We have a bias to say, hey, could it be this? And then inserting that as perhaps fact when we haven't established that as true. So we've got to be aware of our biases there. Why that is, probably something to do with the way that humans have developed over the years. If you don't know the answer to something, somebody with a concrete answer generally may take an action, whereas somebody without one, like for instance, the bushes rustle and you don't know what it is, it's generally the guy that thinks it's a tiger that survives, would be my answer. So things like pareidolia, we've got the tendency to see faces where none exist. That is a demonstrated tendency. And why that is, there's a lot of complex reasons why, but a lot of it is seeing agency or seeing somebody where there is no somebody, because it's good for survival. But, you know, whether that answers your question or not, I'm not sure. We may not know why we sort of think of things as concrete when they're abstracts. I'm not 100% sure.
No, that's a fair answer. And obviously, you know, you much like myself or anybody would most likely be operating on limited knowledge, right? You can only address what you do know versus, you know, if there's something out there that you don't know, then clearly you're not going to be able to speak on that with good knowledge. But that's where I say, you know, the possibility of objective morality is still there, of course. So
sure.
It being the case that objective morality would be a possibility, wouldn't it seem even more so to be real, especially considering all of the meta that is possible?
Okay, so is it possible that objective morality isn't there?
Sure.
Okay, so you've got one option saying it's possible that it is there, and another option saying it's possible it's not.
Correct.
What rational justification would you have to go for either?
Well, of course, the meta. So the conscience, the virtues, so you personally believe things are good, that would be subjective, or bad, that would be subjective. Others believe the same. Now, it may differ on what those good and bad are, but we are all trying to achieve that higher goal of morality. What would be that higher goal of morality if not objective?
Well, I would have to, you know, a higher goal. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but sort of as far as conscience is concerned, a lot of the higher level officers of the Nazis, they thought they were doing the right thing. They didn't have the conscience that you're speaking of. Like they were basically like, yeah, I did it for my country. So if the conscience is something that is objective, why is it not the same for different people?
So the goal would be the same. The goal would still be objective morality. So it would still be that they, so essentially every person actually believes that what they are doing is a good thing, correct?
Well, Clay, I'm a bit confused because you're sort of putting intentionality into ontology. Like the goal is for there to be objective morality. And it's like whatever intention it is to find objective morality or to find objective truths in the universe doesn't make it true or false, right? So if we think that, hey, light has a certain thing along a certain spectrum, just because we're trying to find that out doesn't mean it is true. That is independent of what we're trying to find.
Correct.
Like,
no, that's
the
correct.
buffery sign over his brain going right now.
No, that's
yeah.
I'm really glad, Clay, that you brought this up, because there's something I've not made an argument for, and I never actually considered it previously. I thought it was a dichotomy, either or, objective or subjective. But I've been talking to some people. In fact, I think Deconverted Man, who has left now, he's one of the people who got me thinking this. Maybe it's Chris. Oh, it was you, Bionic. I can't remember who I was talking to recently, but it has been proposed to me that maybe there's a little bit of both in play. And this might be a place where we have to then separate ethics and morality to figure out which is which. Again, I don't have an argument for that, but you kind of got me thinking about if we can transition from one, or the end goal is to this objective standard. I wonder if it leaves room for the argument that maybe there is room for both. Like some moral claims are subjective and they are actually moral claims, and there is an objective standard to a certain number, or maybe even a limited number of objective claims. I mean, it's very interesting to think about. I'm glad you brought that up, because
Hey, Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm totally interrupting. I got to take off, actually. Mike's burrito made me too hungry. So I'll see you guys later. Take care.
Bye, Doc. Have a good night.
Mike's
sorry.
Objective ethics. I apologize for the rude interruption for Doc, but if you still had a final thought to that, I didn't know if you were finished.
No, that's pretty much it. I appreciate the kind words about the debate as well. Thank you, brother.
Yeah. No, and I'll finish up with this. So, yeah, that's actually what I believe. I actually do believe that there is a higher standard of morality, which, I don't even like to call it morality personally. I believe, that that's just a made up word so that, essentially religious figures can establish what is good and bad, but we're talking specifically about what is good and bad here. So, objectively, I do believe that there is a final goal of good, and then there objectively is a bad, right? So this is why we have words like red rum. This is why we have words like essay and assault itself, and these things are objectively words that mean bad things. This thing that happened is a bad thing, and I understand that some people don't believe that, but we don't call those people sane. We actually call them idiots before the court.
Are we talking more about emotivism then, or non-cognitivism, or?
Yeah, I guess because essentially that's, the ability to determine what is good and bad, right? So some people just simply don't have that.
And I'm assuming that this is based on an emotional reaction. What drives us emotionally, or are we still looking at something empirical or rational?
Yeah, because essentially, feelings, right? And this is where I also believe that a lot of religious figures have been kind of steering people in the wrong direction. Like logic is a great tool, but so are feelings. We are composed of both, and as human beings, we should consider both. So when we are looking at the world around us and what others want or don't want, and society at large should or ought, these things come into play. So our feelings are very important. And, I get it, we're men, we don't need those feelings. But at the same time, the reality is that this is how we operate in the world, in the natural world.
All right. Jason also sends in the Big 10 to you, Clay, and says you were forgiven beforehand, but thank you for the apology. And I thank you as well. I thank you as well. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Bionic if you want to ask a question or make a comment.
Hey guys, what's going on? So I kind of want to just kind of reach out to objective because I think I'm one person that I believe, the devil's in the definitions. And as he was laying out his arguments, I just felt like he was trying to build an argument for objective morality with language and concepts that were just wholly subjective. So I was wondering if maybe in a bumper sticker way, you can kind of make some of those arguments without using loaded words like fulfillment and good and thriving and success. And you know what I mean? Simply because I feel like you need to, in order to get to that objective place, you're using highly subjective words. And that's the place where I kept banging my head trying to understand how you get there while relying on things that I think are completely open to interpretation. And I can think of 1,000 examples where that's not always the case. Like I'll just give you an example. Like when you talked about, how maybe a central goal is for our own survival or our own thriving, and you compared it to some biological drive. We think of the stories of the guy who jumped on the grenade, or the parent who skipped a meal to give to their kids and stuff. So again, for me, I feel like if you can think of a reasonable exception to that rule or exception to that premise, then you have to go back to the drawing board and explain the exception instead of just relying on well, we all know that's what it is. So I wanted to give you that opportunity to do that.
No, I think that's a fair criticism. And I do think, well, I tried to probably fairly ineffectively, just, to be frank, I don't think I did the best job. I tried to basically form 3 different arguments to show that objective morality could be, the conclusion could be reached 3 different ways. One of them was through the reason, right? So agency, and I ran a very long syllogism. I won't run you guys through that again because it was very long. I had a much shorter one about logic, right? The law of non-contradiction, focused on that. So that's not subjective. And the first one was through evolution. And I don't think that's subjective either because, jumping on the grenade, we did have conversation in the debate. Mark did press me on, the well-being argument, but the first 3 formal arguments, I don't think any one of those was based on a subjective standard unless, I don't know. I think Deconverted Man wanted me to post that syllogism in the comments. I think what I'll do is tomorrow I have Dr. Dan Norton, who's an Ayn Rand specialist who believes in Ayn Rand believes in objectivism. I brought Ayn Rand up in this conversation. She's a moral realist or a moral objectivist. So we'll be discussing this again tomorrow. So if you want to tune into the show tomorrow, I think I'll lay out, maybe we'll get into that because we are going to be discussing ethics on that show. And then Mark, I don't know if you're busy. I would love to have you stop by. I don't know what you do on Sunday afternoons, but at any time you're always invited. So Chris, would it be okay to address that tomorrow afternoon?
Sure. But I guess I'm just make my little mini point here is I'm also maybe in a conversation we can have at a later time. You're going to have to help me bridge the gap or bridge the analogy between a moral argument, which I think is very much humanistic and it's a human concept. I don't think there is morality outside of the human cognition to create those analogies to biological drives and functions like hunger or the need for oxygen and stuff, because I don't think those are compatible or analogous concepts. To say that in the same way we need to eat, we also need to be moral. I don't think that's, and I'm not saying that's the argument you're making, but if I can oversimplify, I feel like you're kind of playing with that concept as if you can treat those things as if they're parallel drives in our human experience, right?
No, I think that's a fair criticism. Can I ask, because I'm not sure, maybe you're not even touching on this, but I think it might have been brought up earlier. So if something's relative, that doesn't necessarily mean it's subjective, right? It's just relative to a particular context or point of discussion. Are we on the same page with that?
I mean, I think relative into certain context means as it relates to that subject, right? So
yeah, but it's not necessarily
stance,
right? But it's not stance dependent, right? So like the laws of evolution for birds are relative to flying animals with feathers, but it's not subjective because the laws of evolution are objective, right? So if something's relative, that doesn't inherently mean it's subjective. Are we on the same page with that? Or would you say that's not true?
I don't know, maybe I have a head cold because I'm not sure.
I'm not sure I'd say there's sort of laws of evolution. I mean, there's laws of nature, but evolution doesn't really prioritize one thing over another, as in, a law sense, like you would have laws of physics kind of thing. Like this is how things will go. Evolution is more whatever works. It doesn't have a intentionality or a goal in mind. It's just whatever works.
Well, I defer to you when it comes to anything about evolution, but just for my own clarity, Mark. So I agree with you that evolution doesn't have intentionality, but you mentioned the laws of physics, but the laws of physics don't have intentionality either, right? I mean, they are brute facts. They're natural processes.
Can you give us an example of a law of evolution?
Well, I wouldn't say evolution is brute fact. No.
All right.
No, I would say that like your direct sensory input may be a brute fact, but I wouldn't say evolution is. That's not a brute fact.
Again, this is why I say I feel like the devil's in definitions.
Is it a physical? Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Is it? No, I'm glad we're having this because this will help me with my own clarification with language, your use of language. So when it comes to, because I would equivocate, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I would equivocate evolution to be a natural process, and I would equivocate
Sure.
the laws of physics to be a natural process. So to me, however, whatever language I should use, are they on two different spectrums? Evolution, because what drives evolution is ultimately a natural process. You have hereditary traits.
I think, okay, so from my understanding, and I'll allow kind of someone who knows better. From what I understand, I just think when we talk about evolution, we're talking about a process, and we're talking about it's an ad hoc explanation of a series of processes. And then if you ask a biochemist, they can explain evolution through the biochemistry. If you ask an ecologist, a biologist, you know what I mean? I just think when we talk about evolution, it's a catch-all term, but depending on what scope and what angle you want to take, it can have different conversations, including physics, right? If you want to talk about the biophysics of how genes and proteins and all that stuff, right? So again, this is where it's like it's rustling the tar baby, because I do think that if we're going to have the conversation, we need to agree on the level and the scope in which we're looking at a thing. Because if you want to talk about the laws of evolution, if you will, the only laws I can kind of think is possibly proliferation of the species. You know what I mean?
It come down to like you have environmental pressures, hereditary traits, and mutations. Isn't that basically what evolution is restricted to, Mark? Or Chris? I know Mark knows a lot about evolution. Did I miss anything? I've got those 3 points. Right? You got the hereditary traits, you've got environmental pressure, and you've got mutations.
Oh, there's a ton of them. There's also horizontal gene transfer. There's endogenous retroviruses. There's a ton of mechanisms within it. But what I'm sort of trying to get across is that, like, evolution doesn't go, well, we ought to make this species a social species, right? Or it doesn't decide that or have an intentionality towards that. That is one of the paths it could have taken. And there's like all these different evolutionary paths that we have that we see in different animals that are all successful. And they're successful because they're still here.
I agree with you. I agree with this, that it's not, there's no intention. I do agree with you there, and which is where I put it on the same level with like the laws of physics. There's no intention to the laws of physics. The Earth doesn't rotate around the sun because you and I are on the same page. We don't believe in a creator of some kind with intention or will. So it's just the laws of physics determine that the Earth rotates around the sun. There's no actual intention there. Same thing I would equivocate with evolution.
By the way, I'm just to kind of make it something tangible.
No, I'm glad you brought it up, Chris, because the language is important, and I agree with you 100%. It's important for me to be more clear, or to learn to be more clear about the way I articulate these things. So I appreciate you bringing this up, and it's an opportunity for me to have Mark's. I do respect Mark's knowledge in regards to particular to evolution, so I can ask him these questions, directly.
But I'll also say, like, just to kind of bring it back to what we've been speaking about, which is morality, and not to sound like Agent Smith, but the morality. I think the morality of human beings is not that different than the morality of the bacteria, where it's proliferation, right? So as much as we have a morality amongst ourselves, a lot of times that morality is based on us versus not us, right? A lot of times it's based on who we see as human. Like, you brought up the concept of slavery. To say that, human beings deserve rights, I can agree to that and say, yeah, but Black people aren't human beings. Right? That's a side step to that argument. You know what I mean? So I think the human rationale, I think rationality is a blessing and a curse, because it makes us brilliant people, but it also allows us to rationalize horrendous things and do it with a smirk on our face and say, oh no, it's not genocide, it's conquest. right? It's self-defense. And, and I, they always say, bringing up the Nazis, going back to the Nazi argument, half of those very moral people, they were doing it from what their perception of was a self-defense. Because once they allowed that kind of the idea that they were fighting against vermin, or that they were fighting against an injustice, or they were fighting against an invasion, then it made it so much easier to say that then we're doing this for blood and soil. So those atrocities that we can now retroactively look at as atrocities, or those atrocities that we as a collective amongst us look as atrocities, to them, they're saying, well, of course you're going to see them as atrocities because we're defending ourselves and you don't think we have a right to. So again, the rationality that a lot of people can have makes it so easy for us to turn what are very subjective concepts into knock on it hard objective rules. And that's where I think there's a disconnect for me. Help me. You know what I mean?
All right. I would like to let everyone know the gauntlet is officially open. If you know where you're going, please feel free to start heading over now. That is at the gauntlet debate. Otherwise, I've dropped the link in the chat, and we will also set up the raid. That's all set to go. So I'm closing out on the Raging Tomato on YouTube side now. And feel free, if you want to continue the show, to move over to the gauntlet. That also means I'm also opening the floor. Michael and Scott, I know you guys didn't have direct one-on-one time, but we can't do it all night or else it'll get really, really boring. So the floor is officially open for anybody to kind of jump in on anything, but I will hand the floor over to Michael if he would like to kick us off with his thought, and then we'll go from there. And
okay, well, I might take off because the burritos made me hungry as well.
I know, I'm starving.
Here, so, yeah,
Michael.
I want to talk about Save the Cat, though. I want to talk about Save the Cat. Give me 1 minute.
All right, quickly. Yep, go for it.
Okay, Save the Cat as a screenwriting book dropped when I was studying screenwriting, and I was a real fan of Robert McKee's screenwriting book called Story. Are you familiar with that book?
No, I'm not.
It was like the Save the Cat before Save the Cat came out, basically. It was the dominant book before Save the Cat took over the screenwriting people,
look,
right?
Michael, I don't have a great knowledge of screenwriting. It's just my wife is a writer, and I'm aware of the all I did was piece it up with the general overall attitude of people towards cats in our society. Cool. That's all I did.
Oh, right on. Well, I'll just ask this quick question, which was by that other author, and he kind of was hugely influential 3 degrees away from movies because he was training all the screenwriters who wrote the movies in the 90s and 2000s, right? I liked his book, but he had this really cool idea about what evil was. And I want to know what you think about his idea of evil, which is a book he was working on 15 years ago and never finished, but it's one of the coolest philosophical ideas I've ever heard. So I want to hear what you think. His definition of evil was any idea taken to its logical conclusion is evil. So you can have a belief of any kind, but as soon as you go out there with it, then you're the problem. But as long as you're chill with your belief, it's like, all right, that's cool. I'm simplifying, but that was the idea.
Yeah. No, I get what it's saying, but I would sort of think to an extreme would be evil, like when the action is outweighing where you need to get to, basically. So if you want to get to people being happy, and you decide that the way to do that is to drug them all or something, that's sort of an example that we go down. But I think from my point of view, evil's obviously got to be married into immorality, right? To morality, what we ought to do and ought not to do. But I would assign intentionality to evil. So if you accidentally drop a hammer on someone's foot, that's not evil, right? You accidentally did it. It may be immoral. You ought not to drop things on people's feet. But I wouldn't say it's evil. I think it's when the intentionality is to cause immoral things to happen. So if I, if you grab a hammer and hit somebody on, that would be evil. So I think there has to be the intentionality to do so. But I'm not sure that, so a logical conclusion, if you go, well, if a logical conclusion to making everybody happy with no focus on how you do it, like, so the ends justify the means, then yeah, absolutely, that always turns into an absolute nightmare, because how we do it is actually important. But I think that if you're sort of saying, hey, the logical outcome of trying to do anything is evil, I don't think I would agree with that. I think that I think I would use the word reasonable. I think I would use the word reasonable. So a reasonable outcome of, feeding people who are poor in our society is less starving people and a more healthy society. I think that's a reasonable outcome. So I wouldn't agree with that definition. But I think it would be evil to intentionally inflict that upon somebody. And because my morality is based on human well-being, I think that I've chosen that because I care for human well-being. It is a subjective thing that I've chosen, but I think objectively we can say that if I intend to do that, that's downright evil. Yeah, absolutely.
Michael, do you mind if I chime in on that? I know you didn't direct it to
me. I'm going to take off.
Yeah,
thank you so much, everybody. Really enjoyed it. Do take care, and I will head out.
Thank
Later,
you,
Mark. Michael. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, and it's been actually discussed in philosophy, and I've studied too much philosophy in too short of amount of time, so I'm not retaining as much as I wish I could. But I would attack that argument from I'm thinking like maybe Epicurus. So I don't know if you're familiar with Epicurus, but basically he talked about what is really the joy of life, the ultimate satisfaction that we can attain in life is simply to overcome suffering. So anything above overcoming a baseline of suffering is just variety. And so if we take anything to an extreme, it does become then a negative because it distracts from other energy that we could be spending in a different area. So just to put it quickly, hunger, for example, right? So if we're suffering from the feeling of being hungry, then bread and water will overcome this suffering. A fine meal and everything else that we might add on to that isn't going to add any value, any actual value. It's just variety, according to Epicurus. And so I would think that might be applicable to what you're saying on the positive side. For the negative side, I'm trying to think of maybe like a Nietzsche or somebody that might attack if we take the other two, the extreme of do we run into nihilism or consequentialism or something like that. But I think that Epicurus might be the best way to really address that. And I do believe there is this practical balance, and I think maybe reason I might agree with what Mark was saying on that. So that's a very interesting thought experiment, though.
Yeah, it always sat with me, and I also think it actually has a kind of an economic portion to it. Like that first scoop of ice cream is the best, right? Like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit you can do to make your life better, but if you go crazy down any direction and become a zealot on anything, suddenly you're like talking like I don't know, snake oil or whatever.
Yeah, no, brother, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. I think Epicurus has a lot to offer. I'd like to spend a little bit more time reading into his stuff because I do think there's a lot to be said for that. I think we spend a lot of energy. You've heard the saying, more money, more problems, right? Once I got to the point where I had enough money to pay the bills and then I started having extra money, there's this incredible satisfaction from growing up on the streets and having nothing to then you get to the point to where you don't have to worry about the rent. You don't have to worry about the lease. You don't have to worry about the food on the plate. There's certain joy and peace that comes in life. And then all of a sudden now you're making more money than you need. And you just start adding more misery to your life because now you want a bigger boat. You want a nice, blah, blah, fucking blah. So very interesting.
Mr. Krenville. Yeah.
Right.
And I do have to do one interruption. I was not originally going to acknowledge this super chat for obvious reasons. Manor, you be good tonight or I will just boot you the fuck out. I won't even wait for anyone to send money. But Tim says, I feel bad for what happened. This is pathetic. Go back to Andrew and ask him to free you from this misery. I'm sorry, Tim, but I will not go back to anyone, nor will I beg for anyone to be a panelist on my show. They either want to be here or they don't. And I also do not enjoy people who lie and say terrible things about me and yada, yada, yada. I have no incentive to whatsoever make any kind of nice. However, I'm very grateful for your kindness in the chat. Your comments a little off-colored, but whatever, we'll take it, especially because you sent it with money. But thank you. I appreciate that. And everyone, please feel free to send tomatoes in the chat because that is my favorite color on the screen, and we will not negate that fact. So shout out to Tim. All right.
Nice job not screaming into the camera like a lunatic for months.
I want to also say I have to step away for just a moment Ben, if I could leave you in charge of everyone, you know how I operate. Everyone, thank you also, everyone, for joining. I see a lot of new faces here. It's very exciting. You are currently over at the Gauntlet now, where shit gets crazy. That's probably why Mana Reports is here.
Thunderdome!
My rules of the road are, as long as you mind TOS and you stay within TOS and don't say things that shouldn't be on this screen, or you don't show your dick or things like that, we're all going to sit here and have some fun. I'm
sure
all
I
for it.
broke TOS about 700 times today before I rated you.
And you did it all before you got here, so you got it all out of your system. Now, however, the chat also gets to play. They can boot you off of this panel. They can bring you back off on this panel. They have the rules of the road here, and they know that I acknowledge it, especially when they do things like what Tim is doing right now and sending money. I love it when people use their voices with money, and they can use that here. I do also want to add, gentlemen, you are welcome to dual stream to your own channels. There's a button in the top right corner. It says stream this to your audience. Please feel free to hit that and get your points, get your credit, show everyone you're here. We love that, and feel free to clip away. As long as you're here, you're welcome to take that stuff. So shout out to you again, Tim, for another 10 towards the goal, and 10 towards the goal. And Tim says for another for the goal. Tim, I'm so confused. I don't know if you love us or hate us here, but we will gladly oblige. All right, I'm stepping away for a moment. Ben is in charge. It is now officially open discussion. You can all chime in. Mana Reports, be good, please. Thank you.
If I do remember, it was the Wilson Tard that ran away. Just saying.
That's right, because they can't handle the heat.
He ran away from the panel verse. He saw the panel verse on the other side of the field, and he was like, ah!
That's because this panel verse queen rules rightfully. Scott, I'll hand it to you, sir. Open us up. I know you had some thoughts. Go ahead, chime in.
Hey, just real good debate tonight, man. Really proud of you, Objective Ethics, man. You did a really good job, though.
Hey, can I say something? When Sarah's not here, holy shit, I'm like mogging the shit out of this panel. What the fuck? That's crazy. Y'all are getting
I appreciate the kind words, brother.
I'm mogging the shit out of this panel when she's not here.
Clay and Balderson, did you see that Mike guy had the cuckable mug?
I didn't.
Yes, I did. I just didn't want to interrupt. I was
Damn it.
Does that guy? He had a cover for it and a straw and everything.
Damn
like
it.
A sippy cup.
I quit watching when he cleaned his wrapper with his napkin because he was showing off eating, and he spilled some sauce on the wrapper and then wiped the wrapper. And I was trying so hard not to interrupt and go, "Did you just wipe the wrapper?" And
I was 100% Team Michael until he started talking about screenplays, and the other guy was like, "The fuck you talking about screenplays?" I just referenced it once. He's like, "Screenplays."
I think he might knew about his maybe because he did something in regards to the writing, so that's why I think he was saying something about it.
I think he might have.
If you guys want to wait just 1 second, we got a whole bunch of super chats jumping in. We have one from Diddy Booty Jackson. This is for a pair of Sarah's tiny little G-strings. That's very nice.
That is nice. I do like thinking about her G-strings in that picture that I've showed on my channel a lot.
You know she's naked under there.
Oh, yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, she is naked under her clothes. That is a fact.
I know. How dare she?
Predatory behavior.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Then Tim Jipping came in again. Feeling like a stud tonight, and he says, "Sarah, boot whoever you want." And I imagine we'll inform her of that when she comes back. Diddy Booty Jackson threw in again. Says, "This is for Sarah to spit in my mouth. Probably, hopefully, while she's wearing one of them tiny G-strings."
That better be 5 figures at least, buddy boy. She ain't cheap.
Yeah, that's high. That's high quality.
She will do it for 5. I bet you 10K. She would do that.
The badass fourth wise man says, "Towards the goal." Definitely going to keep us rolling into the degenerate hour, gentlemen. And Diddy Booty Jackson sent $2 for Balderson's cocaine habit. I greatly appreciate that. And have it out, guys. Get it.
I mean, who here actually believes in subjective morality? I mean,
we also have a new member.
Who here is the dumbest one in the room? Who here is the dumbest one in the room? Raise your hand.
You are.
Who the fuck
I don't
believes in
understand the
subjective
question. Can
morality?
you repeat the question 17
How could
times?
you possibly ever prove objective morality? It's
Wait,
impossible.
hey, Balderson, can we see that bald spot real quick?
It's the whole head.
Why do you want to see his nuts?
That's amazing, bro. That's amazing.
Why do you want to see Balderson's nuts?
My hair might, about the time my oldest daughter
That's
got
incredible, man.
pregnant with my first grandchild,
Wow.
then my hair all migrated from the top of my head down to my chin.
Does that
Wow,
get
that's
you
incredible,
excited?
man. Wow. So yeah, so let me explain something. Do you understand when you say subjective morality, you're creating a logical contradiction? Game over. I mean, this.
You understand that you have created a logical misunderstanding where you're trying to create an objective into a subjective.
No problem. We'll attack objective morality
You
in a
don't
second. But
understand
let
the
me
word.
finish attacking subjective morality. Will you allow me to do that?
Do you
Respond to a
understand?
couple of my
Do
attacks.
you understand the definition of objective?
That's fine. Me and you, we're gonna jump into objective morality in a second, okay? I want to talk to you about your bald spot, and then I want that whole head,
Well,
man. And I
objectively,
also
I
want to
am
explain
bald.
to you
That is objective.
Oh yeah, and I also that's completely objective. But there's a singular value to your head. It's bald. But anyways, so
you apparently think it's fun. My wife
can
thinks
it
it's
shine?
fun.
Does it
That's just
shine?
the objective part.
Like what time of the day does it start shining the most? Like is it by 12?
I'm super white, bro, so I shine all day and all night.
Even if you put like
I have to
Vaseline
sleep with my clothes on, so my wife doesn't get kept up all night.
Some women like bald head.
You have to put Vaseline on the top of your head in the winter because it starts to chaff off.
No, I live in California now, so it doesn't.
Okay, we learn something new every day. So when you say the word subjective morality, you are creating a logical contradiction, and I'll explain here very quickly, my brother Balderson.
Please
For example, when you make the claim that there is no objective moral values, there's subjective moral values only, and they are true to the subjective interpreter, which is the human being that's making the evaluation, then you're creating a logical contradiction because you're saying subjective, whatever is subjectively more immoral to me, and it's true, it's also subjectively immoral to somebody else, and it's also true. That means you're creating a logical contradiction. You're making P and not P equal to each other. It's impossible.
P is P.
Objective is a fact.
When you say subjectively, it's immoral to step on frogs.
How you feel about
let me make the example. Let me give you the example.
Shush. You said your dumb thing. Now I get to talk. So, objective is a fact. It doesn't. Objective specifically does not include your feelers, which is good and bad. Objective is it's 95 degrees. That's objective. Guess what? Nobody argues with that. They look at the thermostat and go, "Oh, it's 95 degrees."
And why are you talking to something that has nothing to do with what I just mentioned? Why are you running away from the debate?
Whether that's hot, cold, comfortable, awesome, good, bad, that's all subjective.
We can talk about this after we're done with
this. Is that hard fact?
Have you ever debated before? Have you ever debated?
If I chime in, gentlemen,
one at a time. And objective ethics.
I'm going to start losing my hair.
Hold on, Menard. Objective ethics is the spotlight guest. He gets priority one at a time, gentlemen.
I mean, is anybody going to respond to my claim that subjective morality is a logical contradiction?
Ethics?
You're confused there. It's a contradiction.
Man, hold on.
And I agree that it does create a logical contradiction. I actually wanted to. I think that Balderson, you actually brought this up earlier, and I didn't get a chance to address it because I'd stepped away. I dropped myself from the thing. What the fuck I did? I don't know. But ultimately there is a logical contradiction, but it's an internal logical contradiction, as in P not P, right? So the second law of logic, the logical contradictions, it's internal. So the value system that you place on a specific action or a specific phenomenon, whatever you want to call it, quality, this is where you come up with the logical contradiction. So I use that argument in my opening argument is for premise number 3, subjective morality leads to logical contradictions. How does subjective morality lead to logical contradictions? The slave owner values his own freedom and well-being. Therefore, it is a logical contradiction to say he is morally justified in taking away the same freedom and well-being which he values himself away from another person. He can do it, but he cannot justify it epistemically using his own standards of values. So the contradiction is within his own internal system of values.
Yeah, see, that's what my claim would be a little bit different then, because it's a logical contradiction, as in whenever they make a claim, they're saying it's true. They're also making the counterclaim at the same time, because morality is subjective.
Exactly.
So it's
I can explain how
your argument actually just a little bit.
I can explain how it's not a contradiction, because when one agent says something's wrong, the wrongness is indexed to them. So if we say something like torturing babies unnecessarily is wrong, so wrong would mean there is that agent has a preference against that. Another person says that that's good, so the preference would be indexed to them. That's not a contradiction.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, but you're claiming that they are still true.
No, I understand the objection, but the problem is
you're
claiming that in them holding the contradictory. You're claiming in them holding the contradictory moral claim, they are still accurate and true.
But by true, true is indexed. True is indexed to that agent, right?
Do you see where the contradiction is appearing?
It's indexed. Give the P and not P again. I can walk you through this. It's very simple.
But do you understand what's happening? You're
the P and not P
that
again.
They are. If you did not say they are also accurate, you would not be making a contradiction.
The P and not P is that freedom and well-being is either valuable or not valuable at the same time.
I wanted to see if Bionic, you looked like you wanted to chime something in there. I wanted to give you the opportunity.
I just want to make a clarifying sentence here, and maybe this will help. When I say something is morally wrong, I'm making an appeal. I'm making an argument. I'm trying to be persuasive. I'm not making a declaration of truth. And in so much as I'm saying kicking puppies is bad, I'm not saying that objectively. I'm saying that hoping that others will see it that way as well and not kick babies.
But when you say there is no true objective moral value to things, there's only subjective moral values, you're making a claim that all these subjective moral values are true. Because or are you making a distinction, and how are you making that distinction?
It's very simple. It's very simple.
Because it is disagreeing with me.
It's very simple. I can explain it again.
I feel like you didn't hear what I just said. Can you
go ahead,
what I said? Menard,
well, listen to me. If there is no objective moral value, that means all subjective moral values are true. That means
what's making them true?
That means
what's making them true?
Moral values are going to be true.
My question is
how
simple.
can it be moral to hurt the dog and moral to hurt at the same time?
Manor. Hold on, just a second. Manor, try to take turns here. I know you're excited. You get so excited. I love seeing how excited you are. It's embracing it.
I haven't been here.
You're embracing the passion, I
haven't seen you
here when they were talking about your underwear, sister.
I heard it. Yeah. But we want to be mindful that there's 10 people on
Sorry,
here.
I'm
Okay,
excited.
so I know you are. Brandon, can you? I'm trying to turn your mic down on my end. It's coming in like it's like really hot on yours.
Oh, sorry.
And there's a bunch of
reverb
members.
I'll try to turn it down.
And let me maybe. I'm going to let Bionic go ahead and go. Actually, just go ahead and then I'll do some super chats.
Yes, Sarah. He said the last chat. He said you don't have to read them. He's just trying to get messages through to you.
Oh no, we're going to totally read them.
All right,
go ahead,
sure.
Bionic.
So Menard, I'm going to ask a quick request.
Mm-hmm.
Take a second to absorb what people say, and actually analyze what they just said, because what you just said is as if I said nothing. So just take a second. That's all I'm going to ask.
I heard what you said, and I still thought it was logical what he said.
And what I'm pointing out is when somebody says we'll use the kicking puppies example. If I say kicking puppies is bad, all that means is I have a preference against kicking puppies. And it's true that I have a preference against kicking puppies. If you say, well, I think kicking puppies is good, all that statement means is that you have a preference for kicking puppies. Are those two propositions contradictory, that you have a preference that's different than mine? Is that contradictory?
Yes, because yes, once we make a claim
They
that
are
they're
not.
both
I'm so
accurate,
confused.
once we make a claim they're both accurate because they're based on my preferences, and my preferences make them accurate because morality is subjective, then it becomes a contradiction immediately.
Yeah, give the contradiction then. Give the contradiction using the preference language.
He's saying kicking puppies is bad, even if someone enjoys it, approves of it, sees no problem with it. This means it is really wrong. It ought not to be
Exactly.
done.
There's
Anyone
an
who
objective
does it,
moral value.
Well, that's a pivot. That's a pivot. We're not talking about objective morality right now. That's a pivot.
Okay, but
right?
I'm
We're
telling you-
talking
I'm
about a
telling you-
contradiction. You're saying there's a contradiction with
Yeah, but
subjectivism.
you're
So
trying to run
use the preference language. Hold on. Use the
Yeah, that's what
preference
I'm saying.
language
You're trying to run away with the preference language.
Yeah, give the P and not P. It's your claim.
Yeah, but all preference means is it's my truth. So to you, that is the truth, right?
Give the
Preference
P
is
and
the
not
truth.
P using the
Calm
preference
down,
language.
Calm down. To you, preference
Don't
means
dodge.
it is true, right? It
he's
is true
making an
to you, right?
objective claim.
That is what preference is, right? Because
No.
when I use my objective moral value, I'm talking about truth values, true value judgments, true value evaluations. That's what I talk about. So if you're talking about your preferences, that means they're true to you.
I'm still not hearing the P and not P using the preference language.
But this is what he wants me to. He's forcing me to.
He
bring
may
this
not
back
be
to-
doing it.
I'm
He's trying-
forcing
yeah,
you
he
to
wants-
actually.
he wants to do
I'm forcing you
preferences are
to
mind
demonstrate your
dependent.
claim. That's right.
Yeah, because references are mind dependent and they
He's
have
doing it in
zero
a different
objective
way by saying
evaluation.
it is objective.
Do you think that was a P and not P?
I want you
They can still
to
be
relate it
objective.
as best as you can to something objective. Are these preferences true?
This
to
is
you?
another dodge. Why are you still
Why?
not giving the
Why?
P and
You
not
can't
P?
clarify
Giving
that?
It's not a
give the
dodge.
P and not
Clarify if
P
these
using the
preferences are
preference
true to
language.
you. Are these preferences true to you? And then I'll
That's a
use that word.
question. That's a question. Give the P and not P using the preference language.
I'm asking a clarifying question so I can make the claim.
Do you not know what preference
these
means? What
preferences-
word do you not understand?
Are they true to you? Concede that.
That's irrelevant.
I'm asking you. It's important.
Are you
so I
going
can make the claim.
to are you going to justify your claim, or are you going
I
to keep
will
dodging?
once you answer
They
that
need a room.
clarifying question.
Okay, so
Are
you're
these
just going to
preferences-
you're going to continue to ask
Like
me
a flat
questions
earther. He was. It's
instead
my
of
mic
actually.
working. It is not working.
Yeah,
Check,
go ahead,
check.
Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
All
Yeah,
right.
we
I
got
believe
you.
I have.
Why
I
running
believe
away?
I have-
You see how
pardon me,
you
You're
pardon
good,
me,
Joe.
pardon me for a
Okay,
moment,
okay, okay.
gentlemen. I
This is
know
empty
there's
rhetoric.
no way you can't hear
No,
me.
that's
I'm
crazy.
not muted. I know my volume's up high enough, and if for any reason you can't hear me, please feel free to let me know. Tim says Sarah's choice to boot. I'm going to boot the panel squatters. Near, I'm going to go ahead and pop you backstage. We got Dusty coming up. Welcome back, my friend. Nice to have you here. By the way,
Thank
we are like the
Jesus.
power.
Or
We
Judas
are
or
like
something.
the power team of the panelverse. By the way, if you didn't get that, and I'm actually going to take some time to.
Go.
I'm actually going to take some time to run through some of the super chats. Tim, I'm going to hold on to this other boot from earlier. I'm going to let that sit in my back pocket because I have a feeling I'm going to
I got
need
something
it
else for
here
your
soon.
back pocket.
No, you do not. Fourth
You
Wiseman
can hold on to it, too.
submitting towards the goal. We love that. Harmon Walker getting his new membership. I thought you had a membership over here. Oh, wait, it's Gauntlet. Never mind. Congratulations,
Harm?
my friend. Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says towards the goal, Balderson's portion. So that's a goal over on Balderson's side. Ben, did you want to say anything to Fourth?
We appreciate it so much, brother, and we always appreciate hearing your comments too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
You bet.
I like
And
seeing
Tim's-
I like seeing Balder's sister come in or wife come in and kiss him on that head. Everybody's giving him a hard time about being bald, and she came and showed him the love on that. I love that.
Aww.
Where is the love?
We love Mr. and Mrs. Balderson. Tim says, don't be confused, Sarah. I'm not from the Crucible. I listen to Andrew regularly. I support him, but I supported you two a lot. Has been a while, so here you go. Maybe your regular name's a different name, and then I'll recognize it or something. But the @ one is throwing me off. But we're glad you're here. Oh, look, Ben got a dono. That's crazy, but it is my favorite color, and I wanted to see it on screen. So there you go. I had to give it to someone else but myself, or else that would have been fucking weird. Tim also dropping in my second favorite color up on the screen with the big 50. We love that here. Keep it going. We love you. We love you. We love you. Tomatoes in the chat for Tim because he's definitely hit the goal and then some. This was the boot we utilized. And then Tim says, okay, now it's my choice. Man or gone. Manor, I'm going to put you back in line backstage. Enjoy your timeout. Phoenix 2A. Aren't you over on Twitter? I think we tried to get you in on a debate. Actually, I do have a debate prompt you might like. Message me because I have one. Message me to remind me because I might actually have a good one for you. I think you would want to pick up. And the fourth Wiseman come in. Last one says, if you get your kicks from causing suffering to anything, then let me remind you the word karma is applicable to continuing on path. Maiming others inevitably shall do you no good. Somebody give me the dumb version of that.
Yeah, I'm actually not a religious person, but I actually do think that there's a good argument to be made for karma and reincarnation when it comes to morality and virtue and everything else. That yeah, there's a good argument to be made for that. Karma, I do believe. I mean, what do they say? You make your bed, you sleep in it, right?
Yeah, you reap what you sow.
What if you just get your kicks from being causing suffering to some people, but it's not anybody?
What if you're a person that fights dogs and you don't see harming a dog as a bad thing?
The general idea of karma is that what you do in this lifetime resonates.
Like what Sarah's doing with us.
That you're a shithead now, that the repercussions for that's going to come later.
Wait, are we dogs or are we?
Why do all these men willingly submit themselves to you, Sarah? Is it because you're hot?
Oops. Oh,
That's subjective.
Wait, what was? I'm sorry. What was the question?
It wasn't. Didn't need to be answered.
Okay.
They do it willingly.
Right. Actually, I feel like this is actually kind of leading to what I was trying to say earlier. Is like there's a lead towards what we would hope is an objective morality. Like I still lean on subjective morality, but like if you are continuing to do what most of society would think is bad, isn't that at some point we call you insane? We call you an idiot. We call you stupid. That term for someone who just doesn't understand, decency. So that would be kind of where I would.
You're saying that that's at least a little evidence that that morality is objective, I think is what you're saying. And I wouldn't get rid of it. I wouldn't say that there is no chance that morality is objective. There is a chance. And like Dude was saying, I think you guys were talking about the beat your dog scenario or something. If one dude says it's okay to do it and the other dude, if morality is objective, one of these guys could be objectively right. The other could be objectively wrong, even though he feels or thinks a different way and he doesn't know any better.
Is Michael still in somebody's stereo?
No, he's cleaning out his garage. He mentioned this earlier in a super chat.
Yeah, where the fuck is he in shorts and a t-shirt? That's bullshit.
Yeah, why are you wearing shorts and a t-shirt?
He's in Florida.
Or are you in Florida?
Gonna break out the bowling trophies. Here's the bowling trophies.
California?
Everybody got one of those. We're from the same generation. Oh, I know where he's at. Yeah, we're from the same generation. Everybody got one of those.
Yep, it was great.
Get out of here with
Powerful
that.
motivation.
Manor reports somebody just has to buy you back up, you dumb fuck. That's all. So you have to convince the chat to spend money to willingly bring you back up on panel, sir. Or they have to pay to boot, or somebody else has to be more annoying that they have to boot them to get you back up.
Man,
that's not likely. That's not going to happen.
Going spot for printed coins. That's crazy.
Yeah, that guy does excel at what he does.
All right, go ahead, Brandon.
All right. I'll just point out subjectivism doesn't entail a contradiction. Once you replace good and bad with what people usually mean when they're subjectivists, which is preferences, I don't think anybody here would say it's contradictory for me to want ice cream, or for me to want vanilla ice cream, and for you to want chocolate ice cream. That's clearly not a contradiction. That's what he's doing with morality when he's saying that there's a contradiction entailed by subjectivism. It's silly. It's low tier.
Equivocation fallacy.
Well, Clay brought
equivocation. That's right.
Clay actually made that case earlier, and that's actually when I was arguing with Mark. He had asked that, why would somebody that views morality objectively cause a problem like the Dark Ages? Well, Clay had demonstrated that problem perfectly. The whole reason that you have to make your morality objective is so that way you can be the good guy. And now that you're the good guy and there's no other way, now you can do what you want. In Clay's example, he said people that didn't believe in his morality are crazy people. Well, those are obviously a subhuman person that doesn't deserve to be around. We should do something with them because they're a problem. Well, this is how you have the Dark Ages. You don't take other people's experiences and the way they live into an understanding. A good example for me is like 2A. I understand when people in the city say the only reason you would have a semi-automatic rifle is because you plan on attacking a human. Well, in their world, the only reason they would do that is because a human is attacking them. In no other way would they ever need one, in their opinion. Now, in my world, I farm out in the mountains. I have mountain lions, bears, you name it. A mountain lion attacking your herd is not real easy to hit at night, and they're rather quick and agile. So being able to fire off a few extra rounds in a short time is kind of important to me. And so in my world, that makes absolute sense. So I can understand where both these exist, and I have the ability to realize a world where they can both coexist, that they can have it their way in the city and I can have it my way in the country. And the problem is when one side decides their way is the only way, no matter how anybody else sees it. And that
when the people in the city want to chop down all the fucking trees and the country's not there anymore because they got to build their power plants and build their factories and everything else.
Oh, went a little hyperbolic, did you?
I mean,
I'm from New York City. I'm feeling a little
by the way. Power plants and factories are a good thing.
Well, I like that, Balderson. No, you actually kind of hit on to why I actually lean subjective. Is because there are different types of societies, right? So because essentially with objective morality, it leans on society, one society. But the reality is that there are multiple societies, multiple cultures. And when those cultures clash, then people are screaming about, their quote unquote objective morality. Well, at that point in time, the only objective morality that I could lean on would be God, which again, I like Dusty's take. Agnosticism is the only true answer. If you're going to go with right or true, that doesn't change my belief, right? But at the same time, I'm looking at it from a realist perspective. I have to go with subjective because we as human beings only have our own mind to look through.
But by the way, I also sometimes feel people use morality interchangeably with things like effectively, right? Because like if I talk about like, should you beat your kids? Sometimes a person can say you should because that discipline is required to make better citizens or whatever. And then someone else will say, no, you should not beat your kids because that's imposing on their morality and whatever. So I guess the question then becomes is what is the ultimate goal? What are you seeking to accomplish by, let's say, inflicting pain on your kid? And two, is hurting you as corporal punishment more effective? So again, I'm the king of context here because I think a lot of times when we talk about morality, it gets muddied up by different people having different objectives, but also people confusing efficiency or data versus emotions and all that stuff. And
what do you think? What do you think about moral qualifiers? Because like the trolley problem, for example, right? Like you got the trolley. Everybody knows the fucking trolley problem. So are there moral qualifiers? Like you could say both situations, track A, track B, are both immoral, but we can justify consequentialism essentially. What do you think about that?
I mean, to be honest, and I think that makes an argument for objectivity because I will also say role and scope is also going to make a difference. Like I think if you have the context of like if you know the people or if your personal moral says that we're going to save more people, then you're going to switch it one place versus the other. Once you try to legislate that as a detached legislator, or if you're trying to make it company policy, that might be a different conversation.
No, that's from the subjective view. But what about consequentialism? Yeah. What about like literally like so the person on the one track is somebody who is in their middle ages and is a cancer researcher and is probably going to likely come out with the next cure for cancer. And on the 5 people on the other track are a bunch of old degenerates, criminals, murderers. So consequentialism. So how does that factor into your?
Everybody is a consequentialist.
Consequentialism is seeped in subjectivity. It's relying on your perception or your analysis of the best outcome, ultimately.
Brandon, you're fake, Brandon. You're a fake loser. And
That's
you're
right.
You're
I agree with that.
All I asked
I agree with that. That's fine.
was...
No, I agree with that. That's
Can you
fine.
give me 2 minutes with him? All I
he
asked
wants
him
2 minutes
was-
with me. This is getting a
He,
little
he
sus.
wanted me to.
All right.
He forced me to use certain language that he chose. So I wanted to clarify. I asked him, "Hey, can you clarify what do you mean by this language? When you say something is my preference, does that mean this something is true to me 100%, or what does a preference mean to you?" And he
Like I
refused
want
to
something, I
clarify
desire
the answer.
something. Do you understand that language?
So if something is your preference, do you regard it as truth?
I don't know. Preferences aren't truth. Propositions
Like
are
if you
truth.
say my preference is chocolate flavor, does that mean it's true that chocolate flavor is the best thing in the world to me?
To me, that's right. It's indexed to me. That's right.
Okay. So when you say to me the truth, the value of the chocolate flavor is to me the true the best value, you're creating
I prefer
a
it,
value
right.
judgment. You're making a value judgment, and you're claiming this is a true value judgment. This chocolate, it's my preference, but my preferences are true to me, right?
No, preferences aren't true or false. Propositions are true or false.
You see why he forced me to use the word preference? Because there is no true or false to preferences. So how can there be a contradiction?
That's
if
like saying there's a
something that can
true
be
or false to rocks.
But
Is
if you
is
actually-
rock true or false? It's
So
just
when you make a
confused.
subjective
Have you
moral
read
claim-
anything?
So when you make a subjective
philosophically,
moral
or-
claim, you only rely on preferences that have no true values.
I don't know what you mean by no true values. What does that mean?
So they're all mind dependent preferences.
What do you mean by no true values?
They're just mind dependent, all of them. They're just somebody's.
What
preference.
do you mean by no true values?
You made the claim. You said there's no true value to.
I don't know what you mean. How can I claim that? What do you mean by no true values?
That means it's impossible for them to be true.
Impossible
It's
for
just somebody's
values to be
preference.
true.
It's just somebody's preference.
I don't know what you're talking about. Give me a proposition you're talking about. Propositions are true
you see
and
how
false.
confusing the word preference is, guys? So can I ask you a question
This
again?
is empty
Why did
rhetoric.
he force me?
Anybody that knows anything
He doesn't
philosophically
even know what
knows
I'm
that you are
talking
the
about.
confused one here.
He doesn't even know what I'm talking about, and I'm using the words he forced me to use, by the way, guys. So remember
Because
this.
you said no true values.
You don't know
what
what
does
it
that
means
mean?
to have a true value to the preference. You don't know what that means.
Values are not propositions. Propositions are true or false.
Values are. What do you mean propositions?
You don't know what a proposition is, yet you're having this
Why do
debate.
values have to be propositions?
You don't know what a... Okay, so here, I'll explain it to you. A proposition is an expression that can be true or false, like the sky is blue. That can be true or false. If you say something like camera is not a proposition. It cannot be true or false. If you say I have a camera, that can be true or false. That's a proposition. Does that make it clear? Do you know what a proposition is now?
When you make a
Do you know what a
subjective-
proposition is now?
When you make a subjective
Do you
claim-
know what a proposition is now?
Okay.
Yes,
calm down.
no?
Calm down. Calm down.
Yes,
what's
no?
happening with you? Why are you getting agitated?
Are you okay? Are you going to answer the question?
Do you know how to debate?
I know how to debate, and it seems
Is
like
the-
you're getting
is the debate
destroyed right
about
now. Do you know what a
proposition-
proposition is
about
now?
what
Yes or no?
Is the debate is what a
Yes or no? I just want to make sure you're clear on the language because
Okay,
you don't know
why
what
did
you're
you
acting
bring
like.
up
I don't know what preference means. I don't know what proposition means. Do you know what a proposition is now?
Oh yeah. Whenever you're done, let me know.
Yes or no? That's all. That's all it takes, and you can ask your question. Do you know what a proposition is now?
Just let me know whenever you're done, bro.
Oh, he's getting nervous. Do you know what a proposition is now? Stun locked. Okay.
All right. So now
Go
you're
ahead.
done.
Ask your
Okay.
question. I think.
All right,
I think
so
the
now
point's
he's
clear.
done, guys. So now he's done. So you forced me to try to make a claim about the subjective morality and related to preferences. I don't know what preferences are. There is no true values to preferences. I don't know what. I don't give a fuck what your preference.
You don't know what a
is.
preference is?
When you make a subjective claim, you're making a mind-dependent claim that has zero true value. There is no true value to that claim. Do you agree?
What do you mean, no true value?
It's impossible to have like an actual. There's nothing there to test.
There's nothing
Like when
there
you
to test.
when you say chocolate is the best flavor, there's nothing
Mhm.
there for me to test you on.
You can ask me if I like chocolate.
Yeah, but that's
like,
it.
What are you
And
saying?
then you're just gonna say again, I do, based on your mind dependence.
Okay.
And your preference.
That's usually how like normal conversations work. Hey, do you like that?
Do you think,
no,
do you think
yes,
that's a
and
test?
you take their
And
word
do you
for
think
it.
that's a test? Is to accept the evaluation?
I didn't
again
say it was
from
a
this-
test.
Okay.
That's
so
how
I
I'd
can't-
answer that
I
question,
can't test
though.
preferences. I can't test preferences. They don't have true values. You understand?
Why that doesn't follow?
It doesn't, bro. Listen to me. When
Just because you can't test something doesn't mean the proposition
when
in
you
question
say
isn't
my-
true.
When you say my preference is mind dependent, or
You just walk right past that, right?
when you say my preference is
Mm-hmm.
mind dependent to me, it's impossible for it to have a true value judgment. Do you understand that?
I don't know what you mean by
There is
true value
nothing to
judgment. It is
measure.
true I have
There
that
is nothing
preference.
to measure. The claim that the chocolate is the best flavor
You're so
according
confused.
to my preference has nothing to measure. There's no truth. There's no value to it. You could be
I don't know
lying.
what you
and
mean when you-
nobody. You could be lying.
Are you
and I
saying
would
it's
never
not
be able
mind
to know.
independently true? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there is no objective value to it that is physical that I could look at and measure.
Yeah, if you're
It's
talking to a
mind-dependent to
subjectivist,
you.
obviously they're not going to accept that objective morality is true. You're just begging the question against the subjectivist.
Okay. But a preference has no true value. So when you make, when you say my preference is my subjective
You keep
moral,
using that phrase. I don't know what it means.
What phrase?
No true value. What are you saying when you say
Holy
that?
shit, you still don't understand.
Does
what I'm
anybody else
saying?
know what he means by that when he says a preference has no true value? Does anybody else know what he means?
I think that he's trying to say
He
that
doesn't
value
really
isn't
understand what he's
subjective
saying.
somehow.
Yeah,
Right.
that just sounds like
When you-
gibberish.
when
I
you
don't know.
say-
What
when
that
you
means.
say-
Like your, like maybe your preference doesn't necessarily equal truth.
You cannot test his preference. Can you
Yes,
test
you
his preference?
can. What?
How?
No, you absolutely can. So chocolate ice cream being his favorite ice cream.
I'll test it. Brandon,
Test it.
do you like chocolate ice cream?
That's it. That's his test.
Sometimes,
Just
yeah,
ask the
sometimes.
evaluator again.
Well, no. Even so, physically, if he eats chocolate ice cream more than vanilla ice cream, you can pretty much bet. I mean, it's a pretty sure bet that chocolate ice cream is his favorite ice cream.
But he used the word value, right? That's the operative word in what he said. Unless I'm stupid. So that means that value is not subjective? Because I think it is.
It really is.
Yeah, I don't know what objective value
He
even
tries to
means.
people try to break down language, but then they leave out the breakdown of the breakdown.
Okay.
And
Values.
then they just get lost in the nuance that they're trying to rationalize value not being subjective, but it always
Speaking
will
of
be.
value, this is definitely not subjective whatsoever. When you put a red dono on my screen, I get really excited and I start getting happy and smile more, especially. I do want to take a moment to apologize to Harmon Walker. I missed your Cash App when it came in. I didn't see it on my phone. I wasn't thinking to check there. But Dusty had gotten brought up already. I think Tim brought him up, or someone else, or maybe it was Jason. Somebody brought Dusty up. So I will give you back the credit, Harmon. If you want to utilize that later to boot somebody else, I will respect it and acknowledge it. Just tag me in the
Boot
chat.
Sarah
please.
for fucking up.
I will boot myself. But shout out to Tim for throwing another big hundo on the screen. Holy shit, Tim, I think whatever your feelings are right now, I'm enjoying them thoroughly. So keep feeling whatever you're feeling. We're all over here excited. Tomatoes in the chat, please. I'm going to leave that on the screen. All right, I'll hand it back to Brandon because I want. Oh, thank you, Harmon. That's so thoughtful of you. Brandon, I think maybe some explanation is needed.
Before you do, can I point something out? He said
One second, guys. Diddy Booty Jackson, you go over to the Raging Tomato channel and you donate $10.
No, he can do it on your side. He can do it on your side. He can do it on your side.
Absolutely. Just donate $10 and that person is rotated out.
Yeah, Sarah, I just want to point out because I've been chatting with Tim, and he stated at one point there that Andrew won't talk to him because he tried to make a suggestion, and then Andrew was a dick to him. So, like,
What was the suggestion?
Who knows? But the thing is like people over here will actually engage with you and care about the people in their crowd. I've heard that exact same story from at least 6 or more people that have come over here and offline said the exact same thing, that like they try to like have a conversation with them and he treats them like trash. So these guys don't treat you like that. That they're the reason I came out of retirement. Anyway, go ahead.
Aw. Go ahead, Brandon.
All right. I'll say this quickly. If he, I'll say this. I don't know what an objective value would mean, because that, to me, that sounds like saying a mind-independent thought or a mind-independent preference, and to me that just sounds like gibberish.
Let me explain. When you say something is subjectively moral, what does that mean to you?
Immoral or moral?
Whatever it is, when you make a value or that something is moral or immoral, what does that mean to you subjectively?
I have a preference for or against it.
What does it mean to have a preference for something or against it? What does that mean to you?
I don't know if I can give you like a deep analysis of preference,
Yes, you
but
need to.
do
Yes,
you
you
do you
need.
want
I'm
me to
testing
do you
you.
want
I'm testing you right now.
Yeah, do you want me to answer that question?
Yes, you need to give me a very deep
Okay.
and concise
Okay. So
answer.
in that statement I just said, do
When
you want me
make
to
a
answer
moral
that
value
question?
that is
Yeah.
subjective,
I'm
when you make a moral
demonstrating the
value
point.
that's subjective,
I'm going to
what does
demonstrate
it
the
mean
point. I
to you?
promise. When I ask you just now, do you want me to tell you what a preference is? Want there is a type of preference. So it seems like you have the concept by answering the question.
So when I ask you, when you make a subjective moral value claim and you say this is a subjective moral or immoral value claim that to me is moral or immoral, what does that mean to you that it's my preference? What does that mean to you?
There's nothing more to say. It's either I have a preference for or against something. That's all those words mean.
Fucking embarrassing. This is fucking.
It is.
That's not a critique. That's not a critique.
Sarah, let me finish.
Finish your thought fast.
Thank you. So that means whenever he says something subjectively moral, something subjectively immoral, it literally has no value. He doesn't know what the fuck he's saying. He can't even derive anything. He's
There's
just
that
saying,
phrase
"This is
again."
my preference. Something is subjectively moral according to my preference. Who gives a fuck about your preference, you bald piece of shit, bitch?
You're getting mogged by a bald guy. You're getting mogged by a bald guy.
It's just incoherent.
Hey, shout out to Michael Hash.
There's no epistemic justification for it.
Michael
No, I agree with that guy
and
now.
says, thanks for organizing all this, by the way. Fun stuff. Absolutely, Michael. You can be here on open panels every Monday and Thursday evening. And then the debates, those are, they are, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, they happen when they happen, but usually on the weekends. But yeah, we'd love to have you on for more. That's really exciting. You're most welcome. All right, back to you, gentlemen.
I think where the biggest problem in that conversation came in is that he can't justify value. And so if you're going to say that you need to hold some type of because value in that you're talking about something you can weigh and measure, and you can't weigh and measure a moral. So the same would apply to objective. Where is the value? What value do you put on that? But he's just repeating Andrew Wilson's talking points and not doing it well. He hasn't actually thought this through himself. That's why it comes out so weird.
Well, the biggest critique they have isn't even a critique. It's just repeating my preferences as if that's a critique against the view. It's not.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
Well, then Andrew will try and pin down and say that because your morality is subjective, you have no claim on making your morality something that should exist. And
no,
that's absolutely not true either. That's insane. Like there's obviously he's an Orthodox Christian and tries to push the Orthodox Christian ideals as objective morality, except for there's like 1,000 other religions. And Christianity, while it might be the biggest in the world, there's more people that are not Christian than there are Christian. You can't be objective. Objective is something that's factual without a feeling. You can't
and provable.
Well,
provable, right? So, if I may too. So here's the thing. So it's appealing to a provable thing that you cannot prove. That part. Right there.
It's about the logical argument. Bringing the religion into it. I mean, I didn't hear it. Maybe I missed that, but I don't think he was talking about the Abrahamic religions. That's divine command theory.
He's following. That's backstory that you need to have objective ethics. in order to put that on. That's filling in backstory that you just don't.
Okay, fair enough. Because I would agree with you, gentlemen, that the divine command theory, any god that's anthropomorphized, once you get into a mind, which all three of the Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, which does take up over half of the world's population, by the way. It's not just Christianity. You're talking about almost 8.5 billion people in the world. Over 4 billion people account for those three religions alone. And you get into this anthropomorphized God. This God has a position. It is subjective. It's divine command theory. As long as the God has a will or a stance, it's subjective. You cannot get around that. There's no objective morality with the anthropomorphized God.
Yeah, that's the thing that he's pushing. It's I don't know if how much you've been around in the debate world yet, but Andrew Wilson's a larger figure, and that's his talking points. And
I thought you were talking about the brother that just left, who was debating with Mr. Brandon. No, yeah, Andrew Wilson's a fucking.
That's part of why he's coming off. Is because
Andrew Wilson, I'm familiar with that gentleman. I'll say the words, I don't have any appreciation for that person. I think he's a troll, and I don't know what the drama or what happened between this channel and him. I don't know. Apparently there was a division, but I think that, Sarah, you're better off without him. I watched his debate with Mark Reid. I think Jim Bob is in that same, guilt. I mean, they're just really attacking people instead of ideas. They try to steamroll or bully people. And I don't think, the debate tonight, I know that I'm not the most professional or educated person, but I think that the debate tonight was a perfect example of how you can have a reasonable debate without attacking each other, just attack the ideas themselves. And I really appreciate the response that this show got tonight. I know a lot of people that joined, a lot of them came from my channel, which I only have like 12 subscribers. And I think all 12 of them came in tonight. So I was just really shocked. But I think a lot of it was just hearing the argument without all that fucking bullshit. And Andrew Wilson is absolutely, he builds his whole reputation on that bullshit. And I agree with that. I thought you were talking about the other guy that left the room. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it was him that we were talking about, but he's taking his talking points from Andrew and regurgitating them. You're going to find, if you start hanging out in the debate world, you're going to bump into that a lot, where he's obviously, a lot of these younger men especially see that steamroll technique as something admirable, so they try to emulate it.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I wasn't going to do anything on YouTube, to be honest with you. I just started my channel here about a month or so ago because I was really sick with medical problems. I was on my couch for almost 2 years, so I got way too into YouTube. And I was watching a bunch of this stuff going on, and it is a fucking bloodbath out there. And I'm just thinking to myself, even if we disagree, at the end of the day, because I do believe in objective morality, as you guys all know, I do believe that we all have this inherent value as human beings, men, women, black, white, gay, straight, doesn't fucking matter, trans, whatever. I don't care. We're all human beings. We got to put food on the plate, coat on our backs, roof over our heads. And that's what brings us together and should bring us together. And we should also celebrate diversity, right? Like, we don't all want to agree. The world would be so stagnant. Science wouldn't progress. Art wouldn't progress. Nothing. We need people to push back and challenge our ideas and make us think harder about what we believe. So that's why I started my channel. And I think so much of what gets promoted on social media is this bloodbath bullshit, this Andrew Wilson kind of Jim Bob bullshit that fucking people are just calling each other names and baldy and fag and whatever the fucking shit is going on. And it's so, I'm so sorry, Sarah. I didn't mean to do that.
It's okay. They have a gay guy on panel. You can get away with it. I endorse this message.
We just don't need this fucking rhetoric going on. I mean, strong rhetoric is good, but just divisive rhetoric just to try and steamroll people, I do not respect it. I don't appreciate it. And I don't think there's, the fact that we promote this on social media does bother me, to be honest with you.
I think I mean, there is an entertainment factor, right? There's Rob. I will say. I apologize. Manor can come back better. Manor, give me a thumbs up backstage that you're going to bring it better. Yeah, good boy. All right. So I think there's an important piece. Like Rob Noir was correct when he said, I have a Jerry Springer show. He's not wrong. But it was entertaining and people liked it. And it brought a lot of communities together. Like sorry, Manor. Nuke has spoken. This is why I love my chat. But you know, people. The one thing that a lot of people said after this whole split thing happened was nobody's getting along anymore. And a lot of people said that I was actually a buffer for the Crucible people that allowed them to want to come discuss and actually engage with them and came at it more respectfully than they would have anywhere else, because they respected me enough to want to be respectful for them. So when you remove that well, 10th Man, you were one of many who said that, by the way. You were not the first, and you weren't even probably the fifth in line of saying that. But
I reopened my investigation called it was called the departments today, just for such occasions.
The departments, I love it. But the thing of it is like when you have a person that is able to be a bridge between communities, and then you go and blow up that bridge, you don't just do harm to that person, you do harm to all of the communities that were able to utilize that bridge. And that's probably the biggest piece about it that I think is sad, right? You know, you all came here, we got Jerry Springer, we got crazy, but we got to do that together, right? We had a place where we could all call home, and in a place where we could all have the conversations. But the Jerry Springer part is what amplified it and brought the entertainment and made people want to be here. I don't know if that helps.
Sarah, you hurt Rob's feelings.
Fuck you, Rob.
You also made Marte a gay reindeer, and he was mad. But you know what the funniest thing is? Nobody else thought that it was gay. We reviewed it. I reviewed it with a lot of independent people.
Oh, you know what, though? Probably because at the end on the credits, that reindeer,
There it is. I see it, Michael.
its name is maybe gay.
Well,
I didn't put their names on their blocks. Obviously, I'm not giving them the credit that they deserve. But I named them other things.
Okay, but you said maybe, right?
I said maybe gay. I spelled it.
He didn't say maybe gay reindeer. He said gay reindeer. So he's confirmed it.
Can you drop?
Hey, can I reply to Objective real quick?
Yeah, sure. And then
all right, so Objective, to your point about how you feel like, wait, we're trying to understand shit and nothing happening because the conversation be bad, right? Like I just found this paper I wrote 3 years ago for a 3-star admiral who was my national security professor. And I was like, yeah, our enemies are trying to destroy us. And he's like, yeah, I know. By like making us hate each other in places like this. So when I find a place where you can actually have a conversation like here, I think that is actually national security helpful so that we can talk to each other, make more purple. That's my agenda.
Michael, I got you, family. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Absolutely. And that's what I try to promote is the same exact thing. I think it's unfortunate that the drama seems to sell. Like they say, sex sells, right? I used to work in the adult industry back in the day, and I understand this concept. Sex does sell. But when you walk a higher road, when you do walk that higher path, there's so much more that you can really build as a foundation. And Sarah mentioned the bridge, and I agree with what the sister's saying. Absolutely. They moved a bridge, the London Bridge in Arizona, right? And Lake Havasu is fucking from London. I mean, you can rebuild that bridge anywhere. That bridge is still fundamental. And I think that if we really focus as a community, a worldwide community, that we can build this bridge. We don't want to all agree. We do not want that. But what we do want is to learn that there's this inherent value that every human being shares. That's all. I'm going to get off my soapbox now.
That's a good soapbox to stand on. I appreciate it.
I think it makes sense, though. Like, of the 3 coercive arguments, which one do you think is the most effective with the average person? Pathos, logos, or ethos?
So
I knew I recognized that voice.
Oh, that's the fucking whole conversation. But I'm gonna dip out to Ayn Rand and say that coercion is one of the fundamental fucking worst things you could do to people, right?
No, coercion's how we
because he had such a destiny and Rachel. When you made fun of my fat friend and I cried 4 months.
You can thank Dusty or you can thank Santa.
All it means is
my fat friend's nipples through his shirt.
I'm guessing logos probably is not always the most convincing because people don't want to go that route. Is ethos like the
ethical argument?
Ethical, and then pathos, I'm assuming that's the more emotional standpoint.
Correct. That's the
Yeah,
emotional argument.
then I would go with pathos.
Yep. Because it's
Mhm.
easiest for people to understand. Logos requires some amount of like education or research or wherewithal on your part to understand the argument. Same with ethos, whereas pathos appeals to something that's pretty primal and intrinsic to our nature. It's much easier to get people to going with a pathos argument than trying to convince them rationally through logos or ethically through ethos.
And there's defense mechanisms that fight against the logos.
Hold on, Ben was trying to go just a minute ago. I want to give him the opportunity.
As an occultist, this is the difference between esoteric and exoteric. That most people are only going to respond to exoteric, which is why most religions or mythologies are layered, where most people will just enjoy the base story and they'll remember the base story. There's always layered into it more understandings that your average person just don't give a shit about. And Sarah, there was been requests for you to put Objective Ethics YouTube channel into the chat.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely.
By the way, the only other thing I'll say is, and while we're having this kumbaya, is the only thing that makes me nervous is that when we try so hard to be accommodating and find that middle ground, that we run into like the tolerance paradox. We struggle so hard to find that kind of meet them in the middle. We end up on the far end, simply in the name of community, because I think there are some people that will actively manipulate or take advantage of openness to kind of make you all of a sudden go to places where you're on their turf all of a sudden, and maybe that's a cynicism. Well, I guess the only pushback I would have to that kind of like, hey man, we could all get along, is there's some people who are counting on that kind of permissibility to pull the Overton's window or whatever you want to call it.
Head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Head on a swivel,
Yeah.
because the reality is, you're absolutely right. So there are liars, there's cheats, there's people who will deceive. But if you live in a house, like in your family's doing that, the best idea would be to get out of that situation. It's like domestic violence situations, and people are, especially in our society, encouraged to reach out to others to find answers. But not every society is like that. And those societies who are very disgusting and go the opposite way, we really don't want to become that. And it's difficult to even find yourself in a situation where you can actually leave in certain situations. So, you're right. It's important to keep your head on a swivel.
I think that's good for like interpersonal relationships, Clay. But if we're talking about like nations that have to deal with each other, even if they don't like each other or have different values, you've got to have some way to negotiate with them. Otherwise, you're always at risk of war with them, right?
Yeah, indeed. No, absolutely. And contract law comes into play, in my opinion. Just basic, treaties. Especially with like the United States, our most valuable contract being, the Bill of Rights or the Constitution or whatever. Those things that we can look back on and say, okay, it's in black and white. This is what it says. This is what you can and can't do. The law. So. Those are the most valuable places to go to. And this is why, when it comes to a subjective morality, we get together as a society, and that it's not just one person deciding it anymore. Well, I like that idea. I don't like the idea of divine right of kings when it's a human being in charge.
But also we need to understand that just because we see that morality is subjective, that doesn't mean that your morality and somebody else's can't clash and that you can't find it offensive. Obviously, deleting people and graping people are two of the most prolific crimes in the world. And most of us would state that both those things are horrifying things that are absolutely immoral.
But there are certain places on earth that those are perfectly legitimate punishments for certain things that they see as crimes. So morality is objective to the individual if they're really low brain.
To the individual.
Well, wouldn't you have to ascribe to that morality to be able to apply that morality? Like, you would have to believe in whatever that morality.
But to that person, it's objective.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that person. Hold on. To that person, that morality is objective, but
Correct.
you have to ascribe to it first for it to even be applicable going forward. So if the decision to choose that morality is subjective.
But to them, it's not, because they had to do that.
Point of
But
history.
can't
You
say
show me
it's
where.
not. If it's objective, it's everybody.
Sarah,
If
it's true.
If it's to them, that's
Not to
subjective.
them. Yeah.
Right.
That's
rock
turns into
brain.
Objective immediately.
It becomes rock
Because
brain.
they don't have that. They don't have that higher level of thinking.
That other lady had a really good point I thought was interesting about determinism. And I never would have thought of that, because if we are, determinism is like the lack of free will. Like we're all on this, like just string that we're following,
It can
right?
be.
Like it's already going to happen.
Yeah, choice
Right.
doesn't happen in determinism.
Right.
Well, it depends
So-
on how you got hard determinism versus soft determinism.
Can
And what's
anybody
the
can
difference?
anybody define what does the word morality mean?
So soft
Like,
determinism
I don't think
allows-
we're talking about the same word.
Oh, hold on a second, Manor. Objective. What was your? I'm sorry. Hard
So
versus soft.
Hard determinism is that every decision that we make is a result of external causes, things outside of ourselves. So there's no internal cause for decision making. That's hard determinism. Soft determinism allows for a certain amount of decision making that happens within, because when a lot of our decisions come from the subconscious and our environment, which we agree in soft determinism, we agree with the hard deterministic view that our environment plays a huge role, right? Like when we're a zygote or a fetus, the chemicals that our mother takes into our body, the music, the sounds, the emotions, everything affects how our brain develops. Before we can even after we're born, our environment is outside of our will. So there can be no free will. However, how much hard determinism plays a role is we get to a point to where we can decide, do I want Cheerios or Raisin Bran for breakfast, right? So there is a certain amount of choices that we can make. That's soft determinism, that we have a certain amount of control here.
So here, can I ask a question to objective here? Have you ever made the clear, concise distinction of what is ethics to these people? Like, why is ethics? Why are you even believing objective ethics, for example? What does ethics represent to these people? Earlier we saw that Brandon, ethics to him were literally whatever he preferenced. It had no relation to his society, no relation to any value judgments. It was just whatever he.
No relation applies to you.
No appeal to any foundation behind him, no scriptures, nothing. It was just whatever he watched in a movie. Now this is the subjective moral compass to him. So I don't think these people even know what is morality. They don't understand that ethics are the value judgments that we put on actions in reference to their to the detriment or the benefit that they give to the individual or the society that the individual is in.
No, Manor, I agree.
They don't understand that.
No, I do agree. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your question clearly.
No, that's the definition of ethics. That's the definition of what is morality. It is a value judgment, a measurement.
Because we can't do anything without definition.
Make sure that our language is clear here.
So what is morality?
So you asked me the question directly.
We have to have the definition.
We have to agree on something.
You asked me. I just want to make sure that our language is the same, because definitions are very important. So I name myself objective ethics because I thought there was a difference between ethics and morality, and I had a misunderstanding of. So I was trying to bring everybody together to this objective view of, hey, we can ultimately agree on ethics, and our morality is the subjective way we try to reach these objective ethics, right? I've come to, in studying philosophy, realize that these terms are really synonymous. So I no longer separate ethics and morality. So you use both ethics and morality. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah,
that we're talking about the same thing, right? Like not ethics over here and morality over here.
I have a clarifying question.
Right?
Yes, but they don't know. They don't. When you say something is ethics, they don't understand what you're saying.
I'm absolutely picking up what you're putting down earlier with the conversation. In fact, I left a few comments in the chat. I felt like you were really grounding it down to consequence and to definition of, we have a value judgment. We have a truth statement that we are making. We are making an internal truth statement. And if we vary from an internal view, which is one of the arguments I made in the debate, which is the logical contradiction comes from the internal view of the value. So I based my argument on that particular stance. Is the value is on freedom and well-being, right? We need our freedom and well-being to accomplish any of our goals. We need this. That's a fundamental. It's a prerequisite, right? So if we don't have our freedom and well-being, we cannot accomplish our goals. So we have an internal value of our freedom and well-being. So if we take away other people's freedom and well-being, we have a contradiction based on our own internal value. It doesn't matter what subjectively we can say, well, my freedom and well-being versus their freedom. Well, now we have an epistemic.
But according to objective ethics, there are obligations and duties. There is ways where you have to remove your free will. So you have to concede that this is something that happens to these people. We have to surrender our free will in protection of our family and in protection of
that. But that is a choice. But we're not. But we are making
the choice. It's an obligation. When you're married, you're obligated to provide for your wife. It's not a choice.
We have to have our freedom and well-being to make that obligation or to make that commitment, make that choice.
There is no necessity for freedom of well-being. Why? Why is that necessary for you to exist?
Because it's linked to agency. So we are more
autonomy.
Take action. But you're presupposing that.
No, this is who we are as human beings. We as human beings, we are agents. We set goals and take actions.
But you can still exist as a human being, even as a slave. Like you would still be able to.
You cannot set goals and take actions. You're still an agent, right? You want to set goals and take actions. You cannot accomplish your goals as a slave.
I mean, here. Let me bring you guys a clearer picture and why I'm not understanding this claim from objective ethics. To me, wage slavery, the inability for somebody to exist in America without having a 40-hour work week, to me that is objectively slavery. To me, okay, because if you quit, you lose your job. You either have to go find another one. You have to work for another master. The master has full control over you. So to me, it's actually there's even though I'm a slave, I'm able to create goals. Even though I'm a wage slave, I'm able to show future goals. I'm able to save. I'm able to create other decisions. I'm able to use extra of my free time to do other things. Maybe put some seeds in the ground to and create tomatoes. Maybe I can make a CD, make a website, whatever it is in my free time. Even as a wage slave, I can still grow myself into the ability to buy my own freedom, which is to have my own income, kind of what Sarah understands. You know what I mean? This is what Sarah is actually advocating for all of us, to help us all as a community. So there's ways that you can actually buy your own freedom from wage slavery. So for me, when you say slaves cannot have goals, I'm just not understanding this.
Yeah,
we're talking myself.
Yeah, because we use this word slavery can cover it. We have debt slavery, right? We have wage slavery.
But slaves can buy their own self, their freedom in Islam, for example. A slave can buy his own freedom.
We have debt slavery. We have wage slavery.
So that means he can have the goal to.
Manor, hold on, man. Be concise and let him answer.
We have debt slavery. We have wage slavery, which is what you're talking about, and I agree with you. There's certainly an argument to be made for wage slavery. There's chattel slavery. So when I talk about slavery in this logical argument with freedom and well-being, the logical contradiction comes from chattel slavery, debt slavery, and indentured servitude.
Even chattel slavery in Islam, the only condition was you can have slaves, but you cannot treat them badly. You have to allow them to buy their own freedom if they can. If somebody wants to buy their freedom from them, you have to allow that to happen. Stuff like that. So even for chattel slavery, they were able to create the goal for themselves to buy their own freedom in Islam.
Okay, well, I don't really.
Indentured servitude.
Yeah, that was more.
This necessity of free will is a contradiction.
Chattel slavery removes a person's autonomy. By definition, my understanding of chattel slavery is you are literally taking away a person's autonomy. So in what you're talking about sounds more like an indentured servitude.
To me, a prisoner is like a chattel slave. To me, it's the same.
But a prisoner commits an action. A prisoner commits an action. A prisoner is not a slave. A prisoner commits an action that they must be morally removed from society because they are harming the whole. Right? You cannot let an axe murderer run around society freely. So you take them away and separate them.
You have to agree with me. A criminal in prison is the closest thing to a chattel slave in our today's age. I mean, there's nothing.
No, it's not, because a prisoner makes a choice, and because of that choice they made, you make them a prisoner.
So a prisoner is not a slave.
Taken against their will. How is that the same thing?
No, you're broadening definitions too much, and the more you broaden a definition, the less useful
it's not helpful.
Right.
Like let's use the ordinary use of the words.
Like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Even as a slave, you're able to purchase your own freedom.
I just think, again, maybe this is the operational definition. When I use the word morality, I'm talking about how we navigate the social contract. Because at the end of the day, it's just how are we compatible with the other members of that society. That's
what
for me
is
is
moral is what other people think is
no,
good.
it's how you operate and how compatible that your
So
your
what
actions,
is moral is how I
let me finish. Let me finish.
Begging the question? Aren't you begging the question the way you phrase that?
What do you mean? What I'm basically saying is like for me, this is why I say morality is subjective, because for me, my moral, like inside in my heart of hearts, I can be a complete misanthrope. Yeah, I could be a complete malignant narcissist. I hate everyone around me, but if it serves my purposes to play nice,
that sounds like anyone on YouTube.
Right, yeah, that's me. That's who I really am. But at the end of the day, in my heart of hearts, I can be a hateful, bigoted, terrible human being.
And that's
but if I'm
okay.
able to, right.
As
but
long
no,
as in public you showcase a different image.
I hate to say it, but on some level, yes.
You're being moral.
Because the morality comes from the result of my actions and behaviors and attitudes. So until I violate that, no one is going to have access to my internal.
Well, Zarathustra would say,
you see how I was right? They define morality totally different than you. You see that?
Because understand,
right.
but this is why I'm trying to say. That's why I don't think there is an objective.
So the
morality.
first thing we need to do in this conversation is come to an agreement on what is morality.
Because
That's the first thing.
Morality is the sum total of a person's actions.
I am claiming that morality is
a
a evaluation, a measurement of the action, something in physical reality, and its detriment in value or benefit to the society or the individuals in that society.
So but that's not accurate. Hold on, Manard,
okay.
Because
well,
I'm
let
gonna
me
give
make
you.
the claim.
I'm gonna give you the definition because it seems you do have a problem with the definition.
So see, nobody's agreeing.
So
on
hold on.
This
The
is important.
definition is your principles, right? Your principles, definitionally, being distinctly right or wrong. That's what morality is
What
about.
is that? You just begged the question. Now I'm going to
No,
have to ask you what is right and wrong.
I'm reading the definition, you dumbass. It's about principles.
What is the right and wrong?
Sort of.
It's
What is
literally
right
about
and
right
wrong.
and
What
wrong.
does that mean?
Right and wrong. What do you mean? Those are axioms. Those are
Right
literally
what makes
Yes,
something
Gar.
right and what makes something wrong?
Those are
I
basic
make a
truths,
claim
right
that
and
it's
wrong.
Guided by
value.
society.
That's what I
So
said.
if
So
we're gonna-
it's my
Hold on, hold on,
argument. My argument is right.
Stop freaking out, okay? When we are talking about certain subjects, at some point we get down to the basis of what's called an axiom. Now that's a mathematical term, but in language, when we say this, we are saying these are self-evident truths. So if we are saying what is right, when we're saying what is right or wrong, 1 + 1 is 2. Just like you would say what is right is that unaliving babies is wrong.
And you think that's evident?
Hold on. But that is, self-evident to you. 1 + 1 equals 2 to you, just like unaliving babies is true. It's an axiom. It's a basic evident truth. That's what it is. There is nothing more to go down to. Why? You sound like a 2-year-old going over there. Why?
For example,
It's stupid. At some point, you are a baby. You are a baby in the sphere.
For example, when I created the definition of what is moral, I said what is right and wrong is the action. Well, how do we make a declaration of what is
But
right
it's
and
not
wrong? Look
just
how
what
deep
is
I went
right
in
and
my
wrong.
definition.
See, you absolutely
Calm
butchered
down.
the
Why is he
definition
talking
I
over
gave
me?
you.
Why is he getting emotional?
You butchered
Why
the
are you getting
definition
emotional?
because you butchered the definition. I told you it's about principles because we're talking about morality, okay? Morality is the principles being distinct about what is right and wrong. The principles, in other words, it's changeable. Principles are changeable. This is why, what an idiot. Go ahead. He's not listening. He took his headphones off.
And he's doing push-ups.
Actually, I thought Maynard had a pretty good definition. It was just very wordy. You could have simplified it down
Simply, I would just call it your personal rules for interacting with the outside world.
He's challenging his energy.
The definition I found that I think is good and simple is it's just a simple, not simple. It's a system of right and wrong conduct.
And the definition I was offering wasn't meant to replace that definition.
Yeah,
So I'm saying in an operational sense.
That was not even a one push-up.
Right. In an operational sense, I feel like when we talk about morality, That
hold on, guys. Hold on.
Right. So
you're done already, Manar? You're not going to be
reformed. I'm reformed. I don't
you
yell
did like
anymore.
three push-ups.
I don't yell. I'm reformed.
And before
Manor, I feel like even I could do more than that. Nuke comes in with a big 10, says first of the second, so the second is due soon, I think. Also, Nuke has gifted us here at this channel with the the movie. I think it's called a super progressive movie. It's an Australian-based kind of like cartoony, kind of like King of the Hill, South Park meets South Park. And we are going to be watching it in our Discord. I believe I'm going to do it Tuesday night since we have debates tonight, tomorrow, and Monday. So I believe Tuesday night we're going to go into the Discord and watch it. So be sure to look out for that announcement. And shout out to Nuke for gifting us with that. I'm super excited. We watched the trailer. It's freaking hilarious. So you all should join. Mr. North comes up with a big 5, says, I think that if you have to agree with something, that thing is subjective. If it was objective, whether you agree on it or not would be irrelevant. So that would be like is the tree still standing whether we are there to observe it or not? Like, is there still a tree in the field whether we all put our eyes on it or not? Right. And Jason comes in with a big 5 and says, Clay, he doesn't listen, unfortunately.
It's the way it goes.
Also, Nuke owes me a Coke.
Push-ups. He's never going to open olive jars for Andrew.
And if anybody had another thought to add into all of this part, I wanted to give you the moment.
He nailed it.
I got one. Morals and ethics. Morals and personal ethics are a part of what we do with groups, society, stuff like that. So just like the inward and the outward world, it's also on a kind of spectrum. And the top of that spectrum is really interesting. One of the coolest books I read in grad school was Just and Unjust Wars by John Walzer. And it builds on stuff going back to the Greeks and Cicero, like the Euthyphro, where it's like, what are these natural emergent laws we could see nations doing against each other and in war, and we can observe patterns over time of a kind of rules of war that have sort of emerged as, this is not an opinion book, it's an observation of human behavior over thousands of years. It's kind of the leading book on international war crimes and stuff right now. But these are just, there's a lot of fascinating dimensions, but the scale is important.
How do you know it's right and wrong?
Group ethics.
Manar, shut up, dude.
How do you know what's right and wrong based on your morality?
The man was speaking.
By observing a group
you just
of people.
allow him to speak?
It's the work of a lifetime to build one's morals. In fact, in childhood development, I'm an elementary school teacher. Ethical stages are actually part of how they grow up. And the goal towards the end of becoming an adult is when you're not just answering an authority for your morals, but you've built your own personal set of morals that you've learned and adapt to that fit for you and work over time. That's like the highest level of when you're developing your morals as you're growing up. It's part of natural human development. So like, it's a complicated question, but I think it's a healthy thing throughout your whole life to explore and grow your morals and try to be the best person you can be. But to say that there's like, how do I get it? Dude, that's crayons, man.
Is there a way is there a possibility that by mistake maybe I get the wrong moral compass? Is it possible?
Yes, it's very possible.
How do I know that? Is it because the group disagrees with me?
No.
Is it when the group is mad at me? Is that when I know that?
No.
Follow Andrew Wilson. You'll figure it out.
I hate to say this, Menard, but it really does kind of, it sounds crude to say.
Michael, low IQ. You're not ready to debate me, Michael. Go stay in your car.
So, Menard, this sounds crude to say, but if you notice that you're in discord with your community, then you have two options. You're either going to pay the social consequences of that community, sometimes the legal, sometimes the social, or you find a society in which your morality and your actions are a better fit with them. People do it all the time. There are people who constantly find their tribe, as they word, in essence, and that's how we end up getting that subjective morality. And that's why we get what I call the time machine test. If I hop into a time machine and I step out of that time machine, doesn't matter what time or what place I'm in, will my moral code fit with that society? And I think the likelihood of me throwing a dart at that spatial timeline is very low, that I'm going to be in complete congruence with them. Now, I then have a choice to either align myself with them or say, I don't like this, I'm going to go live in the forest. That's a choice we as individuals make, with the understanding that groups benefit the individual. And I think that's where that's where the moral compass is where the rubber meets the road. That's what I think. It's
good boy.
And Jason went ahead and decided to let Yerf come up to let us explore his little brain over there. Not little. I don't know if your brain's little or not. It wasn't an insult. But Vincent also comes with a big five. Says, for libertarians and atheists, do you believe in objective ethical principles? If so, can you demonstrate it objectivity? I think he's meant objectively.
It's subjectivity.
Allowing people to
It's
murder
more like
people
guideline.
freely and at will is objectively bad for society, and we oppose it.
If that was the
said
fact,
for
then some people
society,
wouldn't disagree with you, and there would be nobody doing it.
Right, you said for society.
Yes,
you said
I'm
for
not-
society, but do you?
Because ethics and
Look,
morality
people belong to the
are
society
typically
also.
about
They
rules for
disagree.
a society or group. It's not.
That's
you might have
but
your own
that's
individual.
society, not you. The question is directed towards you, sir.
Do you? It says, do you believe in objective ethical principles? It doesn't say, is it my own personal thing?
There's a second
or is-
question.
If can I demonstrate it's objective? I just did. I'm talking, but you didn't specify a scope.
No.
He just asked if I believe
Even
in it.
off the back of society.
Clay, you're reading much more into this than this. was
Oh,
being
you
said.
literally said.
Are you an atheist or a
society
libertarian,
chose.
man?
I am an atheist.
Oh, interesting. Did not know that.
God's favorite aunt, the atheist.
I will explain that someday if people want to actually hear it, or you can go watch Jack's stream from last night where I kind of explained it half awake.
By the way, I'm also an atheist.
No,
just
I would-
for
I would like to hear yours, aunt, or anybody. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's up to Sarah. It's her show. She wants to waste time on that.
Go for it, Aunt.
All right. So years ago, I was trying to find
I'm a
nickname-
Maddenist.
I was trying to find a nickname to use online, and I listened to a YouTuber named Logic who does atheist content on YouTube, and it's usually more interesting than the usual Christian, are you dumb? Or he actually explores these concepts and ideas and engages with them. So I like his content. I think it's useful. I don't find dunking on religion to be useful. Anyways, aside the point. The topic that night had to do with why does God test us if he's omniscient? Because the purpose of testing is to gain knowledge. If you are omniscient, there's no knowledge for you to gain. And at the moment he was talking about it, and he compared it to ants, my vision went to seeing a cartoon image of Calvin from Calvin Hobbes wearing a toga and a fake god beard, roasting ants with a magnifying glass. The favorite one, of course, being the one currently being burned. And so I said, hey, that's my name now. God's favorite ant.
I love that.
I apparently I have to go do a quick acceptance speech over on NPCs. I guess I won something over there.
right.
If you guys are okay with it, I wouldn't normally just like walk away from my panel for a minute.
You
but
don't get nothing.
I just got the text saying I need to go accept my something.
You're nicer than I am. I'd snub them.
Sounds like it means a lot to you. I'm gonna be honest.
Part of me kind of wants to, because I thought they kind of fucked around. There's a certain one that I got entered into, and I thought it was dirty, like the other person that they put into it. So I was like, that's kind of fucked up. But I don't want to be a total asshole. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm
Want
just
me
gonna.
to go accept on your behalf?
No, that would be
I
rude.
can tell them to go F themselves?
No, 'cause I'm not mean.
All right,
I'm
all
not
right,
mean.
all right.
I already gave I verbalized my issue with that moment in privately. But Balderson, may I leave you in charge again, sir? All right, you guys, I'm gonna here's what I'm gonna do. Nope, I'm gonna leave Manor backstage while I step away. That's dangerous. All right, I'll be back.
I was wondering what happened to him.
You were paid to bring up and get your opinion, so you have the floor, sir.
Nice.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, you're talking to me, mate.
Yeah.
I was paid to give my opinion.
Steve, brother.
Yeah, I'm Steve. Sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Should I begin? I don't want to shift the conversation away from what's actually being discussed in this moment. I do have a question for objective ethics, but what's the particular question you want me to respond to?
The floor is yours,
No, you go for the question.
Say your opinion or ask your question. It's all you. Do what you want, man.
If we could, Balderson, before he does, because there was a second thing that Vince actually put in the chat for Super Chat that actually relates to that conversation.
All right, let's read that. Vince says, and I didn't miss any other ones besides these two, so we'll read these two Super Chats quick. What you did was demonstrate your opinion that others agree with. Subjective. And in Bionic's defense, he said it was subjective. So I'm not sure how that argues the point. And Fourth Wiseman comes in with the big $10. Response to Vincent: it's usually touted as for the cause, but the cause is often disguised in non-spoken narratives. Oh, very interesting. So if you want to respond to either of those things, your dogs, Steve, did you say your name was?
Hey, mate, go ahead.
I think he might be lagging.
You got to speak to him in Australian. Mate,
you're
throw a ship on the barbie and give us your tosses.
Hang on. I'm sorry again. I apologize. I was looking at two screens. The question you want me to answer, I feel like I'm just letting the team down here.
No, it's hilarious.
How do you feel objective? You came in, yeah, you're from my channel. You came in to ask me a question. Yeah, I'm happy to field it. And good to see you, brother.
I'll just jump in with that and we'll go from there if that's all right.
Quite a shock. Yeah, I'm surprised. I didn't know my channel was that big. I'm surprised so many people came in. So, Steve, it's so great to see you, brother. Any question you want?
G'day, mate. How you doing? I'm a Kiwi, by the way. If you call me an Aussie, that's going to put us in
yeah. Offensive. That's objective, apparently.
And that's objectively true. Objective ethics, yeah, mate. I don't know if I'll articulate this correctly, but you sometimes talk about a contradiction of values, I think. If someone believes that people should be able to access or be able to have well-being and freedom, but if they cause another person to not have well-being and freedom, you call that a contradiction in terms. Am I articulating your position correctly?
Who are you asking, sir?
That's objective ethics.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're articulating it correctly. But there's a clarification to that. It's an internal contradiction. So the argument that I laid out formally in the debate, I don't know if you caught that or not, but so basically, so the premise one was if subjective morality can lead to a logical contradiction, then one or both moral claims must be false. Premise number two, if a moral claim is objectively true, then it must be universally true, follow the laws of logic, and be stance independent. Premise number three, subjective morality leads to a logical contradiction or leads to logical contradictions. And therefore the conclusion is morality must be objective. And for example, of premise number three, how does subjective morality lead to logical contradictions? The slave master or the slave owner values his own freedom and well-being. Therefore, it is a logical contradiction to say he is morally justified in taking away the same freedom and well-being which he values himself away from another person. He can do it, but he cannot justify it epistemically using his own standard of values. So the contradiction is within his own internal system of values. Freedom and well-being must either be valuable or not valuable.
Okay, so my response to that would be, I think it depends on how you articulate the master's position. If his position is that all beings should have freedom and well-being, maybe you can discuss a contradiction, but maybe his position could be something like, and obviously I'm just saying this for the sake of argument, this is definitely not what I think, but he might believe that he has a right to those things, or he should be able to access those things, but other people can't. He may even, if we're going to refer to chattel slavery, he may consider his slaves lesser beings that therefore do not have the right. I'm going to use right, and I know that's a loaded term, but I just to move things along. They don't therefore have the right to those things. So I think it depends on how you articulate the slave master's position precisely.
Well, I agree with you, brother. I agree with you 100%. And that's why you get the difference between conflict and contradiction. So if person one and person two have a conflicting opinion about freedom and well-being. So the subjective view would be the slave master. He says his freedom and well-being is valuable, but the slave, their freedom and well-being is not valuable, versus the slave will have the exact opposite position because they're from a subjective view. But if you look at the internal value system itself of freedom and well-being, right? And I made the argument earlier for where freedom and well-being comes from as a necessary precondition of agency, right? So agency, we need our freedom and well-being to set goals and take actions. The slave master is exhibiting this trait. By being a slave master, by taking actions, he's set goals and taking actions of making slaves of other people. So he is demonstrating the value. Whether he articulates it or not is irrelevant. He's demonstrating that he values this freedom and well-being that he has. There's a value judgment already being demonstrated for himself. So the argument is it's an internal contradiction, because he is now saying that something that he knows, whether he is cognitive of it or not, his actions display that he values this freedom and well-being. So that is a good thing. He's displaying that he values this as a good thing. So he's taking a good thing away from somebody else that they also would inherently possess. So he can do it, and he can claim it's good because he can claim all kinds of things subjectively, but he cannot epistemically justify it because he's already established by taking action, setting goals and taking actions. He's already established that he's got this value system, this value judgment to freedom and well-being. There's the logical contradiction.
Well, I think you're jumping in there with the word good, which I object to, but maybe if we take it away from the slave master example and just
talking about morality, you have to put it in terms of good and bad, because that's what morality is rooted in.
Okay, I'll take that, but I'm not sure it addresses the point I'm trying to drive at. Let's move to another framework. Just you've got two tribes trying to access a particular resource that they both need, and the resource can only sustain one tribe. Both tribes are probably going to have the value. It's morally good for me to have access to that, or for our tribe to have access to that resource, because it will ensure the sustainability of our tribe. And it's morally bad for the other tribe to have it. And both tribes are thinking that. And I don't see that's a conflict. I can't find the conflict there.
Yeah. So it's a more complicated way to come to the same conclusion, but we can still come to the same conclusion. The tribe has an internal agreement, right? That's what makes them a tribe by definition. So a group of people agrees on a set of principles or a set of values to these resources, right? What they've done then is they've externalized this to say, well, this resource, this community no longer holds the same value, because we can externalize it to say it's only valuable to us, but then the us becomes the value. It removes the value from the tribe and the resources to the value of us. So if you maintain that same value system of the tribe and the resources, then there shouldn't be two tribes. The two tribes should recognize and identify, if we're going to be consistent with the same value system that we made the one tribe in, right? Then there should be just one tribe.
Why? Like on an object, like from your objective.
Yeah, to be consistent with the value. The values are so you have tribe A, tribe B.
I think you're failing to demonstrate that there's any kind of contradiction or conflict.
Because the value system itself. So tribe A, let's take tribe B away from it. So you have tribe A and you have all the resources in the world, right? They're sharing the resources equally amongst themselves because they have a value system to the tribe and the resources, right? We agree on that? Okay, so now we introduce tribe B. So now we're going to say, wait a minute, tribe A wants to add additional values to say us versus them. And they must epistemically justify that new value. That if that new value has to resort back down to the tribe and the resources that they've already established have this inherent value to the tribe itself, right? Then that epistemic justification fails because you run into a contradiction. You're now saying it's valuable but not valuable at the same time because you want to add the us into it.
But I think the new circumstance
before we continue on, sorry, Vincent, no problem, brother. Vincent comes in with a big $20 and says self-ownership is considered an objective ethical principle among secularists. But you have to demonstrate and prove that. If you can't, the person view that disagrees with you is just as valid as yours.
That person's view.
I think I think that I'd have to see that on the screen. I don't know if you could do that because
I can't pop it up on the screen. I don't have that ability. You want? I could read it again if you like.
Can you do that? Can you read it one more time?
Yeah, not a problem. Self-ownership is considered an objective ethical principle among secularists, but you have to demonstrate and prove that. If you can't, the person, it gets a little wonky here. The person view that disagrees with you is just, so what he's saying is the other person that doesn't agree with yours, their opinion is as valid as yours.
Right.
So any comments on that? Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, I do think there's two problems. First of all, I think that separating the secularist versus the theist is problematic there, because I think both have that same value system. So I need clarification on why suddenly it's only the secularist that values that as opposed to the theist. Don't both of them
just assume that he means both. It's people in general.
The other thing is where does that value system come from? So from the secularist, for the objective moralist, objective realist like myself, I would say the value system comes into agency. This is a common trait that all human beings have. We set goals and take actions. That's a common thread among all of us. So as a human being, I'm a moral agent, right? That means I set goals and take actions. And so because of that, all human beings have that same starting point. So that puts us on the same level, just based on that one standard alone. As a secularist, I can look at evolution, biology, whatever, and I can say we're all human beings, quote unquote. We as a human being are agents. That's agency is something that's unique to humanity. We set goals and take actions, and we can build up the moral argument from there.
Is agency enough for an axiom?
I think it is if it's going to be consistent.
Well, then it would need to be consistent then. And is it?
Can you show where it hasn't been true?
I think we can break it. I definitely think it can be broken, but that's not to say that.
It's just a test to see if it qualifies as an axiom. Is if you can find cases where it's not true, then it's not axiomatic, because an axiom is something that's self-evidently true.
Well, I think there's the parts in the whole fallacy here, and I'm not like a really smart guy. I'm going to pull out these fallacies, but I think there's a fallacy of parts in the whole where we look at one broken part and say the whole thing is broken. I think that's actually
I don't agree with that. Yeah, I think that's that. You're right. That's fallacious.
Well, I mean, so it still falls down to the proof that has to be given. So you're saying that the agency is enough for that truth, that axiom. Whereas, what if somebody disagrees with that?
It would require their agency to do so. So it's becomes self-defeating. Doubting our existence, for example, like we can doubt our existence, but even the action of doubting our existence implies existence. It becomes self-defeating.
True. That's pretty stinking good. But then
what not exist?
What happens if people? Hold on. And I have another one. Okay, what if people don't actually believe that agency is a choice? What if they're determinists? Which is what the young lady much earlier on the panel had.
Yeah, I think I would have to probably lean towards Mark's view that if we go into hard determinism, then morality becomes, we have to redefine everything, morality included. I'm not a hard determinist myself. I'm a soft determinist. I don't believe in free will. I think that's self-defeating. But I think that hard determinism isn't logically coherent. I think because we do make certain choices, so we have decision-making processes that we can observe, test, and repeat. So I think that there's a middle ground there. And I haven't really, I think an argument can be run for objective morality from a soft deterministic position. I have not formulated that argument, so I probably couldn't give the best argument right now, but I do think that that one does lead to the other just logically.
Okay.
I would like to ask you about the way you're using epistemically. You kept insisting that people can't epistemically back something up, but all epistemically means is how you learn something. And so in your example, the one that you were using most was about slaves. And you kept saying that the slave owner because he valued freedom in and of himself, he couldn't epistemically validate why he could hold slaves, because then you're obviously depriving freedom from them. But epistemically just means where you learn something. And what if his daddy told him that them little darkies aren't even humans and they deserve to be owned? Like, that's where he learned it.
Yeah, no, that's a great pushback.
That was some way to phrase it.
Yeah,
well,
that's
I know.
I like Chris's. I like Brian's analogy. That was pretty wild earlier, but no, I think that's a great analogy. But my understanding of epistemically is ultimately, and maybe you can help me understand this better, but I think that ultimately, epistemology must ultimately be grounded in some type of ontology to be to be most fundamental, right? We can ground epistemology in many ways, but the epistemology that grounds in some type of ontological reality is going to be the most well substantiated, most defensible epistemology. So the laws of logic, if our epistemology, we can understand something that violates the laws of logic. We can claim to understand that square circles exist epistemically, right? But can we really argue that point? Can we validate that point? We have to go to ultimately, if we can say no, square circles do not empirically exist because you violate the laws of logic, then my epistemology is more fundamentally sound than your epistemology, not you personally, but the square circle guy's epistemology. So you can have two competing epistemologies.
You couldn't have two competing ontologies, because then an ontology is you're stating the nature of being.
Right.
And I would assume that a person that feels free to hold a slave, their opinion of that person's ontology is of a lesser quality than them, the same as they can hold an animal.
Did you guys already answer to these by chance?
This very last one, not, but I got all the ones before that, Sarah.
Oh,
It's
you are the best co-host ever. So did you get this one?
Yes, it did.
Oh
And everybody got the chances to answer, and the one got read a couple times because just to clarify it. Yeah.
Oh, nice. And by the way, just so you know, Maters, we won the debate host of the panel verse. I had no idea I was up for that.
What? Fantastic, Sarah.
Shout out but you should be applauding yourselves because you guys are the ones that are here all the time, always. Oop, we lost someone. Oh, they're like, fuck this bitch. But you guys are here all the time hitting that link. I know I just kind of gave this speech over there, but if it weren't for you all, I would be nothing. So the award goes to you, really, not me.
Being this is my first time here, I'll take the credit for it. Absolutely.
Good. You take the credit.
I'll take all that. Cheers, mate.
But the reality is you can't be a host if you don't have people to host, and they have to have some type of repertoire or respect for you or something. There's, you know what I mean, in order to be willing to jump on your shows and have these conversations.
If you didn't host these shows, we wouldn't really have a place to meet up and talk.
Exactly.
I like how for all this time, like for years, I've been calling myself a pseudo gonzo journalist after Hunter S. Thompson. And then they made a category that wasn't in last year's gonzo journalist, but just didn't put me in the category. It's really weird. I'm like, what is happening? I don't think they even knew where the term came from, that it was like people just hear it. And then they're like, oh, yeah, that sounds cool. And it's like, they don't even know where it came from.
You being that thing is just your subjective opinion. It's not objective, and that's where you fell down, my friend.
You really are the best.
Everybody takes all my stuff. It's okay.
Well, Vincent comes in with a big 10. Thank you, Vincent. Says, again, objective ethics. I disagree with your view. I believe my view is the objective one. So now whose axiom is correct? You're not proving your view. You're stating your preference.
If it's an axiom, then it answers itself, right? An axiom is defined as being self-evidently true. So we wouldn't be arguing about an axiom. If we're arguing, then maybe it's not an axiom. It would be up to somebody to prove that they have the objective truth, for lack of a better term, and they don't.
I think he's begging the question by saying my objective view. If he said the objective view, then you might have more weight.
I give a little bit of leeway in.
No, that's actually exactly the point. Now, really, if you examine what he's telling you, is that he has an objective view, which to him is an axiom because it's a self-evident truth to him. That's the point in subjectivity.
And the point I'm making is he can have his objective view, but that does not make it an axiom.
Correct. I agree, but then that's the point he's making.
Well, the point he's making is the fallacy of the undistributed middle, right? Because he's trying to say
Can I ask you a question, guys? How tiny is Michael's penis that he has to show us his fucking third grade trophy? What the fuck is this?
What? Bro,
I don't know.
stop talking
What is
about
this?
penises. That's crazy.
I mean, he's got to show us his third grade. What is it? A bowling trophy? Was it?
Or whatever.
We're all winners today, guys. We're all winners today. You did it.
Okay, that was kind of funny.
Jason comes in with a big 10 to say hostess with the most. You know, that was my first job I ever first real job I ever had, but I was a hostess. So maybe I was bound to do this. And for the Wiseman coming over on, I'm guessing this is Ben's side. Is this over on your side, Ben?
Gotta look. Probably though, and we greatly appreciate it, brother. Greatly appreciate it. Like,
don't count your eggs before they chicken.
And you can't. You gotta keep it up for Sarah. The fact is like myself, I'm an ornery cuss, and I come off a little bit rough. And Sarah provides a space that all of us can come together and interact. And she doesn't push one thing one way or the other. And it's just an absolutely beautiful thing. And it's great that we can all come together here.
Come together.
She's way nicer than me. If you got a messed up mic or anything, you could be banned for life.
This is true. Oh, you're making me want to cry, Ben. Thank you. And Vincent said, I'm being sarcastic. LOL. It's all subjective.
You can make that argument. Like,
Well,
yes, what is objectivity?
Well, here's the thing, right? So from the human mind, right? Like you can argue subjectiveness, but in order to argue objectiveness, you would actually have to go to like some sort of like higher mind, like a god.
By the way, objective ethics, I don't like your argument of the logical contradiction. I think it's extremely weak, and I think you should stop using it. I really don't like it.
Fair enough.
Why don't you like it?
Can I dive in why and let me help you?
Did you take your time and back to think of your own arguments, or are you just going to regurgitate badly some of the stuff that Andrew says again?
Start yelling names at people again. That works usually.
Sorry, when did I ever use an Andrew Wilson argument in my life?
The whole time you talked. That's
okay. I want to hear why he thinks
that was literally an argument I created. That subjective morality is a logical contradiction. That was literally an argument I've created. Nobody's ever been able to.
No, we've never heard it before. None of us have ever heard that.
Oh, so you heard it before? Well, he displayed objective ethics displayed it in a different way.
I bet he got it from you, didn't he? I bet he got it from you.
Objective ethics displayed it totally different than how I displayed it. So I doubt you've actually heard my argument before. My argument was that when a subjective entity like you says that morality is subjective, they are making a true value judgment about morality being subjective. And when you make a true moral value about morality, saying that any value that is subjective is a true value, that means you are creating a logical contradiction, because if you say it's subjectively moral, it also means it's subjectively immoral.
No, hold on, Maynard. No.
What else does subjective morality mean?
You're saying that his statement is a logical contradiction. That's bullshit. He can say whatever the hell he wants to. It doesn't mean it's a logical contradiction.
But if he says my statement is true, then it becomes logically contradiction, because it cannot be immoral and immoral at the same time.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that in triplicate by.
For example, if I tell you stepping on Bionic's head is immoral,
you're literally just saying that the words he's saying is a contradiction. That's all you're saying.
Yeah, when I say stepping on Bionic's head is immoral, if I'm claiming that there's no objective morality, that means I have to concede that if somebody says stepping on Bionic's head is something moral, then he has to also be, according to his own preferences, correct and true.
What if he likes
That's what I'm claiming. That's the contradiction.
What if he likes? What? No. What if
That's
he likes you stepping on his head?
That's what I'm saying. There's an objective moral value independent of both minds. If I punch Bionic in the face, I like it. He doesn't like it, but there's a value independent from me and him. The punch in the face has a true moral value dependent on the punch and its detriment or benefit to society, not on my dependent feelings or his preferences.
Okay. Why do people step into the octagon? Okay, the ring.
They thought it was a circle.
Why do people step into the ring?
Pretty sure it's a test.
Right, they don't mind.
Well, against me, not a lot of people step up.
Well, right. No,
Speaking of square circles,
why
do they call it a ring when it's a square?
No. See, sir, what's happening here that you don't understand is that people like me and Dusty are Dusty's probably in the chat. We're just watching. We're watching the other cats play with the mouse. Right?
I like to play.
Good thing I'm a dog.
Yeah, not around here. You're not.
We play with the dogs too. We play with the dogs.
All right. Just I'm gonna send a quick because you guys have been really great on the goals tonight. I set 2 goals tonight and you guys have just blown it all. I didn't even feel the need to set up a whole lot of goals this evening. OE, did you need to make your exit? Did he already? No, you're still here.
I do need to make my wife has called me to dinner, and objectively, she is the boss. So I just want to say thank you to Sarah for hosting, and please do like the video, subscribe to Sarah's channel, consider subscribing to my new channel that I just started. If you want to join the conversation any Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern. Really enjoyed all the pushback, you guys. You caused me to think more critically about my own ideas and my own arguments, and I really respect that. You were very polite, and all of you were very intelligent. So I really appreciate everybody's interaction tonight.
Can I ask you objective ethics? Do you wear glasses? Because we know, Nerdo. We can. It's clear. You wear glasses, Nerdo.
I don't. Maybe I should start. It might make me look a little smarter. The long hair.
Yeah, you sound like a nerd. You're like you're a book smart.
Oh, it's okay if you insult him.
You sound like a nerd.
I'm the furthest thing from a nerd. Okay, so don't fucking. Hey,
and by the way, I'm a 240-pound cat.
All right. Thank you, OE, for your wonderful debate this evening. We certainly appreciated it, and we appreciated the genuine discussion between you and Mark, and of course with the panel as well. It was very thoughtful and productive, I think.
GG. Objective ethics. Stop by my channel later, man. Stop by tomorrow. Let's talk a little bit, okay? But anyways, let me catch 10th Man and Bionic. I'm kind of worried about Bionic. I mean, to me, he sounds like the reason why masculinity is so important. He keeps talking about how morality is whatever the community tells that likes. And if somebody smiles in my face, that's how I know something is right. If somebody is not disliking me or is mad at what I say, then I know I'm being wrong. It sounds like holy moly. It's like this is the worst way to define what is morality. I can't believe that this is actually in your brains. Are you serious?
I mean, I want to be kind and say you just don't understand my arguments. So
be kind and explain where I was.
I will explain. Understand that you cannot just take statements or positions in a vacuum. They're always going to be connected to context of social consequences. Because at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not literally talking about like the social contract, but at the end of the day, our behavior, our morality, the good and the bad, all of that is defined
depending on people's feelings.
Not just the feelings, but the consequences of that. Because at the end of the day, if for whatever reason I live in a moral society where might makes right, and I take what I want, then that becomes an acceptable behavior.
Can I expand your argument a little bit? Like,
before you do, well, before either of you do, because there's only 5 minutes left on that dono goal. So again, I feel like you guys have been very generous this evening. It's been a fairly good one. But the dono goal ends in 5 minutes, and you're only halfway on it. So I need to know if I need to, my coffee's gone cold. It's yucky. I need to know if I need to go make more coffee and new fresh coffee, or if I need to just leave the cup there and then we shut down in a few minutes and go to bed. So Chat, you have to decide this. If you want to decide to push forward, you have to finish the dono goal, and you only have 5 minutes to do it. And Jason Reeves comes in with a big 5 and says, 10th, he's still stuck in the back of the truck. Who's still stuck in the back of the truck?
Holy moly, this whole room is full of boldies. I didn't know 10th was also a boldie.
Man,
that was
I'm not
me,
bald.
but I made it
I
nice
live
here.
I live in Canada. What are you talking about? It's the same.
Why are you wearing a
hairline
beanie then? You look Tim Pool.
Because it's cold, because it's winter.
I wish I could show you, but my hair goes down about halfway down my back. So
same hairline.
Not
I had
bald.
25 years ago.
Buy a sweater. Buy a sweater.
I'm wearing
buy a hoodie. Let me give you some.
You don't understand. This man lives in like one of the coldest parts of Canada. He's
yeah,
just,
it's like minus 14 Fahrenheit.
Better reason to buy a hoodie.
Vincent says the punch has true moral. The punch says the punch has true moral value independent of the one punch and the one receiving. Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, because the punch is an action. Action has physical properties. It's material in the physical world. So that is something we can measure. We can put a value to it because it's independent from our brain. So when I punch this guy in the face, Bionic, to me, I like punching Bionic in the face. It makes me feel great. So if subjective morality is about my preferences, then it's moral for me to punch him in the face. But according to Bionics, to him, he dislikes it. His preference is not to be punched in the face. So according to him, subjectively, it's immoral to get punched in the face.
How do you not understand?
So how do we know which one of us is right?
Why are you saying feelings?
Let me finish.
You made that.
How do we know which one of us is right? Is by measuring the outcome of the punch in comparison to its detriment or benefit to the society. Now, this is the normal definition that I will apply today. I'm a religious person. I'll apply that. How do I know something is moral? It's actually an appeal to more objective morality. I appeal to the scripture. That's how I know, because he knows the true outcome of all things. Objective entity knows the outcome of all things, and he knows the true outcome of all things. So he will be able to
the problem with that is now you have to
deliver the
establish
true outcome. He will be able to deliver the value of the true punch in accordance to the detriment or the benefit to the society better than me. That's why I will appeal to him. But in general, to you guys who are atheists, the physical punch has a physical value that is attached to it. It's objective. It's independent from my brain and Bionic's brain. I would love to punch Bionic. I think it's completely moral. And Bionic doesn't like it. It's not his preference, though.
And before anybody responds, quick run around. Michael, Michael's still on panel. You keep switching like your camera. First we're like viewing a truck, and then we're like looking at a burrito, and then we're looking at trophies. So then I'm like not recognize you when I look up. Michael says, freshen up with a new K-cup. Man, K-cups are for pussies. I feel that fucking, we get the, what's the pitcher? Like,
your mug. Show them the mug.
Yeah, my mugs. This is one of my smaller mugs. Sure. Oh wait, hold on.
One of them.
I got one of those baby
Ding,
mugs.
ding, ding, ling. It's a cuckable mug because I had sex with Destiny, and my name's Andrew.
Yep. Cheers, sir. Cheers.
Allegedly.
Ding, 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 here come the cuckable.
All right, but
but they're not here
oh,
anymore.
your dad's googly eyes on it.
It made my Christmas.
Fourth wise man has said, fuck this, we're gonna keep on going, because Fourth Wiseman has actually, I've been watching the chat. Fourth Wiseman has some very interesting thoughts on this topic. You should just join us, Fourth Wiseman, and join the conversation. We'd love to have you. I think you're a very bright young man in the chat, and I think your words would be more valuable on screen. But I also appreciate the value of a $100 bill on my screen as well. It says goal and some. I love that. Continue, Sarah. The panelists and content is quite valuable. Yes. And I want to give you credit, Manor, because Manor, you had to take a few boots to the back, but you have actually, Manor, you have actually like simmered down and been able to have the conversation. And now I'm really excited to have you here. This is what I like. I'm really excited. And a shout out to Lobster GPT with a big 10 super sticker. I love that. Hitting the goal as well. And Objective Ethics, who was just here. This was too thoughtful and kind. You don't have to pay to. You don't
Much
have
respect,
to buy,
brother.
to my debates, but we're glad to have you, and we look forward to many more. Everyone on the panel is objectively smarter than I am. Shout out to you, sir. We love this as well. Tomatoes shall be lighting the chat for at least the next 3 minutes, guys, because we got 2 of those that came in, and that is very kind of them to allow us to continue the content here. Gentlemen, I'm going to go make a fresh coffee. Mr. Balderson is in charge yet again, but I think you guys will all be fine. You've been doing really great. I will return shortly.
I just saw myself in that award show with a salmon-colored shirt, no buttons buttoned at all, just wide open chest. I just realized Sarah stole the cuckable shirt open chest thing from me too.
Oh, that's good. Ben really is.
I could see how that would happen. She looked and she said, "God damn, that is so sexy. I must imitate that."
And she did it way better because trust me, I just saw it. I looked repulsive.
Manar, I got a question about what the whole punch in the face thing. Would you punch Mike Tyson in the face?
In the face?
In the face. In face.
Sure. Yeah.
Would you say
face
to his face?
You lying ass.
What does that have to do with morality, though?
So Mike Tyson, well known
What a
for
trash
actually
debater
getting
you
punched.
are. Hey, you're
Mike
zero
Tyson,
IQ,
listen. You asked a fucking question. Stop being stupid. Now, you would not do it, not because of morality, but because you would get your ass whooped. And that's the truth.
Great. Okay. GG,
That's an
good
axiom.
job. You got me. Good job.
No, it's absolutely true. Now
that means if I'm a mafia boss, and nobody can beat me, then I can punch anybody in the face. Then it's moral for me to punch anybody in the face. According to Clay, as long as I'm not scared and I can beat anybody, then so Mike Tyson can punch anybody in the face. That's moral.
Mike Tyson would allow you to do it.
According to his argument.
No, Mike Tyson would actually. Excuse me. Mike Tyson would actually allow you to try. And that's the difference.
It's for him. It's moral to punch because he's able, and nobody can beat him, right?
Explain to me why it is that Mike Tyson would actually allow you to do what you were saying is immoral.
What? To punch somebody in the face?
Yeah, him. Why would he allow you to do it? He believes it's
are
morally
you mentally
correct.
retarded? I'm not going to answer this question. What a mentally
Because
retarded
he believes
question.
it's morally correct.
What does this prove? How does this prove I'm wrong?
This is why you're wrong. Because you're saying
you're way off the mark.
Answer for me and then tell me
I'm
how
trying.
that proves I'm wrong.
No, you're doing it wrong. Just say Papua New Guinea. It breaks them.
Yeah, I don't want to do the Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I'm getting so confused. Like my mind's about to blow up.
No, okay,
I think you're decontextualizing the action. If you're going to talk about punching someone in the face, well, there are going to be some cases where it's in scare quotes morally good, and there are other cases where in scare
really?
quotes
When is it good to punch somebody in the face morally?
well, when they first attack me and I'm trying to defend myself and my family, that would be
so that's a whole different scenario than just punching somebody in the face randomly when they're walking the
slow
street.
down, son. It's not a whole different scenario. It's adding context.
Is it ever moral to punch somebody walking down the street that gives you zero damage, influencing you zero? Is there any possibility for it to ever be moral to do so?
Listen.
No, because he's acting like there's a possibility in a universe where I'm walking down the street and the guy is zero threat to me. I still need to punch him.
One at a time.
I broke Manar.
Did he scream, Boulder?
So go ahead, Yerf. Yerf, show me prove to me that there's a scenario where there's the necessity to punch somebody in the street sleeping down in some universe without changing the whole situation. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, you're asking me to prove something that I've never asserted or claimed. So I don't
you
think
said that it changes. You said that sometimes it's moral to punch somebody, sometimes it's not. Yeah, when you change the whole situation, it is. But when it's always the same situation, it never changes the value. You fucking stupid bitch.
Okay,
when it's the same situation, the value never changes. Do you agree with that? That's what I just proved.
All right, I'll just answer your question.
What if you just remind me of somebody who used to annoy me and you're also annoying and I just want to punch you?
Yeah, what if somebody wants to punch Manar in the face?
Then you change the whole situation. He's arguing. According to him, he's saying there's a possibility that, even though it's immoral to punch people in the face, I might have to punch this random dude in the face that I'm walking in front of, even though he's not giving me any hurt.
Why are
That's
you
what you're
giving?
arguing. Other
What?
than that,
No,
then
no,
you're
sir,
changing
sir.
the whole situation.
Sir, why are you
Then
giving?
you're not making an equivalent fucking
Why-
situation. Then you
why
change
are
the whole
you
situation.
giving-
Of course, the moral value is going to change with the new
Why
situation.
are you giving an example of something that only a
Because
mentally
Yerf doesn't
ill person
understand
would
that
do?
my definition of
Scared,
moral
Jeff?
values
Scared.
depends on the action and the outcomes of the action. So
Scared.
every situation
No.
has different actions and different outcomes. So
No.
when Yerf tells
Nobody
me
does that.
sometimes it has to, you have to
Who
punch
does
a
that?
homeless guy in the face that's
When?
sleeping in the street.
Who does that?
To me, it doesn't make sense.
Who doesn't? You're
It's
using
Hooker.
extreme
You have to
examples
punch
of something that doesn't happen to
Why are you
try to
punching
make
the
it
homeless
seem
guy?
like it's a valid argument, but it's not a valid argument because only a mentally ill person would do that.
Lawyers.
And the fact that you don't understand that
lawyers.
either
Yeah, but Yerf is saying sometimes
you're
it could
not
be
smart
moral.
enough to understand
I know
reality,
that's
or
not true.
you're
I never said
disingenuous.
anything like
Oh,
that.
so you're going to change the whole situation, right, Yerf?
I
That's
didn't
how
say
you're going to
you're-
moralize it.
Yeah,
No,
if
because
yell, your
it's
position's
not
gonna
a.
be
No, so it's
stronger.
actually never it's never moral than to punch a homeless guy in the face when he's sleeping, right? Yerf,
Who are you
you
talking
agree
to?
with me then?
Made
Who
that
the hell are you
argument.
talking
Unless
to?
you're mentally ill.
Yerf, you agree with me? It's always immoral to punch a sleeping homeless guy in the face when you're walking down the street.
Not
You agree with
always.
me?
Not always.
Well, I could conjure up some examples where.
Oh, so he's gonna just conjure up an example where this
Because
guy is
there's no
becoming
reason.
is not sleeping. He's attacking
have
him.
to have a reason.
A whole new situation. He's not answering
So
my
somebody
situation. My
doesn't have
situation
it-
is the guy's asleep and
You're
you're walking
setting
next
it
to him.
up. But you're setting
One
it
at
up
a
as
time.
no. You're setting it up as if the person has
Exactly.
no reason.
Donald can see this.
So
that
you-
it's
so you
it's
provided
Yerf is a liar. It's never moral.
biased
Okay, well,
situation.
everybody
Some
takes
things
a
that are
moment to
immoral
get
will
it.
never be moral.
Smart
Hang
enough to
on,
understand.
stop. While everybody takes a moment, Vincent brought in the big $20 to help keep us
Nice.
going. And the critique of the punch is this moral value outside of the two people involved Manar is talking about. He's not demonstrating its true moral objectivity. He's pointing out an outcome which has no objective value.
No, I'm
So
saying the punch in the
that's you,
face is. I'm saying the punch in the face is independent from my preference of the punch or Bionic's preference in the punch. There's a value to it. Me and him, we might not know. I like it. He doesn't. So we're wrong. We're wrong. So that's why subjective morality is impossible. There's only
Wrong.
a singular objective moral value that is correct to it.
The problem is
That's what
you
I'm
want to
saying.
make it personal, and
I'm
systems
not.
of
I'm
ethics
giving
and
an
morality
example.
belong
It's an
to society,
example.
not the person. That's the. And they can absolutely.
Yeah, but morality
You've
can
got to
affect
demonstrate-
individuals within the society as well because that affects society. Stupid bitch! I gotta teach you guys literally how to debate. You guys are so shit. Do you not think the individuals in the society affect the society? Do you not think benefiting the individuals in the society can benefit society and detrimenting them can detriment society? Stupid bitch! That means individuals can line up in the definition of morality. Stupid bitch!
How do you think this is working out
Sometimes
for you, man?
Stupid fuck.
you need to detriment society.
Manner.
Sorry.
Now, the Emperor. Hi, I
Yeah, let me in. Let me in real quick.
I was refilling my coffee. Manner. I just before I left gave you this big fucking compliment on how happy and excited I was that you finally settled down and you were just actually having the conversation. And I'm upstairs with my phone listening, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" Manner.
Sorry.
I will never give you a fucking compliment ever again.
You're
Vincent
welcome for
comes
being
in,
nice, Sarah. You're welcome.
Hot diggity. Yeah, everybody had some patience with you, obviously.
It was my fault, Sarah. I did break him.
You broke him. I
Yeah,
believe
you break
that.
a lot of
His
people,
low
Clay.
IQ arguments. Yeah. Would you punch Mike Tyson, Sarah?
You heard what I said.
I want to extend another big thank you to Ben for helping me this evening because I've had to step away 3 times already for quite a length of time, and it's nice to be able to have someone you can trust to leave behind with your show, knowing that they know what they're doing and they know how to handle it. So thank you, Ben, and I'm excited because Christy should be coming on Monday, right, for Ladies' Night. Yeah, we get Mrs. Balderson, and if you think he's mouthy, well, you're in for a treat. I would say she might be the nicer of the two, but she's definitely the mouthier. Vincent comes in with a big 20, says the critique of the punch is the moral value outside of the two people involved Manor is talking about. He's not demonstrating its true moral objectivity. He's pointing out an outcome which has no objective value.
Right. And that's what I was saying about his statements. How he would say, your statement is, this, that. No, you're just saying that the thing has objectivity, but you're not pointing out a value to it. And that's what I've been saying about it. Not to give you a hard time, but you really have to point out an actual value, why it is good or bad.
Exactly. And then that would end up being subjective at the end of it.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't have to point out the value, because the point is not what is the value, what is the actual value. The point is that you have to concede to me that there is a singular value independent from me and his brain. It has to be objective because the punch is objective.
Okay.
The punch exists in physical reality.
I was studying for this one. So let me give a little insight from the outside perspective from the conversation. So I'm looking at objectivity, something that's independent of the mind, right? So the only thing that could be independent of the mind is something that is consistent, whether you're there or not, like a tree or the rocks or the ocean or something that is there constantly.
Physical space, material space, yeah.
Okay, so this is the only thing that is
mind independent,
objective.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, subjectivity is when we start to use our minds to determine anything. So the punch being the action of the punch itself is not evil or good. The action of the punch is not good or evil. Now, the actor that's punching may be good or evil, or the person that's getting punched may be good or evil based off subjectivity. But the punch itself, the action of a punch, is a fist impacting something.
It's an objective.
So you're saying intentions, the intentions of the punch. Okay, I'm tracking.
No. What happened was, Sarah, you cannot add the intentions because intentions are mind dependent. They have zero value that is true to them.
And that's why I'm telling you, the action itself.
Well, but what if
the action itself is not good or evil? There's no morality in the action of a punch.
No, the
morality
action,
does not come until you define why the punch is there.
Hold on. What if I was what if I was with my trainer, right? And I'm hitting the punching bag and my trainer's holding the bag and somehow my trainer accidentally kind of slipped as I was mid-punch and the trainer's face went in front of my punch and I punched my trainer in the face. The intention behind that was not evil. The intention behind that was not immoral. The intention was
you broke his tooth, though. You broke his tooth.
Is that immoral?
So, to be honest with you, if you did not forcefully do the physical harm on purpose, no, you would not be. It would not
the
be
intentions
immoral.
would be the morality piece of it.
That's according to God. God's the only one that can look at the intentions, though. For you, could say to me,
but now we're arguing a different point.
Let me give you the example.
Did you just say God can only choose your intentions?
Let me give you the example, Sarah. Let me give you the example, Sarah. So let's say you have the intention of going to give charity, and when you're going to give charity, you're driving to go give charity, you crash your car and you kill 4 people. You cannot just say it and justify yourself and say, but my intention was to go give charity. I wanted to go and give money, and by accident, I crashed into these people.
No, we have to clarify.
The outcomes.
Stop.
Why did the car crash?
No. Yes. The intention of where I'm going in my car does not necessarily come into what happened with that car accident, right? Now, if I was in the middle of road rage and I intentionally swerved because I wanted to cut somebody off because they were being a douchebag on the road or whatever, that intention of me pulling the wheel is bad, right? Now, if I'm driving and it was just pure accident, like a bad, stacked cars, everybody's braking, things like that, that's purely accidental.
Black ice or something.
But what if the outcome was to murder a couple of people?
You're putting
making it evil.
Hold on. You're putting two things together here. You're putting I was on my way to go give charity with I got in a car accident.
No, I'm showcasing that the intention is devoted from the action.
No, those are two separate actions, though.
And you've just introduced the term murder, which changes everything as well.
It's weird because but how does he not understand that?
It's an analogy. It's an analogy.
Who just goes around punching people?
What I was presenting to you guys is an analogy showcasing that the actions and their outcome are devout from their intentions, because the intentions cannot be tested, but the action and the outcome can be objectively tested and look at the values of them. So you cannot test intentions.
What
you
do you
can
mean
test
objectively?
actions and their outcomes. Now,
No, that's
intentions
not
are part of actions, but they are untestable.
If you couldn't test intentions, then they wouldn't have it in court as mens rea. Like that is a test in court is to so like that's why we have so many different degrees of
But they test the intentions
murder.
and
We
the
have
outcome.
we
They
have
test the intention by the outcome. Do you understand that?
let me read this and I'll hand it back. Objective ethics comes with a big 20. Says, I will vouch for Yerf Dog's integrity. That man has never lied since I've known him for 2 weeks. Yerf, are you Yerf, have you spoken yet? I don't know if I've heard you yet.
Mate. I just want what I've got
okay.
you. What I've got you. Thanks for bringing me up, even though I don't have a camera. Cheers.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Sarah, let me
Go ahead,
respond to you.
Hannah.
So let me, for example, there was a recent case where this girl drove so fast and she murdered her boyfriend and his friend, and she crashed into a place. She said, my intention was not to crash. I didn't intend to kill them. It was an accident.
I know
so
the case.
How did they know that she was wrong in saying
know the
that
case,
her
I can answer the
intention?
question.
And why is he talking? Why is he talking?
He's
So how
asking
did
you a question.
the court realize that that she was wrong in her intention? They tested that the brakes were not being applied. They tested that the outcome was that she was driving 100 miles an hour without slowing down at all. So according to the outcome, that's how they tested and the intentions, and then the intentions failed. So the only way the court can test this mens rea is by the outcomes that are displayed in the from her
So
actions.
I would like to break it down. I would like to break it down for Manar. No,
I think he just left out a bunch of key details on that.
Hold on. Let's let Yerf go, then Clay, and then whoever.
Right. The way you've described the case is wrong. The way the court decided her intention was that she'd actually driven along the route beforehand a couple of times. There was also, as you say, there was no skid marks or anything like that. There was no proof
Exactly,
that she
all
tried
by the
to-
actions and the outcomes.
Oh, let him
Exactly.
finish. Let him
Go ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
No, I just said that the cops demonstrated that she'd practiced the route beforehand. So that's not an outcome.
That it was
That shows-
premeditated, so then intentions are implied. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
and how did they know by her actions that she was driving that she didn't apply brakes? They didn't test her brain. They tested her what she was
Let me
doing.
break it down for you, Manar. Okay. So there's what's known as negligence in the law. Okay. So with negligence, what's applied there is the lack of intent to do the right thing. So if a person is negligent, that means that they did not do what's called proper care. The word proper suggests a mind, whether it's a collective mind or the one single mind. So when we're talking about negligence, which is actually what you're talking about, if she manslaughtered, this is why we actually have the charge of manslaughter versus intentional unaliving. So understand that even in the law, actus reus coupled with mens rea is required, even in negligence.
And people lie. Like, why are we not
Thank you.
entertaining that?
So he's agreeing with me that the only way to test intentions is by the actions of the and the outcome.
You're not. You're either not listening or you can't grok it. It's weird listening to you.
He literally just said that they're bound to each other, the actus and the mens rea.
But I'm still trying to understand how
It
you
still doesn't demonstrate objective morality.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not different. I'm telling you guys the intentions are mind dependent. Therefore, they cannot be tested.
Intentions are mind dependent.
And therefore, the only person that can judge them is God. I cannot judge.
No. You just
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Manor. Is it a morality issue to drive a car?
Yeah, like speeding and detrimenting. And
Is it a morality issue to drive one fast?
Overly exceeding the speed limit, overly putting other people's in danger. Yes, life in danger.
I mean, because we have people that do race car driving all the time professionally. They drive their cars really, really fast.
And there could be an argument that they're putting themselves at risk, but and so that actually should not be something that they do. Actually, yeah. I mean,
is putting yourself at risk a morality issue?
Yeah, in certain instances, yes. For
What happened to
example,
free will?
to murder yourself, to hurt yourself is immoral. Yes.
Why?
Well, he
Because
said only God can judge.
Because you have to guard the gifts that were given to you, which is your body, your soul.
Okay, so you're appealing to God. And I think that's not a road you want to go down. I think.
But
He's not
I mean,
choosing that outcome.
What
The
else am
Bible
I gonna
says
do?
judge
Accepting
righteously. The risk
righteously.
of that outcome. That's different.
So
Yeah.
if we're gonna
Even
judge,
at
we
that,
need to
I
judge
would
righteously.
say it would. I apologize. Even at that, I would say, then would it be a morality issue to not live life and take risks and try things and to take a risk could be to open my front door. I could be harmed walking out my front door. That's a risk. So that's why I ask: is it completely a morality concern to take a risk or do something that could, like driving a car really, really fast? I don't know if that's necessarily a morality issue. So it comes back to I'm trying to circle it back around to the punch, the action of the punch. Is the punch a morality issue or is it the actor?
Yes. Like I
Yeah,
said
the
before.
punch is a morality issue because morality is a evaluation. It's a measurement tool of things and what their outcomes are.
Wouldn't that make it subjective then?
Manner, hold on.
Of course, 100%
No.
it's subjective, and that's my whole argument. My whole argument is the
Manner.
only way
Let me help.
the objective entity has the true like he has the true
Let me
outcome
help.
of all things. He knows it, so
Because-
to him it's not subjective. So as long as I appeal to his laws, then I'm completely protected from this subjectivity.
I think
Sarah, religious
I
people
think we
already
understand where you're coming from, but I think the disconnect is happening because you think the punch itself is morally wrong. And I'm trying to tell you that a punch, the action of a punch, is not moral. There has no morals tied to it. I could shadow box right here, and there's nothing to it. You cannot put morality to the punch itself, the action of the punch. It is objective. It is not subjective.
So if you're punching and you're hurting your body, it's
Hold
immoral,
on, wait a second. We're not talking about hurting. We're talking about if I'm punching,
Yeah.
period. If I'm throwing a punch like I just did, there's another one. The action
Well,
itself,
even
is
the
objective.
The punch is objective. You objectively punch something or
No, you
someone.
objectively punch. Now, if you hit something, now you can apply morality. What did you hit? How hard
Right.
did you hit it?
Well-
Where did you hit it? See, you can start to apply it there, but you can't apply it to the punch itself.
The
You can only
What
apply it
Maynard's-
before and after.
I think what Maynard's trying to get at, though, is that the only way to be truly objective in the situation would be to be completely removed from it and know, like, well, I don't say you have to know all the facts, and I'm not sure Maynard said that, but completely removed from it. And the only being that could be completely removed in that fashion, according to Maynard, is God. Am I correct?
Yes. And to answer the emperor, of course, morality to me is tied to the outcomes of the punch. It's not tied to the punch. You cannot measure like if I use a ruler just to measure one point and not measure another point, it's the ruler is
So
useless.
if we look
I
at the
need to use
definition of
shut
punch,
the fuck up. Let me finish. This is so important. This is a whole new thing I'm saying. The ruler, if it's measuring a singular point, which is just a punch, just this point, it's gonna give you no out. There's zero measurement. There's no evaluation that this ruler can give you. My argument is that morality is this ruler. So it has to reference another point so it can give you the judgment, the actual true value judgment. The other point it's referencing is the society's benefit or detriment with that punch.
Maybe your rule is wrong.
so then morality is subjective at that point.
Sure, yeah.
That's what you've been saying.
Because all
There
evaluators
we
are subjective.
go.
But let me ask you a question. Because all evaluators are subjective. But let me ask you a question. If me and you were subjective, right? And I look at that little skimpy ass blunt that you're rolling, and I say it's 2 inches, and you say it's 3 inches, does it change the size of the blunt?
Hold that book up again.
Guys, I'm lost.
I thought morality. I thought the
I'm
value
lost,
was subjective.
man.
I thought the value was subjective.
I don't know where we are. I don't know what state we're in. I don't know if it's a BLM land.
There's graphs and maps.
Can I camp here?
to nowhere.
Dude, I just
Whole
That is
entire
brilliant.
map.
That is brilliant.
I think that's the best random thing I've seen on panel.
I think you're in the blue part. You're in the blue part.
I missed this. I apologize, Vincent. Vincent says, question for the panel. Absent religion, define what good means and what evil means. Then prove your answer is correct.
There is none. There is none.
It's all subjective.
What it means? Well, yeah, of course it is.
Because every single one of us
Well-
is going to give a different answer. We
Okay,
might
'cause-
have some overlap.
was just going to say, like, I don't think it's all subjective or all objective. I think you're going to find that there's cases for both. Like, there are things that are objectively bad for the group, as I've been trying to say. Like, allowing people to just freely murder each other is going to wipe out your society and you won't even have a society because there's no trust in it. You have to have trust to build a society.
There's only one. Yeah, I guess
the word itself, red rum, means.
I hate to use Marvel, but this is the entire Thanos thing. Thanos, for the good of the universe, thought that half the people should be gone, and he thought that was going to be beneficial for everybody. So that
and according to you, he was right.
I understand.
According to you, he was right because it was
iRobot, right? iRobot, right? My logic is undeniable. My logic is undeniable. That's what I hear all the time. My logic is undeniable, and it's so crazy because I agree that logic has its place. It's a tool. It's great. But if you don't take your feelings into account, the way you feel about something, you're not going to come to a valid conclusion for yourself.
I think I figured it out.
I actually agree.
I figured out objective morality.
But I would like to circle back to something I said at the beginning, or not the beginning, but when I showed up about the 3 types of argumentation. And I don't really think it's like you have to separate them. I look at them as tools. They all do different things for different purposes if used correctly. Right? Use logos to think about
Emperor,
why.
How
do we do this thing?
I think I figured it out,
and why.
And you guys could debate it, but I think I found the answer.
Let me remind you what it is.
Objective morality.
Let me remind you what it is. The tree,
absent of God, right?
The tree. Me and you are subjective, right? Yeah, we're subjective entities. We're looking at a tree. We're looking at this bottle. You say it's 5 inches. I say it's 6. Me and you are wrong.
Everything you're saying is wrong. No.
I'm not talking that.
What you're saying is dumb. Listen, the reason why
this showcases that
I'm
the
not
bottle
even
has
going
a
to do this
value
whole
independent from me and your brain.
Stop it. I listen to you all night.
One of my claims.
So I'm not going to do those. Guess why?
What you provided there with something there's a
That means even when subjective entities are evaluating,
measurement.
You're being disrespectful.
I can't put a ruler up to your morality.
The reason why, sorry, but I've been quiet for a long time. The reason why Thanos' decision, though it was good for the universe, it was the pain that it caused. The pain was the reason why they reversed what Thanos did, because it caused so much pain for the people that survived.
Also, if
that
they
it
felt
was
pleasure,
insurmountable to the point where they were willing to destroy their own reality at the risk because the pain was so great. So how do you not understand that intent is all that matters?
The intent is all that matters.
Yes.
Yes.
Holy shit of an action.
And that's subjective.
Exactly. That's not evaluatable. That has no value.
Yeah, we can't know someone's intent.
Objective value cannot be tested. Nobody can ever know if it's true or not.
I can't read your mind, so I can't know what you're
exactly. That's so crazy.
This is why we call them judges.
They don't read minds either. They
a judgment is an opinion.
Look at the evidence. Look at the facts of the matter.
But
holy shit!
Listen,
the judge is like, "What were you thinking?"
I mean, hold on, man.
Exactly what they do say.
Because you're laughing at it as if there's not an ultimate judge. You believe in God. You really do believe that there is an ultimate judge.
That's
so you're
all they ask. According to
the judge,
that's all they ask.
You laugh at the judge. No, I got you. You laugh, you mock, because this is who you are. You mock the judgment.
No, let me ask you a question.
What is happening?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's moral to accomplish something by violating rules that everybody else is obeying to? Because as of right now, that's too sharp of a point on it. You're benefiting from the fact that the rest of us or following social.
Yeah, like for example, the Nazi soldiers. Yeah, I could make the argument that even though all the Nazis,
that's pretty.
yeah, I could make the argument from the Nazi soldiers that even though all the other Nazi soldiers were doing the same thing, it would have been moral for you to not do it, even though they thought it was moral for them to do it. So that's actually why it's so important to have this
This one might be airtight, guys.
This is why it's so important to have this foundation, because it devotes you from what everyone else is doing, and you can only look at the scriptures and only look at the
just because not everybody hits the mark. And the answer to Buddy's question that I forgot, but now I remember, Vincent, is it's very basic. Do no harm. And that's without religion, because that's medicine. And not just because everybody doesn't hit the bullseye on that doesn't mean that it's not a true thing.
I'm gonna answer his question. You ready, Vincent? I was thinking about it. Been pondering this. All right. If there's no God, the only objective morality left is the strong survive. That goes with all creatures. That goes with all humans.
Yeah, so the legal system becomes your moral.
Argue it if you want to.
Yeah, the legal system becomes the moral system. That's what's happening right now in atheism.
I just told you what it was. Only the strong survive. Who enforces the rules?
Forced doctrine isn't near as
the strong.
Ultimate is what they pretend.
I'll add a corollary. Sometimes strength isn't always strength. Sometimes, like for example, a virus is not the strongest.
No, you're talking about muscles. We're not talking about muscles. Don't make you smart. Intelligence can make you strong. Charisma can make you strong. There's a lot of things. Money, all kinds of things can make you strong, but only the strong survive. Without God, that is the moral law.
Right, and I was adding a corollary. So someone doesn't get caught up in the physical strength thing, because again, strength is really like the.
I just gave you money and intelligence and charisma, all that.
So I'm adding that.
Cooperation is a strength.
So survival to you then is morality.
No, I said without God, morality is the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Period. You can measure that up as much as you want.
So
measure it as much as you want.
Your morality.
Go ahead.
People
Throw a
are going to be
scenario.
nice to each other if they're religious or not.
He's
Just
right.
going to try to
He's
get
right.
along.
Throw us any scenario. I'm telling you, whoever's stronger is going to survive.
Look at the atheist systems. The atheist system, the legal system is their enforcement arm.
It's not that he's wrong. It's just he's broadened strength to such a degree that it's like, well, anything could be a strength. What are we talking about?
Yeah, anything can be a strength, and those are the people that do what? They survive. People die every day. The weak ones fall off real quick. The sick ones next. The old ones go next. Only the strongest will stay.
But I think
what do you mean? Without God, if you can't provide or find food or got money or finesse or whatever, you die.
Well, I have yet to see any immortals, so I'm not sure what God's doing.
And it doesn't matter how you get it. You could go steal it. You ate today. Your family okay?
I just won another award, so I'm gonna go hop over there again. Flo and I won best duo, best pair, which I think that's fair. But Clay Vincent says some things are objectively bad for the group. Define bad. I'll leave you with that. I'll be right back. Ben's in charge.
Okay. Yeah, no, I actually agree with this. There are some things that are objectively bad. And what I would do is I would actually go to the axiom, because this is actually what the word bad is. It's actually an axiom. Like good, it is an axiom. Now, I'm not going to say what everybody wants me to say and say it comes from God, because we all have our subjective reality, and I don't want to go down that road. But just to define it, there's quite a few ways you can actually define it by using other words. But bad itself is an axiom. But you could say that it's evil. It's adversity.
Yeah, but that's begging the question.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up, retard. Now, it's adversity, affliction, calamity, displeasure, distress. You could say that it's grief. You could say that it's hurting. You could say that
begging the question.
Being naughty. You could say it's being
noisome.
You could say it's being noisy, like a noisy Riri. Like you could say it's being manner, like a noisy Riri. How about being wretched?
He has
or
been
wrong? Shut up, Manar. Really?
Objectively
The question wasn't to you, dude. It really wasn't.
I just.
I get to challenge you though. I get to
But-
challenge you.
but shut up. Yeah, but wait till he's done. Wait till he's done talking, because the audience can't hear if more than one person talk.
Thank
So
you.
just one at a time, please.
Yep. Misery, sadness, sore. Just to be sore. You can be. It's worse. Some things are worse. It's still considered bad. The worst is considered the worst of all is still bad, right? But wrong. Wrong being that final axiom, right? So we have an opposite of right, right? But bad in of itself is an actual truth that we can tell to each other. And yes, I do agree that now, hey, because I do believe in God, I do believe that there's an actual objective. Yes, there is an objective, bad and good, but because of that, I don't go to morality. I think morality is a made-up word that religious leaders came about to say, hey, we're going to tell you what is good and bad. But because
this guy's
shut up, Manar, don't cut in, okay?
Guys,
Because
remember,
this
right
is literally
is
what I have to do. I have to
right
yell
is
over
the
you
opposite
so
of
you don't
wrong.
get to say what you need to say. I literally have to do that. I have to teach you like a little 2-year-old baby to shut the fuck up.
You literally
But-
said right is the
Shut
opposite
up,
of wrong.
dude.
You never made a single
Shut
definition.
up. Did you do this because Sarah left? Are you doing this because Sarah
No,
left?
He did it last time, too.
You
He did the
literally are doing this
same
because Sarah
thing
left.
last time because he
You
knows
weren't-
nobody
yeah.
has control.
Balderson told me
when
to
you
wait
was
till
here.
you're done. You're
Tell
never
you what,
done.
Manar, you go ahead and answer the question.
Land the
for me.
plane, Clay. Land the plane, Clay.
All right. Okay. So you can use all of those words to describe it. But essentially it's an axiom that we have come up with, or maybe you can say it's directed to describe a thing.
So right is the
A
opposite
meta
of wrong.
thing. Hold on. A meta thing.
Oh, he's still
Hold on.
going.
I'm going to land the plane. Shut up, dude. I cannot land the plane if you just keep talking over me. This is literally the
He's
stupidest shit ever.
disrespectful. He's not
He
even
is.
listening to you.
No, he isn't. He just wants to push back. But that's you putting
No,
your
he
ass in the
thinks that
air.
this makes
Get on
him
with it.
look
Putting your ass in the air, bro.
He
Go
thinks
ahead,
it
put
makes
your
him
ass in
look
the air.
smart.
Man. Put your ass in the air.
We'll go ahead and
Push
land
back,
the plane, though.
motherfucker. You're acting like a 2-year-old bad little fucking 2-year-old.
Balderson, let me know when I can
Wanna
respond.
why.
Either land the plane or let him respond. One or the other.
I'll let him have it. I'll let him have it.
Go ahead, Manar. The
All right,
plane's
according to
going.
Clay, what is bad is worse. Evil is.
Oh, great. Now it's Mike's
is-
electronic.
All of these are words that beg the question because we have to ask him what is the worst, what is the evil, what is bad about being Manar. And then also remember, guys, Clay said what is right is the opposite of wrong. So this guy literally does not know how to make definitions. He does not know what the fuck he's talking
Stop
about.
telling people
when you
what they
ask him-
say. See, this is another one of your grifter tricks, bro. Everybody sees this.
Yo,
bullshit.
just like
this guy.
just
blah,
hey,
blah,
Balderson,
blah.
why is he talking?
False
Hey, just like
representation.
NICM says, NICM says right is the opposite of
I
left.
don't understand what
One
he's
at a
saying.
time,
Why don't you
dude.
ask him? Why don't you ask him where he's scared?
Hunt, knock it off.
Damper.
You know,
You got
only-
your hand
only
up.
Can I get a
people like you are
second?
the stupid, right?
Man.
Can I get a second, guys?
Guys,
So,
remember, right is
I was,
opposite of left.
Manar.
I was checking out the definitions from 1996 of
God,
good
this
and
kid's
evil and bad and all that stuff. So,
Oh my god.
Clay, you're not wrong, but you're not giving everything that needs to be said to it. Like I'm saying, when I say only the strong survive, if there is no God, okay, without God and the 10 Commandments and all of this stuff and whatever, without that, morality is undefined to the point to where the strong survive. So whatever is good in your own eye, that's what you see as good. It was like that in the Bible. They mentioned it before. So what I'm saying is that's the time we would turn back to. And whatever is good in your own eye, if hurting somebody is good, then that's good with you. As long as you're surviving, that's all you really care about at this point. And
Right.
anybody that's surviving, they're going to say, hey, if you did it to survive, hey, yo, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. That's why.
And
it's-
that is
it's
morality,
subjective. Yeah, that's
survival.
subjective. Right.
I
No,
can't get over
that's
it.
exactly right.
No. Survival is the only morality left because everybody would think, and you could say this, is survival good or bad if it was you?
Right. Yeah. Subjective.
Survival is good. So boom.
Subjective, yeah.
That solves the issue. Only the strong survive
Yeah,
without
subjective.
God. So
Yeah.
if you want to talk about anything else, it's all subjective. Absolutely right. But if you want to say what is the last moral standards without God, it's the strong survive, period. And I promise you, you won't come up with anything else because the rest is subjective.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that was not the but that was not the
that's
question
the
that was
answer
asked.
to
that wasn't the question.
His question, actually,
No.
his question was, is there anything without God? What's morality? What's good? I'm telling you, survival is good without God. That's it. That's all I could come up with, but that's the most sound answer out there. You could debate it if you want to, but I'm right. And you're going to think about it later, and I'm right. Thank you.
No, I don't. I don't really have to think about it for very long before I realize that it's still wrong, because you're saying it is the only answer means that
For
you believe
morality
it's
left.
objective, right? You believe
Objectively.
you believe it's objective.
No, objectively, anybody, including creatures on the planet, the strong will survive. The faster ones get away, the weaker ones get eaten. That is the morality of the nature. That is the morality of the planet.
That's not morality.
Hold on,
That
how is this not a guy
survival
that,
is
yeah,
good?
How
What
is
are
that
you
not an Andrew
saying?
Wilson argument?
All right, guys, 1 minute. I'm going to read this super chat from Manar Clips. He's going to clip poor Clay getting cooked by Manar. Laugh out loud.
Anyway.
Clay, to be honest with you, that was fucking embarrassing.
You're
That
a
was so
Riri.
humiliating.
You're
That was a
fucking
humiliating.
Riri. Holy fucking Riri on the panel.
That was humiliating, bro.
What a
I'm gonna start the
loser.
humiliation ritual for you, my brother. This is the first part of your humiliation ritual. Next, it's your girl.
This guy's own.
Bro, you couldn't handle
this
that.
guy, and they cry
Bro, you couldn't
when we make
handle
videos
that,
about
bro.
them.
She will put you in the fucking
Didn't I,
dirt.
I ate him.
What a
Yo, you guys saw the Adam 22 fight? That was
Bro,
so
I
embarrassing,
tell you what,
dude.
hey,
Oh my
you know
god.
what? You think you can do it? Come and get it.
That was
That's
so
the way that works.
embarrassing.
But you're
Hey,
not
who-
strong, right?
who saw-
So
who saw-
morality doesn't exist for you.
Are we doing that?
You're a
pretend internet?
loser.
Yeah, only the strong survive, Clay, just like I said. Yeah. See, you proving it right now.
No.
Come see me, homie. Only the strong survive. You damn
No,
right,
it ain't
Clay.
like that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because
Stop,
that's the
stop.
last
Hold on.
good left when
Hold
you
on.
take God
Do you
out.
want over it?
Whooping
You
the
want to
cat.
talk over it, or do you want to actually hear the rebuttal?
Right across the head. Why not?
Right? Just because you survive in a world doesn't make you morally good.
If there is no God and everybody thinks surviving is good,
That's a
including the
whole lot of
animals.
ifs.
You think there's been no society that doesn't follow the Abrahamic God that doesn't have a moral set?
I'm not
Is that
saying
what you're saying?
the question was without God, what is good? And I
He's
said
saying that
survival.
You need to
I said
explain
survival.
objective morals without appealing to God.
And I did. I
And
said
I'm saying-
survival.
and
Only
I got-
the strong
we got
survive.
your answer. And now my question to your answer is, do you think that there's been no cultures that did not follow the Abrahamic God that did not have a morality set? Do you think that
talking to
That's
himself?
not you. Okay, that's not to
People
my.
did not want?
That's not to what I'm saying though.
But wait, so
But
maybe
that is what you're saying. You're saying the
No,
strong
that's
one
not what I'm saying.
defeated-
You're
it
twisting
is.
my words.
It
The
is what
question
you're saying.
was-
that's the entailment of what you're saying. You're saying
No,
that the strong
that's not
did
what I'm
they
saying.
wanted. They
That's
ate,
not what I'm saying.
They ate the slower animals. They took
You
the
can
stuff.
make it up if
they
you want
did
to,
whatever
buddy.
they wanted to survive. So, do you think that societies without the Abrahamic God were not able to set up moral systems?
Yes,
But-
they were
but-
not.
but- but
Yes, they were not. That's
Did
why.
God
That's why I
people
lose.
realize that women don't like getting graped.
Yeah, that was.
Did God have to come down and say that, or did people just go?
Yeah. Like for
"Hey,
example,
girls don't
look at
like
Canada
that."
right now. Look at Canada.
Like I
God
said,
had to
you
tell us to
debate
not. God had to tell us to not kill our elderly women because that's what Canada believes is moral. They kill their elderly, welfare, disabled women in Canada.
But here's my question. Let me
The-
just.
the-
Is that
the-
good
the
or bad,
self-assisted-
Manar?
the
Is that good or bad,
The
Manar?
self-assisted suicide
good or
rate
bad?
in Canada start.
Manar,
the
is that good or
self-assisted
bad?
suicide- Let me finish, please.
No,
Clay.
is that good or bad?
He's just gonna keep asking the same question. Let me
Yeah,
just
is
finish
it good
this
or
point.
bad?
Are you just
Tell
gonna
me.
keep asking?
Yeah. Tell me, is it good or bad?
Self-assisted suicide was signed
Yeah,
into law
all
in
of that-
2016
hey,
in
look,
Canada.
you need to watch your
Today,
fucking words,
it's 7%
dude.
of the
Watch your
total
fucking
deaths of
channel.
all
Holy
Canadians.
shit, Riri.
In less than 10 years, it became almost
Is that a
10%.
good or bad thing? Is that a good or bad thing?
No,
I
but
think-
according
I think
to
it's a bad
Boulders,
thing, Clay,
No, but-
because
make a claim.
according
Exactly.
to my philosophy,
You can't make
he
a
has
claim.
no idea what he's talking about.
I'm making a claim right now for you, Clay, because according to my philosophy, with the absence of God, right, and God and the whole moral thing with the law and all that's out the way, naturally survival is going to be that moral thing. So I wouldn't want them to kill her because that's not survival. I would want to actually our society. Hold on. Because if we're in a society without God and we need to stand for morality, survival of the human species would be
Yeah,
that
but that
morality.
means the strongest should be able to grape anybody he wants.
No, that's not it.
What?
Because you have to
according
remember
your argument.
No, you have to remember.
Why is it bad for him to grape?
No,
He's the
no.
strongest.
In the dictionary, good. Okay, there is a good in the dictionary, and it says things that are pleasant and things that are beneficial and things like that. Now, bad in the dictionary says things like things that are hurtful and uncomfortable and unfavorable. So I would assume that a lot of people wouldn't want those kinds of things to happen because there's trauma and fighting and infighting. They would come together and realize that's not good for survival.
Yeah, but that doesn't exist in the real world. Anybody that has a sense of power,
you gotta
wants
remember.
more.
You gotta remember. You want to survive, and doing all that extra stuff, with the taking of people,
you want to survive, so you will
sexual
let-
organs. This would be bad. This would not be good for
I'd like
survival.
to ask a question to both.
Okay,
Elena
one
and
minute,
Emperor.
gentlemen. 1 minute.
People have emotions, guys.
Vincent sends in the big $10 and says, Clay, you've assigned some emotions that you believe are bad, but you haven't defined what bad is. The Emperor is hitting the right track. Absent God, humans determine the morality.
Yeah, but if that's true, according to the Emperor, then if a
Well,
strong
let
human...
Clay respond first, and then you can respond to his response.
I can give you a clean one after Clay. I can give you a clean answer. I can give you a
The Emperor,
good
you gotta answer that because that's a
So let me give you the
problem in your logic.
I'm here. I'm just waiting for the reread to shut the fuck up.
All right, let Clay answer, and then you guys can respond.
So what you don't realize is the word good and bad, that's literally an appeal to emotion. Literally, the words are appeals to emotion.
That's it. That's
Okay,
that's
I'd like
his
to
definition.
That's fair. That's fair because I will agree with Clay because in my scenario, with no God, remember this, there's no God. So we're not looking at morality from a Christian perspective like we're used to. So we have to put that down for a minute. And we have to pick up the fact that survival would be your morality. If you had to steal, kill, or whatever to do it, you would do it. See what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the smart people will figure out companies, employing, they'll get jobs, blah, blah, blah. They'll get along with each other and work together. Okay. And then the bruteful people, they'll try to enforce, like bully their way in. You feel me? There's going to be all the different mechanics, marriage and stuff like that, hierarchies, kings, queens, and whatever. Leave it the way it is. But if you take God out of it, now it's about survival. And now whoever's at the top, whoever has the most, whoever's the strongest, most influence, like now, they run it like corporations. They run it.
Emperor,
There's one. Sorry.
do you think that a society that invokes God is not also going to have a might is right morality? Are you saying that societies that invoke God don't have might is right morality?
See how it overlays when I put it the way I put it?
What happened to the Spurg, man?
That's why I said it fits.
No.
So without God, it would be survival. So if you put God on top of it, God shows us how to survive.
No, but now
one
you're twisting things.
extra piece.
I would posit that there's no difference. You could take a society that invokes, let's say, the Abrahamic God, which is what I presume you're referring to, and a society which doesn't.
Yeah,
And-
with the survival first technique, like I said, yeah.
Okay,
And they would pretty
so-
much do the same.
So there would be two things I would say to that. The first thing is both of those societies would have a lot of overlap in their morality. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
The second thing I'd say is whether or not you invoke God has no bearing on the might is right strategy. My reading of scriptures is that God employs exactly that, the might is right strategy. So I don't think that you're creating a difference without a difference.
All I'm doing is taking God out of it and letting them realize
Yeah, and
this
I'm
is
saying
about
that whether
survival.
God's in or out of it makes no difference to the situation.
Well, the people that didn't know now, and now they have the connecting correlation.
And I might listen if I might just jump in real quick. I agree with the emperor, and in the sense that I think religion, I think ultimately when we talk about morality, I think that's a social and cultural construct to kind of encourage and incentivize the members of that society to act in pro-social ways.
But
beneficial ways, yes. Beneficial ways, yes.
Religion
absolutely.
is not God.
But that will benefit the group, right? And
That's what good is, benefit.
Right, and to increase social cohesion, to increase the in-group dynamic. That's what I think they do. And I will go so far as to say I think religion is one way that some societies do it.
You're talking about
religion is not God.
That's fair.
These
That's
are different
absolutely
issues.
fair. Go ahead. Anybody
These are
else?
different issues.
Can I add something to
I
this?
think religion is just another form of social cohesion. That's not the same as God. If you're going to invoke God, that's not the same as invoking religion.
And I think there's something here that's like hopeful,
religion
right?
is kind of the category that God and everything you do, including God rituals and whatever.
Well,
prayer,
not all
religions. Well, in the dictionary, that's what they put it as.
Well, not all religions. So the Buddhists is
whatever they
Buddhist is a
practice
religion.
and their manners,
They
their
don't believe
mannerisms,
in a
that
God.
is the religion. It doesn't matter if it's God or not.
Buddhism's closer
Fair
to
enough.
philosophy than religion.
Yeah,
but that's fair enough.
I think it's a pretty observable fact that humans throughout time have built some sort of spiritual system that's related to their morals, and it usually helps cohesion of the tribe, and that's cool, right?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Right.
I agree.
That's a
Religion,
really cool
culture,
example of
yes.
this. There's a really cool example of this from my reading about 5 years ago in this class. I'm a little rusty on it, but this guy named George Kennan at the end of World War II. This is the reading right here. There was kind of two fields of people debating because the United States was in an unprecedented level of like global power, and also the only ones with nuclear weapons, controlled half the world's economy. It was ridiculous. So there was a lot of debate internally in the United States of what kind of country were we going to be, and the Cold War ended up taking us more towards the dark side because of the competitive nature of the Cold War. But this guy, George Kennan, who wrote this article, was the leader of kind of the other side. And he was like, we don't need a CIA. We don't need dark arts. We can actually run the world. We have all the power now. We can actually go Disneyland with this shit. And like a debate happened, and I feel like, well, we did a little better than the British did, but we could have done even that Kennan level, that next level, and we didn't quite do it, but those discussions are important. And how we build systems, I think, is super important. And how we were able to talk about the different systems and how we're going to govern things is super important. But as someone who does not believe in God, it's like a little weird when people tell me like rules because God, because I want to be nice and like have a good life and be moral, but like there's a little bit of something there personal on it, but like also I get what you get.
So let me ask you about what I said.
Human thing.
Does any of that make sense? What I said, and then you can see how God could be layered with it.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, cool,
Yeah, I
cool.
think
So I
God
hope it's just bringing it
symbolically
together, so we all realize we're all talking about 3-4 different things, 5 different conversations, and making 12 different points, but none of them are the point that we're trying to get after. The point we're trying to get after is how do we get our morality? And then there's a verse in the Bible somewhere that says he wrote it on our hearts. You know what I mean? So it's already in us. That's why we got this weird feeling, the gut feelings and stuff like that. I would assume.
Now you're invoking God.
I understand not all of us have
without.
anything to
I'm
do
just
with
saying that
Abrahamic
without God,
right?
you know, we still want a strong survive. Your gut feeling would tell you danger's coming, and you would figure some.
I
good,
just
right?
Yeah, I just think that people don't want to live at the end of the line all the time, though. And if your argument is like, well, at the end of the line, it's death and murder and claw and tooth and nail,
and all that's bad.
But we don't
all
want to
that's
be
bad.
living there or thinking about that all the time. We want to be living in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. And yes, sure, down the line is the final violent answer. But if we're talking about that all the time, then we're moving further from Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. If we talk more about how we like each other, then we're not being tooth and claw, because tooth and claw is bad. Even though it is at the fundamental, fuck that. That's not our game anymore. Let's be nice.
I just don't see any difference between societies that invoke God and don't invoke God. Their morality is basically the same. So your point, maybe I'm missing your point, but I just don't see that you actually have a cogent point.
Name me
Ben,
one society.
Did you guys? I apologize. Did you guys hit the super chat yet?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize.
Yes.
I've been like sitting it on screen and then I forgot Ben, the handy dandy Ben is here. And also I have Josiel backstage hanging out. So if you want to get him up here, you know what to do. Go ahead, Emperor.
So name me one. When I say name me one society that doesn't have some sort of God or some sort of spiritual thing that they do. Japan doesn't have spiritual ancestor stuff. They don't have any fox
it
ghosts
depends
and
on how
stuff
far
like
back
that.
you want to go, but Japan is
You
a
don't think
secular
they
atheist
nine-tails
society.
foxing over there or nothing?
Japan does have some wild mythology. They're
Okay, so this is all I'm saying. So there's a little bit of something everywhere because there's something greater than us, and everybody knows that we can all
stop
feel
that.
it.
You've just made a jump there that's unjustified. Just because there's a little
Okay.
something in all of us, that doesn't mean that something is there.
Okay, let me ask you this: if you think this is unjustified, I think therefore I am. Is that claim unjustified?
No, it's actually a really good argument. But it's that I'm thinking, therefore I am. In the moment, it's not a universe.
It's a
What's the
state of
relevance to
self-awareness.
Okay, I've got an answer.
Hold
If
on,
I
you
say I
are
think,
because you're
therefore
thinking right now.
If I think
See,
therefore
I am.
I'm talking about myself, which I think I can perceive. But you're talking about an external thing that I cannot perceive apart from perhaps
Yes, you
faith or belief.
can. You can perceive it. You just can't.
It's meta.
You can't fully grasp it because it's too big of a concept.
Like
that's
infinity.
why we're in denial of it.
No. You can't do that. That's an
So
unjustified
fine, let me
view.
give you my claim because since we're on this subject, let me grab my book real quick.
Well,
I got a claim.
Got some young dadu.
One of those things that we know to be true, but we can't prove to be true.
This is why I agree with Mr. Emperor.
So the word God is actually a meaningless idea to me.
All right,
So
hold on.
If you're going to go down
We
this
can look
road,
up God
I'll
too.
take you all the way down.
But this is my claim. All
Let's
right.
rock and roll.
Now, okay, I love Jesus. Okay, so I understand how the Trinity is possible and how it works. But in that Trinity, there is God, this all-powerful, unknowing, unmeasurable, uncomprehendable being that is
If
in the
that's true,
center
then
of
how
all
can you
things,
comprehend it.
right? And it's on the outside and outside of everything at the same time. And I
So
started
how
to
do you
think
know
about
it's there?
this. What is so big that it's in and it's out at the same time?
Has my wife been talking?
Your
to
ego.
My dick.
You feel
Your
me? Now
ego.
check it out. I started to think,
Telling
and I
stories
just
about
and
me
I
again.
I started to think, and then I just
Come
stopped.
together.
Right?
Yeah.
I stopped thinking, and then I was just like, "Whoa,
Yeah, you stop thinking. Yeah.
hold on," because I
Yeah,
was
that's
thinking
funny.
about it, and then I stopped thinking,
Yeah,
and I was like,
You've
"Wait
been
a
doing a lot of
minute,
that. You've been doing a lot of that.
wait a minute." When I think, therefore I am.
Wow.
When I
Can
do
you
not think, therefore I am not. So look, I started to
can you
say,
stop thinking?
God is, hold on, God is I am. So God must be thought itself. Something so big and uncomprehendable. And when you're awake and asleep, your thought is still there when you're not. And it's always outside, but it is subconscious, but it's within, but it's outside at the same time.
If I may,
That's the crazy part, bro.
If I may. So I've pondered this for months.
God is thought.
Teriac, we all know Teriac.
Yeah, your thoughts are what carries the sky up. The thoughts are what makes the soil.
God is thought itself.
Okay, it's your thoughts.
Nobody hear me?
God is thought itself. The action of thinking, you're tapping
You're so
into
smart.
something.
You're so smart. You're an emperor, just of a failed village.
So if God is
How far
thought,
did you turn me
then
down?
you-
sir?
Of your mom's village.
if God is thought, then your
No,
comments
Sarah's here.
before
I'm not gonna disrespect.
then your comments before earlier,
Hello.
differentiating societies which invoke God and which don't
I'm talking
invoke
my
God.
head.
What you're actually saying is societies which have and don't have thought. That's what you've been saying all along.
I'm saying that if you invoke thought, you're invoking God itself. Even if you think you are God, you think
Yeah,
therefore
but you
you
said that
are.
God is
So
thought.
what you think is your reality. That's the only thing that exists is what you're thinking, nothing
You just
else.
said
And if you can't
if
change your
God
mind,
is
you can't
thought-
change your reality.
If God is thought, then you've been talking about societies where people either do or don't think. That's what you've been saying.
But also maybe just to bring it back, where ethos fails, we use pathos. Where pathos fails, we use logos. So I think it's possible you can kind of hit it from three different angles and see what sticks. And some cultures will be more ethos centric, some will be more pathos centric, and some, you know what I mean? And I think it's never a clean one or the other. Sometimes it's just a combination of all of those, again, to see what sticks.
Emperor, what if I have evil thoughts? Are those God's thoughts? What if my thoughts are evil?
It depends on if you worship them.
God created
no, but
evil.
I thought that thought was God. What if I'm having evil thoughts?
It all belongs to him. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Emperor. You see how Emperor every argument
about
he's
this.
ever made, every claim he
Think-
made has
think
so
about
many
this.
holes.
Think about this.
Like he's
Okay.
never thought about these claims.
Let me. You asked me a question.
He's
let me
never
answer
tested
it.
them out.
Here we
go
go
ahead.
with the Spurg.
Let's test it. So what is your question, Menard? What is your question, sir?
What if I'm having evil
One at a
thoughts?
time.
So what if you're having evil thoughts?
And thought is God. So how do you reconcile with that?
Okay, I'm saying thought itself is God. So check this out. God created everything, right? Including all the evil stuff.
Oh, so God is evil.
No. God is thought.
Hey, what if I'm having evil thoughts?
You are
God.
Thinking, so you're having evil thoughts. Therefore, you are the evil one, not God.
Well, I thought my thoughts were God.
No, thought itself is God, not your thoughts.
Oh, what? So it's like the
Yes.
combined thought of all humankind is God?
The fact that you're actively trying to comprehend what I'm saying, that is an act of God. That's what I'm saying.
I like that.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's go.
You're right. It's an act of God that I understand anything you say. You're
Yes.
right. It's a miracle.
It's real, bro.
It's a miracle
That's what
that
I'm
I
saying.
have. And I can actually listen to you and comprehend anything you're saying. You're right.
Yes,
a
that
miracle,
is God.
100%. This is
Because
God.
we are made in his image, right? So if we're tapping into
We are made in the image of thoughts.
Okay, look, that's what I'm saying. When you look in the mirror, you start figuring out what that looked like, don't you?
You ever just look at yourself in the mirror and think, "Damn, I'm really up in this shit."
Sometimes I look at myself in the mirror and I'll be like, damn, that's
Vincent
a big
comes
dick.
in. Vincent, and backstage I have Josiel and Caucasian Sasquatch hanging out back there, waiting to make their way up. Vincent says with a big 20, bad and good are appeals to emotion. Does everybody universally agree that emotions you say appeal to the word bad? How can you prove you are right? And I still want a definition of bad from you. Describe the word literally.
So I'm pretty sure that's directed towards me.
Should I go first?
No.
I'm just gonna-
I do apologize, Vince, because I wasn't able to do it earlier because there was a literally a spurg. But I did try to. What I did was I actually tried to give you the biblical definition, but I'll do a different one. There's,
Jay
it
is such a
depends on.
victim. Oh, I feel
Okay, go
bad
ahead,
for you.
Manar.
I feel so bad for you. You're being victimized by Manar and his voice. I mean, it's such a horrible thing that you have to actually make arguments.
No, I'm trying to figure out why you didn't spurg the way you were before when Sarah wasn't here.
It's so victimizing to have
Why
to
didn't you?
formulate
Why
thoughts
aren't you
and make arguments. It's
Right?
so
Why
victimizing
aren't you
to
spurging like you were before when Sarah wasn't here?
Clay, you know how some kids act when mom is gone, and then when she get home, come on, let him have that one. All right, Clay. go
Why are
ahead,
you
tell us
why are
what's
you
up,
guys
G.
holding that I like Sarah against me? What the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. Why
that's
not?
that's
Is it bad?
Why are we giving?
Why are
him
you
that
being
Good for me?
disingenuous as to your intentions?
All right, hey Clay, the definition for good and bad. What are we doing?
Yeah. Okay,
Because
so
I got him pulled
if
up.
we're
if you
talking
want me
about
to
Doing
read it.
harm
morals.
to innocence is bad.
If we're talking about morals, we're really just appealing to what our own principles are as a society, right?
Okay.
Or individually.
All right.
But it's our principles, what we are going by. Whether we don't want to be selfish or somebody else shouldn't be selfish or do wrong, right? So it essentially, like I was saying before, it is an axiom. We're going by this is a thing, metaphorically speaking, right? In metaphysics.
So
in
we'll
the
go
higher
with
thinking.
7 through 10, which is harmful, severe, ill, sorry, or distressed. Offensive. We'll go there. We're using that definition of bad.
Yeah. Only one
Okay.
of those work, right? Because what we're doing is, and like I said, it's an appeal to emotion. It's actually not a very good one, in my humble opinion.
Let me pull that up real quick.
Because the thing is what we're trying to do, essentially, is we're trying to persuade someone that something is good or bad.
Okay,
That's
so we'll say having the proper qualities, beneficial, real, valid, okay, healthy, sound, honorable. We'll go there, or should we continue? Enjoyable, pleasant, etc.
Right. Even like a secularist definition might only really just say it's about quality. And by the way, that's not quantity as Manar would suggest. It's about quality.
Worth,
good quality.
Worth, right? It's about worth, like material or
Right.
like in the best kind, devout, maybe dutiful.
Right. So that would be good, but then the
Virtuous.
opposite of that would
Okay.
be bad. Right. So
All
we can
right.
use all these words to describe it, but essentially it still is an axiom that we are using, a truth, a basic truth that we are using to try to appeal to someone's emotion about what is right and what is wrong.
Can I take a stab at this one? Let me flip this idea.
Go for it.
So the thing that bonds any social group together of any size is going to be trust. I think we can agree to that. Yes?
Yes.
So I would say that actions that are good are actions that build up that trust. Actions that are evil are things that erode at that trust.
Ooh, that's good. I like that.
Okay. Is this acceptable definitions for good and evil?
No,
like-
my definition is much better.
Well,
what's your
definition?
hold on. What's your definition of good first? What is that?
Definition of good is any action that the outcome of it is positive, beneficial, or leads to.
All right,
good,
that's what me and Clay said. All right, so you agree with me and Clay. So what's evil?
Better outcomes. And then
What's evil?
to the society or the individual in the society. And then what is evil or bad is any action that has outcomes that can lead to detriment, hatefulness.
Okay.
You know.
So then you agree with me and Clay on that one too. All right.
damage,
That doesn't even
or-
contradict
Real
with
quick
what I
before you
said.
move forward, I'm actually just saying I'm gonna make the argument that people, as much as they claim to want fairness and justice and trust, I would argue that people are more motivated by order and predictability, because I think people will tolerate injustice as long as it's an ordered, understandable, justifiable injustice.
Most people are subject to first order bias, like what immediately affects them.
Sure.
And that's going to be the biggest influences on their decision making.
I agree.
But I think people will tolerate things that is personally
Depends
harmful,
on the
not personally
person.
unpleasant, if they feel in some way it's still within the rules of the order of that society.
It depends on how resilient the person is.
Well,
But I think people
and
with
then for that
poverty,
last
they
part,
feel like they haven't
describe the
done
word literally. Being absolutely destructive. Bad. B. Being. A. Absolutely. D. Destructive. Being absolutely destructive is bad. Just in case you didn't know.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay. But I'm just, again, I'm adding an asterisk that I think, if we're going to be honest, I think people will tolerate injustice or tolerate poverty or tolerate sickness if they feel that they haven't earned something else. And I think people internalize that, to be perfectly honest. Or I think they'll look at injustice, or they'll look at atrocities and say,
I think it's more than that. Like, I don't think it's necessarily.
For example, I think sometimes, I mean, maybe this is a little kind of on the nose here. I think there are some people who will rationalize things that they would otherwise be appalled by saying, well, that person broke the law. Or I think some people will say, well, I think that person's sickness is because they smoke cigarettes. You know what I mean? So I think having that concept of fairness and order and predictability, I think, is more emotionally satisfying to a person.
No, it's
than just thinking
unattainable,
fair and
though.
just. That's the argument I would make. I'm not
But
going
see,
to but that's just a thought. You know what I mean?
Also, if you're a really good firework, you are destructive, but you're good at being destructive.
Fourth wise man comes in with a big 10. I'd like to share info on worldly things long before you all were here, and mechanism workings of this place that we reside. It's quite deep, controversial to a lot, for it goes beyond creation of here.
Yes,
Then
sir,
he
it does.
says, I posted them former, for there is so much that's unspoken and unseen in the common narratives that are portrayed. That's a lot unpublished that academia cannot even see.
Yep, it's in the Vatican.
All right, Sarah, I'll get out of here. I think you have one more person in here that's waiting, so I'll get out of here. Can I make a closing statement real quick?
Absolutely. Go ahead. We'll give you.
I got you, huh? I got you, huh?
Hold on. We're gonna make this. I'm kind of almost happy with you, Manor. You still disappointed me, but you did way better than you've done before here. So I'll give you that. Go
I'm not
ahead,
perfect.
man.
I'm not perfect, guys. Thank you so much,
No.
Sarah, for
None of
allowing me
us
back
are,
on.
bro.
Really enjoyed the debates, guys. Anytime anybody wants to come talk to me, I'm open. For this discussion specifically, it's clear there's an objective. The difference between subjective morality and objective morality is that objective morality can actually be tested. It has actual physical properties because we're looking at the actions, the outcomes of the actions. So we're able to look at the benefits, the detriments of these actions. Whereas subjective morality can only test the intentions or the preferences of somebody, and it still claims that that is the true value of the moral claim, which means that the opposite claim will also be holding the true value, even though it's the opposite claim of that same moral situation. So if I say it's subjectively moral to spit on dogs, then I'm also making the claim that for somebody that has the preference to spit on the dog, because I cannot test his intentions, if he says it's my preference to and it's moral for me to spit on dogs, then it's also true to him that it's moral to spit on dogs. So that is the difference. Objective morality can be tested. There's litmus test to it. Subjective morality is somebody's preference. It's on a whim. And it's important to know the distinction. And besides that, guys, thanks so much for having me. I'll see you guys soon.
All right,
Good
drop your
night,
channel in the
Manor.
back, bro.
Good night, Manor.
All I heard was Manar said it's objectively moral to spit on dogs.
Well, it is.
Bionic.
Tiger dogs.
Some people are saying that your volume's low, so check your volume on your microphone.
I think he just talks fairly faint, but yeah, that's okay. I was still able to hear you all night, but you do have a faint sound to you. Fourth comes in with another 10. Says, I'll leave topic on the burner shelf and elaborate when I enter panel in the future. Yes, please.
Yeah.
It's quite simple yet quite complex at the same time. Remind me when I appear and I'll openly share. Okay, Dr. Seuss.
I
do not
have a
like them,
quick,
Sam. I am.
Quick
channel
question.
up eventually.
How has anybody given like a clear definition of morality?
I mean, it's
harm.
subjective.
Well, but what is morality though?
It's subjective. What do you want it to be?
Well, no. I mean, you're saying it's subjective, but I'm saying like what is it?
It's the rules. It's your set of rules for dealing with the outside world. The
So
way
would you say
interact
like
with the outside
principles,
world.
like principles of right and wrong?
Yeah, that's actually what I
No
said.
harm, but there's also such thing as triage, right?
Right. Principles of right and wrong with regard to what?
See, I'll tell you guys, there's one book that's more important than
What is
every other book
reasonable?
to read. And you guys can read all the books you want, bro. But if you don't read this book right here, if you don't read the dictionary, bro, and the thesaurus to understand how other
I don't know
words
how
are
to
used, this right here, this is every book they could ever write. So whenever they're trying to talk to you,
grew up
you
just
already
constantly
know.
looking shit up in
with Manar
compact
in the
Louis.
As a thesaurus author, I agree with you. Thesauruses are important.
You're being prejudiced
That's why I wrote one.
because I can't read.
But
well, if you had the dictionary, it breaks it down to the simple it says it right there next to the word. It's pretty cool.
But
You've got to be careful. Though. Reading a dictionary you might end up being a person who knows music theory but can't play an instrument.
If you really want to
Okay.
know,
I know what music and theory mean.
Go to Aquinas, and he speaks about oughts. That's what it's talking about.
No. I mean, I know I have a definition of morality. It's just I've been listening to you guys speak, and it doesn't seem like you guys have gotten any clearer on exactly what morality is.
Because it's subjective.
Well,
I mean, when you say
I
it's
did.
subjective,
I cleared it up pretty good.
you can't just say okay, it's subjective. You can describe exactly what it is, or exactly what it is to you.
For each one of us, correct? Yes.
Right. So whenever I say morality, the way I take morality to be is like principles of right and wrong with regard to the well-being of others.
And that's for you.
Right. But like,
yeah, sure.
I want to hear if somebody else has a definition of morality. I want to hear like
my
what that would
definition
be.
of morality is the difference between good and evil and how it's being applied in situations.
Okay, so whenever you say good, are you meaning like what do you mean by good?
Okay, we can take Clay's definition. His first one was pretty good when we were talking about beneficial things that are beneficial to the majority. Okay, and then you have the evil, which is a detriment to the majority.
That's exactly like good. I would say is a benefit towards anything or something, and then bad would be a detriment towards something. So
that's
if something
where we're getting subjective,
right?
See what I'm saying?
So
what I said was beneficial to the majority. Now you can apply something to the majority and see if it's beneficial.
Can I tell you guys where I actually learned this? Life management skills in high school. Literally, they taught us about this in life management skills. And what they told us was that there were advertisers out there, and they would try to dupe you into telling you that something is good, better, best, or that advertiser, those people over there, that company over there, they're bad, worst.
They're trying to train us how to
This
be
is advertising. It's literally just advertising. You are trying to appeal to someone's emotion, and that's all it is.
Well, I
Good,
mean,
better,
whenever you
best.
say something is good, like these are contextual words. So like good and bad are words that require some sort of context to have like some sort of intelligibility. So if I say that something is good toward, like if I say something is good, it doesn't really make much sense unless I give it context what it's good for. So if you say what is murdering or schmurdering somebody, is that good? If someone had like some sort of desire to do that thing, well, then that would be good towards that person's desire to schmurder that person, but it would be bad towards the desire of somebody who actually was schmurdered, because obviously they probably don't want to be schmurdered.
Perfect.
But I just don't understand where we're getting, like, is anybody subscribing to objective morality here?
Manar was.
I was trying to describe how I see morality as being objective, but
I do a moral landscape version is fine, I guess.
I've had plenty of discussions with Manar. Well, like a long discussion on Breakfast Tacos' stream. He has a very interesting view on morality.
Tacos.
Breakfast Tacos.
Breakfast Tacos is another. I believe he's a moderator. I've never really. I've kind of poked in on his show.
I'm gonna have to look him up.
It seems his show's a little. It's odd for a moderator show,
He called bloodbath debates now, right?
Yeah. He's mega bloodbath, but I mean, he's doing some good stuff. I mean, but. Manar has some pretty interesting views. It seems like he's changed his views since he's been on there, because he was actually saying stuff that actually made sense. I was like, okay, well, maybe he's changed.
Probably,
but
we all
like
do.
when someone says, so what was the other guy's name that says he subscribes to objective morality?
I guess I was saying that there are objective morals. I mean, I don't believe it's entirely objective. I believe there's a subjective element to it as well. It just depends, like, are we talking about things that affect us in, the real world? Or are we talking about concepts, because apply morality in the conceptual
was willing to give up his seat. I totally missed that backstage. I apologize.
When you say objective morality, what do you mean by that? Like, what is,
so,
like,
as I was saying earlier, like societies, any kind of social group in humans of any size, the what holds us together is trust, like that trust bond. And what I would define as good is anything that is improving that trust bond. Anything is evil or bad is going to be what erodes at that trust bond, because when you get a low level of trust in society, it starts to fall apart. If you look at any developing nation today, the worst places to be are all very low trust societies, and all the most successful countries in the world are high trust societies.
Yeah, but all you're describing is that, like, it's just bad for, lowering the trust of a society is bad for people's desires to have a trust in society, or have like a
because they'll
trustful
stop
society.
participating in society. They start to lose
Yeah, but
trust.
like if somebody didn't really have that desire, or if they didn't really have that, like they didn't want that.
I'm not looking at specific instances. Like, your individual approach to it is irrelevant. You have to appeal to the majority.
And how that's objective morality, though. Like, when you say objective, what do you mean by that?
This is what I mean when I say objective.
Measurable. It has measurable effects, like
Well, I mean,
things
like,
that we can observe
wait,
and
Independent of the mind is when I say objective.
Yeah, like like I would say objective is stance independent or independent of the mind.
All right, so
What would you say independent? Wait,
down.
hold on. Emperor, would you say independent of the influence of the mind or independent of this of the
you
existence
can't
of the mind?
separate it because
let me break it down to you. Okay, I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it down. I'll use the evolutional, that theory of evolution.
Yeah.
Let's break it down to monkeys, right?
Monkeys.
Okay. Can we get with
We've
that?
got a
for
lot of
second?
those on our panels usually. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about it.
So without God present, because monkeys aren't worried about God. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So without God present, only the objective strong survive. The objective is the strong survive.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. The strong survive.
Survival.
Only the strong survive.
You're saying the
That
objective
is morality. So think about every
wait,
creature.
wait,
Think about
how is
every
that
creature on the
morality?
planet because the humans aren't here no more.
Yeah,
what
but
are these creatures worried about?
Wait a minute, Emperor.
Survival.
strength to so many things that it loses any kind of meaning.
Okay,
I just gave you
Might
everything.
makes right. Might does not make right.
I'm not saying might makes right. I'm saying survival.
Okay, but you're saying it's morality, but like might
Morality.
just
Look,
Right.
morality, survival is morality. Look, let me do this.
Okay,
Let me-
wait. What was your definition of morality earlier?
Like I said, if you want to say morality is.
No, I'm just
for
asking
me,
what your definition.
Yeah,
of
my
morality
definition is good and evil and how it applies to situations.
Wait, good and evil and how it applies to situations. That's not specific at all.
That's morality. Morality is not specific.
Does he need
It's
to show you his
subjective.
dick?
It's subjective.
Can be.
If you don't have God there, morality is subjective at that
Not
point.
specific enough. You need to
Unless
show
you're
him your
trying
dick.
to survive, your morality is based off of your survival, which is strong survive.
Okay, but let's get specific here. When you say
Yes.
morality, you say good and evil. Okay, so good, you've already said, is like a benefit.
Words
right?
have meaning.
Like,
That's why I'm
Right.
saying, look, survive, right? Okay, to remain alive or in existence after, to include living or existing. So that is good, right? We can all agree.
well, it's good
I
for
was
someone's
gonna go
desire.
No. Think about this.
It's good
Okay,
for
to
someone's desire
remain
survive.
alive, is that
Uh-huh.
good for you? Yes or no?
If I wanted to remain alive, it would be
Suddenly
good for
it's
my desire to
subjective.
remain alive.
Okay, no, I'm asking you right now. Do you want to remain alive? Is remaining alive good for you? Yes
the keyword
or
here is
no?
the
Stop
keyword is
dodging
what?
a legitimate
I'm
question.
not.
Fine.
I'm literally
Sasquatch
answering-
is yes.
I'm not dodging. I was literally
Yes,
answering
for you.
specifically.
But
Okay.
I'm
You
going
can
to
have
make
all the
this
big booties
subjective.
you want, man. This is life. Live it,
I like
right?
big booties and I enjoy them.
This is the biggest
If
one.
someone else is having the same conversation and that other person is trying to kill me, his survival is now bad.
But here's the thing. That's where morality, good and evil applies
It
to the
becomes subjective
situation.
suddenly.
That's the subjective part. What I'm saying is the act of surviving, which is what we're all doing right now, we all see as good. Stop trying to run from that.
It's
I
we
think
see
that
Now,
also
now, if
exists.
society was
we
not
see it as
here
good.
anymore, if
We see it
society
as
was not
good.
here and there was no God, no rules, survival would be the rule.
We see
That
it
is
as
not
good
true.
because we have a desire to survive.
So when
Exactly.
when
So
my
it's
great
good.
hold on,
So
when my
it's tied.
when my
hold on. It's tied to the desire to survive.
yeah well
Survival
here's-
is good, is what I'm
Listen,
telling you.
It's good
not-
for
no.
the
Is
desire.
it? Is it though?
No. When my great grandmother was 103
It
years
depends.
old, when my mother asked her, "How
If
do
you're
you
weak
fit?"
or not.
Hold on.
Go ahead,
When my
go ahead.
great grandmother was 103 years old, and my mother asked her, "How do you feel today?" She said to my mother, "I just want to die."
So
And
she had
then
a
you have
desire to
sacrifice.
not
Poor
live.
baby.
You have
That's
self-sacrifice.
But it
Not
was so
always
true.
survival is good. Sometimes sacrificing oneself is the better, nobler option in order
Yeah.
to fulfill a better purpose.
For someone
Hey,
else's
look,
survival.
Emperor,
Saving
And that,
children from a burning building,
exactly.
or
Yeah.
taking pics.
Survival is
I have
good.
a-
Exactly.
I have a quick.
But
I
she
have a quick
didn't.
question. I have
She
a quick
didn't
question.
want to survive. She wanted to
Okay.
die.
Let's say
Okay,
hypothetically.
well,
let's say
then at this point,
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Jovi. Josiel.
Yeah, sorry. Let's say hypothetically that like I set you on fire, right?
Oh God.
And I'm not going to, but I'm just saying hypothetically. Let's say I set you on fire, and let's say no, like we know that like no matter what's going to happen, you will not survive. Like there's no way that you would be able to like come out of that alive. Like you're not going to come out with a good life after that.
Well, that's pretty bad, isn't it?
Right. That would be really bad. So
See?
like
so you just proved my objective morality.
No, I did it. Because
Yes, I
let's
did.
say that in that scenario, you desire to have a good life after you got set on fire, right? You desired to have a life that was good, prosperous, and everything, but you weren't able to obtain that. In that scenario, would you say that it would be preferable for you to die quicker?
All right, so
yeah,
I'm gonna say this because you're trying to put me in this impossible scenario. So
That's not
I'll tell you
impossible.
this.
I'm sure there's plenty of
No,
people.
no,
who've
no.
been in
I'll
that
tell you
scenario.
this. I'll tell you this because only the strong survive is my claim.
Well, I
At
mean, if
that
I set
point, hold on,
someone
listen.
fire,
At
it
that
doesn't matter if they're
point,
strong or
at
not.
that point, I'm not strong anymore, and the weak and the old and sickly die. So naturally, that's what would happen.
Okay, but I'm
Objectively, it's bad that you set me on fire. Objectively, it's bad that I can't survive it.
It's objectively bad towards what?
Objectively, because maybe I was the guy that was gonna do something, and you set me on fire because you're a hater.
Wait, what do you? I'm saying it's objectively
You
bad.
see how
towards
there's
what?
evil all over there, and there's so much good in that at the same time.
It's objectively bad towards
And now
what?
the next person, guess what?
Evil
It's
is all over the place.
it's good that I die too at the same time. Why?
It's called
Because
a moral
somebody can
dilemma.
learn from that and not trust you.
It's a hypothetical. I'm just asking you to engage in the hypothetical. But
I did. I just did. I engaged in
but I'm saying
hypothetical. I kicked
you're
its
saying it's
ass.
objectively bad, but I'm saying it's objectively bad towards what?
It's objectively bad towards the lives I could have affected in a positive way.
No, it's objectively bad towards.
It's
towards
objectively
your
bad
desire.
because of all the other people that would have survived because of me.
You being set on
So
fire. is
objectively, you setting me on fire was already bad. Objectively, me being on fire and can't survive is bad because I can't survive, and it's bad because now other people can't survive because I can't be there for them.
Okay, do you think
So yes, it's
morality is
bad.
objective, or do you think morality is subjective?
Like I said, it's both. I just gave you the objective. The objective is survival. Okay, because survival of the strongest cannot be overcame.
You're using objective in two different senses.
Okay,
You said
now
objective is independent of the mind, right?
and that's subjective, but
No,
independent of the mind is objective. Yes.
Yes, independent of the mind is objective. Okay.
Survival
So
is independent
how
of the mind.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So it is independent of the mind that it is bad for your continued existence for me to set you on fire, right?
Based off of survival, yes.
Wait, but based off of your desire to survive, right?
No, not my desire to survive. The survival of other people. There's other people that are surviving because I'm surviving.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
See, survival goes further than me and you. Because when you are here as a father or a husband, other people depend on you for survival at a point.
Yes.
See what I'm
Okay.
saying? So if you get set on fire, that's bad for their survival as well. Objectively.
Wait, okay,
Also, in the broader sense, if society is allowing someone to go around dousing people with gasoline, then I cannot trust society to protect me.
Dude, but that's bad though. We just described what bad
I know
was.
that's bad. I'm trying to explain like
Look.
how this goes beyond the individual. It's like you're
Yeah, but this
Being
is
absolutely
predicated-
destructive is bad.
Like others.
Absolutely
Okay,
destructive
this
is bad.
This
Okay.
it's still predicated on the desires of the people inside of society.
So anybody setting people on fire, that's objectively bad because when you look at forest fires, even animals
you're not
run from that when
you're not
lightning hits the
contextualizing-
tree.
You're not
No,
contextualizing the words that you're
objectively,
using.
lightning can hit the tree, and objectively, fire can get started, and objectively, everything's gonna run from
Yes,
the fire.
you're just describing
Objectively,
things that can
so
happen.
there is proof objectively that fire is bad. So running around setting stuff on
Bad
fire
for
is
what? You're not
objectively bad.
You're not contextualizing the words that you're using.
Yeah.
Bad
I
for
am.
what?
Hey guys, can I have a real quick
bad.
question? Then I want to hear what Sasquatch has to say.
ahead.
If are you speaking, Sarah?
You're muted, Sarah.
Oops, sorry. Michael just sent 10 to say, ask me about the sugar poison problem. And it's been bothering me for like the last 10 minutes because I want to know what the fuck the sugar poison problem is.
Sugar is addictive and is a poison. We take it because it's sweet as fruit, and fruit is where we get our vitamins and some of our minerals. But sugar itself is merely a chemical, much like nicotine, and it is highly addictive, more addictive than crack. No child ever ate sugar ever said, "Oh, I don't want any more of that."
It's because you're
that's
what we're talking about, what they're talking about when they say sugar.
Not exactly the thing.
What they're talking about when they say sugar is processed sugar. And processed sugar, unlike a complex sugar.
Why don't we let Michael? It was Michael's. Hold on. It was Michael's super chat. Let's let him explain what it is.
But that was awesome how you took the red yarn and just created a whole thing on it. Like I wasn't gonna get in the way of that. That was great. Because that's all true. But this one is about intentions, and it was just for when our other friend was here, which basically is the idea that like, okay, there's a lot of versions of this, but like, you know, Michael doesn't like, who doesn't want to be liked? Clay, right? All right, so Michael doesn't like Clay. Let's say we work in the same office, right? I every Tuesday I know what time Clay goes in to put sugar in his coffee. On Monday at the end of the day of work, I put poison in the sugar that I know only Clay drinks from, right? On Tuesday morning, Clay doesn't come in because he's sick at home, didn't show up at the office. I come in late and realize, oh, Clay's not here, he didn't die. And then I just take the poison and I go home. And I give up on my plan. Now, if not for Clay randomly getting sick, he'd be dead, right? And I try to kill him, like straight up, right? So that was all intention, but no physical instantiation that affected anyone except for that like 10 hours with poison was sitting in a jar, right? So it was creating a scenario where like you've got an obvious moral bad without any instantiation and impact in the world. I was kind of interested in what Menard would say about it, but yeah.
Oh, I'd like to.
Yeah, rock and roll. Anyone thoughts?
Attempted assault is still assault. Attempted red rum is still
go away for sure.
It's still a crime.
But see, so it's almost like we get the reality check right there because we have impulsive decisions, right? And in the matters of law, they have like what they would consider a cool down period, and this is what determines between premeditated and impulse, right? So in that moment, it's still counted for premeditated, but we would essentially say, comparatively speaking, that decision, that initial decision to put the poison in the sugar was impulsive compared to after you had time to think about it, right? And then you said, you know what? I'm kind of over this. I want to remove the poison and not kill this guy, right? Because you were able to remove yourself from the scenario and think about it after realizing what you had done. You kind of
only after the moment passed when he would have gotten killed. So it's not like I saved him. And I had, you know what I mean? And I had playing this for months. Like, I don't like this guy.
Right. If the crime's never discovered, then it's moot.
Right.
This comes down to what the actual charge would be. Are you being charged with attempted murder, or are you being charged? Oh, sorry, I think you can't use that word. Maybe. Are you being charged with attempted murder, or are you being charged with something else? So there will be a crime that those actions and that intention will fit to.
But now you're asking about the morality piece behind it, are you not?
All right.
I think it's an interesting moral question that would be fun for discussion. I think the guy should be locked murder, but
so the question is if you do something that with the intention of actually harming somebody. But sorry, I tuned out. So what was the dilemma again?
Correct. So
I can do it real quick again. Oh, someone else do it. That'll be more fun. Someone else.
No,
go ahead. I was just thinking, like, what if they're running out of sugar and they're trying to figure out how to stretch it?
Well, so I think, Michael, the question would be, did his morality suddenly change after he realized that Clay wasn't coming into work that morning? And was there some kind of change, or does one negate the other? Like, okay, because I removed the poison, does that now negate my ill intentions of the first action?
I believe the way it's written usually is that there's none of that like change of heart. It's like for some non-interesting moral reason, you pulled out. You're worried someone's going to find it, whatever. But I don't know if there's an official version of this philosophical question, but I think it's fun to think about. But there isn't like a redemption arc for this person. They're still a bad person, and they're going to do it next year.
Break it down like again. Sorry, I tuned out.
So address Emperor whenever all of this is done.
Yeah, so I'll do it for you there. So essentially, a guy is poisoning the coffee of a coworker, and because he's done that, obviously that we would consider that a bad act. But the coworker doesn't show up that day where that poison went into his coffee. So because of that, that individual who poisoned the coffee, he's obviously off the hook. Well, the coworker shows up the next day, and the guy decides, I'm not going to poison my coworker's coffee today because I'm just not going to do it. Whatever reason. Was the action prior to that day, was him poisoning that coffee where nobody got hurt actually bad?
Was it immoral or bad? Like, is that the question?
Same.
Well, I mean, like there are contexts where something could be bad, but
If
not
you're saying
immoral.
bad and good, that's morality. So you're really dipping into that pool.
Morality. Like if I
What's the intention to kill them or make them sick?
If I do a math problem
I just explained
wrong,
it to you. Can you actually get into it?
yeah, but I'm just saying if
the definition of bullshit.
if I solve a math problem wrong, that was bad or detriment towards the math problem being solved. So that I wouldn't constitute that as immoral. But I'm saying, are you asking if that was immoral?
No, bro. Is it an airplane?
No, I wouldn't consider that immoral.
Okay.
What if I fudge statistical data?
Maybe I should explain it one more time.
Against someone.
Well, I'm just saying that wasn't like
Maybe
with the
using
way
math
that you
for
described
bad.
it. I would not consider that immoral.
Well,
I just heard this dude say, if somebody peed in the employee's drink and they drank it, that's not immoral because poison is pee.
The question here is if you do something,
you know,
if you do something with the
not
intention
immoral.
of harming somebody, but you didn't harm someone, was that immoral? And I would consider that no.
Okay,
So it's like Wile E. Coyote, right? He's trying to kill that
Objectively,
Roadrunner.
'cause nobody
It always
got
goes
hurt.
wrong, but like he's trying to kill that Roadrunner, right?
If no
Like
one
Wile
gets
E. Coyote
harmed,
never has moral change. He's always a killer.
well, this is actually the no victim, no crime argument.
Yes, and I think he should be locked up the same as murder. But that's just me.
Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't consider it immoral. I would consider it like morally irresponsible. I wouldn't consider it immoral though.
Damn, really?
Mm.
What's the difference?
I mean, there are a lot of implications that come in with that. Like, there are some moral dilemmas that come with like utilitarianism that like probably that get a little tricky. Especially like there's ones where if there's a coma patient that is in a coma, and then the doctor does something to that patient, the patient never knows. There was no harm done to that patient. Was that action immoral? I think the problem here is the way that we use language to describe actions that are immoral or moral, because most people would consider like actions that would blanketly be immoral. But in my perspective, I would consider that action like extremely irresponsible, especially in the hypothetical that the person never finds out, or there would I would never like co-sign, or I would never say that that action was something that you should do. But I wouldn't consider that action immoral because no harm was done in that scenario. Like no actual desired harm was happened in that
can't
scenario.
someone argue that someone's sovereignty was violated, which is a harm?
Well, I mean, when it's the way that you're using harm in that scenario. Like when you say their sovereignty was violated, I don't consider if someone doesn't know their sovereignty. I don't even know the definition of
How do
sovereignty.
you feel about property rights?
What do you mean?
God, not that No.
You stole that sugar.
All right. Vincent says, my whole line of questioning is to show that good or bad isn't objective. No one here has shown what they're saying objectively true. Just stating it isn't an argument. Any thoughts to that?
True.
Stating an argument is an
the
argument.
whole line of questioning. Oh wait. Go.
Oh, you want it back up?
So like I said, good and bad, it's good and bad has been defined, those two words specifically. If you want to say morality without God, the only thing that is going to be good is survival. And the only thing that's going to be bad is the things that don't survive.
I want a piece of that.
I wouldn't say that they're bad for not surviving.
Yes, I want to hear Sasquatch.
Their strategy for surviving was bad.
Hold on, bro. Survival is only good up to a point. Once your survival is detrimental to the rest of society survival, in other words, should you become immortal, your survival would be, it would infringe upon the.
It would be inherent. Your survival will be inherent. You wouldn't have to worry about that kind of.
When I'm saying immortal, I don't mean omnipotent and all powerful and all of that stuff. I'm just saying without being murdered, without falling off a cliff, without whatever like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're human. You're perfectly human. There's nothing magical about you. You just don't die if you don't, do something stupid that kills yourself. That level of survival, your will to survive, drawn out across a long enough time span, would be detrimental to your any descendants you have, to anyone else's descendants, because you are occupying a space that isn't intended for you.
Well, this is
Does that
my
make
thing.
sense?
Survival is the objective part, but only the strong survive. That's the rule.
But the meat will inherit the earth.
As you get older, you're gonna get weaker, and you won't be able to maintain that. So you're eventually going to die. So your survival, keeping you alive as you being weak and sick and can't do nothing, that's a detriment to society in
From
itself.
your subjective perspective, yes.
What if you start getting people contracting the same disease as you by being around them?
I'm completely confused.
See,
by that.
look,
I think the problem
I'm
is
talking about the sick, the old, the weak.
Right.
Those people already are, and the animals, they get
I'm
ate
speaking
up
about
naturally.
you yourself. You have
Yes.
children? Do you have children?
Yes. Keep
Okay.
going. Make your point,
So
boss.
you live for 50 years, your children grow, they have children. You live for 150 years, their children
I'm
have
dead by then. I'm supposed to be dead.
immortal.
You
As
told,
long as
like
you
you
don't-
just told me I'm immortal, and I said if I'm immortal, I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff.
You do have to worry about it because
No,
life
I
is
really
dangerous.
don't. I don't have to. I could be involved in
You're
office.
taking
I
it.
could be like, if I'm immortal like that, I would be running countries and doing all kinds of stuff, bro. Like, this is silly.
Maybe, but I think that would be more dangerous. That's what I'm saying is you're not immune to death. I'm just saying
then you're not immortal.
You're like a lobster.
You're saying that you won't die from
Lobster's not a bad
old age or disease or
or
would
an
have to be
amoeba.
an external force.
You are an
Get
amoeba.
on with it.
Oh my gosh.
Starfish are the immortal ones.
An amiibo?
So
I'm
then we're
simply
looking at good and evil in that objective way where survival. So if I know I'm not gonna die, then I would want everybody else, which is good, beneficial, everybody else to survive.
How far do you carry that survival? That's why I added the immortality part. Not that you are immune to damage and you can't be killed. Just
Okay,
as
well
long
then
as
naturally something would eventually
Yeah,
happen to
finish.
me. Go ahead.
you clearly don't know what I'm thinking, and I'm trying to get it across to you, but you keep jumping in
Okay,
before I
fine.
finish the
Go
sentence.
ahead.
Provided you don't experience something that would naturally kill you. Independent life, right? You just, as long as you can do it. But how long can a person survive on the earth without eventually running across something that kills them, right? How is it possible that it is objectively good for you to survive longer than all of your progeny and everyone else's progeny? Does that not interfere with the future, as it were?
I think it's unlikely for that to take
because
place
you
unless you're in a
should
world where
gain
everyone's
all
doing
that
it.
knowledge. You should gain all that knowledge over all this time. You should be the GOAT. You should be the elder. You should be one of the ones that goes to help contain the morality. How do I survive this? How do I survive that? How did you stay away from this? How did you stay away from that? You would be the arbiter of wisdom in that moment. If you
You're
are
right.
good, but if you are bad, then your point will make sense.
I have a fiction book I would like you to look into. The name of the book is Methuselah's Children, specifically a character who named himself Lazarus Long. This is where the idea of a non-omnipotent immortality comes from. The man can die just like you and me. If you get shot,
Yeah, the long life from our elders. Yeah.
Right. Are you familiar with the book by chance?
Yeah. Because
Okay, cool.
Adam lived 900 and something.
No, sir.
20
No, sir.
years, something.
No, sir.
So,
No, sir.
No,
No,
I'm
sir.
just letting you know they had long life in the Bible, so I understand the lifespan, how it could you still die.
Right. But what I'm getting at is you clearly don't, because you don't know the book I'm referring to.
No, I don't know the book, but I understand the long life idea. I get it. Go ahead.
The book depicts an individual who lives for 3,000 years, and it takes place across several different time periods, all of it depicting in the future. The one thing that he says is good on this earth is helping others. Him being on a planet for too long, him staying in any one location for too long, he does what you're talking about. He becomes the elder. He imparts his wisdom, but wisdom is only wise as long as it is taken up by intelligent use. When you have someone who takes your wisdom and misuses it, that can become a bad thing, and stretched over a long enough time period, anyone's influence, anything becomes bad eventually. And I think immortality also would. And so survival, stretched through a long enough time period, renders survival as good objectively, becomes a subjective thing. And this works in like microcosm too, when it comes to like cells and stuff.
But we're not talking about survival.
And that's how I know God exists.
Survival of the species, right?
And you just helped me prove it.
He's talking about individual survival. You're talking about your ability to.
You just told me prove God exists. I'll tell you how.
I don't have an issue with God existing. It's the wrong argument.
Because that's why he gave us 120 years, because he knows we evil, and he knows over a period of time we could do something with that.
But survival is
that 120 years.
God is very smart.
That's
got to do with how long it was going to
No,
be until the flood
not.
came.
True.
That's not 120 years like what you're thinking.
He
No,
said
it's about
he said only in man's heart is all evil, and he said my spirit will not stay with him. He will be 120 years. That's what he
Isn't
did.
it
He
fair to
locked
say-
us down because of how evil you just explained it, bro. I'm just
Isn't it
giving
fair
you
to say
what
that
I
all
heard.
these discussions about specific hypotheticals and examples, aren't we really just proving the fact that, coming back to the topic, that morality is just subjective?
That's where I was going. He found a thing that none of you could refute. He stated survival is objectively good. That for the individual, that individual's survival is objectively good. However, if it interferes with the advancement of your progeny, your children, your brothers, sisters, children,
Society, the way it's built, then that's bad.
well, that's bad. And your survival then becomes subjectively bad.
So I have a question. So is suffering good or bad?
Suffering builds character, sir.
It can be.
I'm sorry,
it
I
can be
didn't hear
both.
you. I didn't hear you.
Suffering builds character.
Suffering builds character, but is it good or bad?
It can be both.
Mostly why you're suffering.
It depends on what you're
Some things-
suffering.
Yeah,
Because
some things are
remember,
beyond anybody's ability to control.
Remember
Disease can be
this.
suffering, but that's
I
not
feel like
good or bad, right?
when
Can I make a quick point? I
Thank
want
you,
to make
man.
a quick point. The
when
word
Saint John
suffering-
saw Jesus, right, and Jesus came up to him and said, "Baptize me," he said, "No, I you need to baptize me." He says, "Suffer this, suffer me." So suffering is a good thing sometimes.
But wait. I want to make a quick point. I feel like suffering is similar to the Erderme or Red Rum word. Is once you call it suffering, you're already making
There
a
it is.
commentary on that.
That's
Because if
what
you
I was
talk about
looking for.
pain, if you're talking about whatever, those could all have different definitions. Once you call it suffering, you're loading it with judgment.
It is a loaded word. I agree.
Right.
Yes.
I
We
like it when
have
things are loaded. Speaking of loaded, Fourth Wiseman comes up with a Big Ten. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm Milton, your brand new sir. Mon.
Monkey.
Mon. I see the key now. Okay. Synonymous excuse denied, for no one can assume position of lesser self. Now, does that make you aware of custodianship?
was one guy one time.
That's like when somebody asks if anybody's perfect, and I'm like, "There's this one dude once that I heard about."
Mr. North comes with a big 5. Surviving being good is objective. Your survival being good is subjective. Is this correct?
All right, so surviving being good is objective. All animals want to survive. Yeah. That's why they run around and hunt. Your survival being good is subjective.
Your survival.
No, mine is not subjective, only because in the sense of your survival and other people depending on your survival as well, that's objective.
Do you know what a
There's
fainting
nothing
goat
subjective
is?
about it.
Emperor, I think you're missing the point on a lot of this.
Do you know what a fainting goat is?
Yes.
What?
I know what a fainting goat
I
is.
can't understand the word.
A fainting goat is in passing out.
Fainting goat.
Yes.
Oh, do you know what a fainting goat is?
Like a goat that's fainting?
That faints. It faints anytime something spooks it a little bit. Do you know what a fainting goat's job is?
To faint?
To die.
The rest of the herd. It sacrifices itself for the rest of the
You
herd.
put a fainting goat out with your good animals, so if the herd gets attacked, that bugger passes out as soon as the attack happens and lays there and gets eaten, and all your good animals get away.
And that's why every dad, when I was a park ranger, always joked every time during the bear training, I just got to outrun my family. Like he was the first person to ever make that joke.
And that is evil.
According to you.
That's why some male animals, they have horns so they can protect.
Okay, are you retreating to the animal question to remove the mind from the conversation?
Well, whether we're thinking about it or not, animals are still doing animal things.
Well, sure. If you're going to reduce the mind from the conversation, why not go to the single?
Well, we took God. The original conversation took God out of it. Okay,
well, this is
and objective is without, absent of the mind. So if we're not thinking about it, but it still happens, then that's objective. Isn't
Well, a
it?
cell wants to survive. It will do everything it can. A single cell, a single-celled organism. However, single-celled organisms have two choices in the way they do this. Some single-celled organisms choose to be immortal. They last forever. They don't reproduce. However, the ones who do reproduce all have a lifespan.
Nope.
I don't know of any
That makes sense.
migrants.
A lot of the in the beginning of the Bible, a lot of them are waiting a long time to have children.
So this brings me to my
Hundreds
real
of years, bro.
Is life good?
Uh-oh.
Now, okay, is life bad?
How do you determine that?
Life meets some definitions of good, depending on which one you're using.
Okay, no, hold on. Okay.
What's your metric?
If we remove all life, is that bad?
Depends on what your goal
have any
is.
meaning if there's no life? Like,
As a former antinatalist, should I do this?
If we
discussion?
remove
Well, you could say removing all life removes all potential for harm.
all potential for
but
good.
it also removes
That's great.
all good.
That's the
Therefore-
result of AI thought, by the way. Yes.
But if you remove all life, you are removing all good.
And
Wait,
all
we can
evil
actually remove all life.
harm.
There's a natural experiment here. Was there goodness before the first life form evolved? In the first 1 billion years, 5 billion years of the universe, there's no life.
If you believe in God,
Goodness
God
back
is
then?
good, and He existed before that. So yes,
If good
Now
is
prove God.
subjective, if good is subjective and you remove all life, then the time before life was not good. Ergo, the opposite of that would be what? Bad?
Well, it wasn't good or
void, as
bad.
stated, void.
Neutral.
It's just like out of topic.
Fair enough.
Out
Fair
of-
enough. You got me. You got me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Brick. I should have shut
Well,
up.
I
my
mean,
bad.
if you want to go that far back, we can associate light with good and darkness with evil because that's what we do on a daily basis. And
But
in the
that's the
dark, it's
symbolism we
cold.
impose on those things.
Nothing really grows in the dark except evil little monsters and creepy creatures with no eyes and weird stuff in the dark, bro. But in the light, everything is all beautiful and awesome. Everything is awesome, right?
So
In the
then
light,
really-
right?
You've never seen a crab.
So really, then nothing is bad, but all things are good.
No, I think it's
does not follow.
Okay, so
no,
again,
not at all.
We've never
Well,
pinned
nothing
down,
is neutral, correct?
Why not?
I think we've never pinned down good and bad because we're all using it in different ways. And I think just the best way to go by is to say good to who, bad to who, good according to, and that brings us back to the subject.
There's the
That's what I was
subjective.
saying earlier. Good and bad don't mean anything if there's no
Yeah,
people.
right. So none of these verbal traps mean anything because we're also going to go back to like, well, it depends who you ask. It depends who the life is. And I think that's ultimately where we get where we need to be. So I don't understand why it took us 6 hours to get to this place.
But is that a good thing?
You
Is
know what
that
I
a
mean?
good thing to get to that place?
Well, we also
Because
can't ask whether they're talking about
There's always
morality as a
one.
group
I
or
don't
morality
wanna
as an
drink tonight.
individual, you know?
Like,
I don't
the
think
reality-
individual morality is
I'm gonna break this panel
But
already.
this is the same kind of thing that we were getting annoyed with Menard. Is like if I take a sharp object and poke you with it, is that good or bad? It depends if I'm a mugger or a surgeon, right? It really kind of you need that context to understand what's the purpose of me doing that thing. If I cut your arm off, am I
And
right?
that's
am I
the
cutting your arm
subjective
off?
part about
Right.
it.
And I can't think of anything, any human condition, especially human condition, that can fall outside of that realm of it depends who you ask and it depends what you're seeking to achieve.
And then why would you go to the doctor, right?
Right.
So you can survive.
Even so much to go back to the other point that I said that even things that we as a group can objectively, by the way, I hate the word objectively, say is a horrendous thing. You have to understand that it's very rare that a person is solely motivated by malcontent and malice that they're going to be evil, because I think even that evil person, as you will, has rationalized and justified that behavior in some way. Right?
Yeah, this is why I didn't agree with the Manar at all, because essentially it is the act that is bad. It is not the person, right? It is what he is doing in that moment, that act with the intent that is the bad thing.
That's where it comes
See how
down to.
Manar agreeing with us at the end of it.
Speaking of intense, Vincent intends to supply me with a nice dinner tomorrow with all these donuts he's been sending in.
Thank you, sir.
The Emperor says you have the will. The will to survive doesn't prove objectivity. If there's people that disagree with you, what makes you right and them wrong? Nothing. Your preference against theirs.
That's not true, because I never said the will to survive. Somebody else threw the will to survive in there. My original
That's what
claim.
you're speaking of.
Hold on, I will pull it out because I have it written down exactly. I don't want nobody to get me mistaken. Now, here's my thing. My original claim: without God, okay? 2 words: without God,
without thoughts.
Hold
That's
on.
what you said earlier.
Yeah, because look, and I already made a claim that God is thought itself, dreams and imagination, all that is encompassing all of what God is and how powerful He truly is, all of that. And He can manifest, we can manifest all that. So, what I'm saying is morality itself is good and evil, but that's subjective. Now, without God, only the objective. So this is the objective right here. Only the strong survive. That is the morality.
That's not the word. Hold on.
How do you
It's not
determine strong? Even well, yes, but even at that, you could be lucky. You could be lucky and survive. You can be intelligent enough.
That's strong. Yeah,
You
all
could be
those are strengths.
Winning a lottery ticket is not strength.
Yes, it is.
Strength meaningless.
Hold on,
Make
hold
the
on.
term strength meaningless.
Stop. The metric isn't solidified. Like I could just be lucky, right? The rock falls down and just so happens to fall next to me, or I almost fall off the cliff, but like magically grab a branch that swings me around, or an eagle flies under me and just happens to knock me back up on the cliff, or like I'm intelligent enough to know to hang around somebody significantly stronger than me,
and all
so
those
that
things
they
apply.
can protect me. That doesn't equal
Yeah, all
strength.
those things apply in strengths because you have the strength of intelligence. And what I'm saying is, if something lucky happens, like a rock falls, right? Boom, your survival that you survived that is good, right?
But it
Because you
wasn't
could have been
strength.
dead.
What if it was Hitler?
Objectively, that's what I'm saying. So without thinking about God in that specific situation, that rock not hitting you is a good thing because
But
you're
not
still
all
here with
strength,
us.
not all strengths provide a possibility of survival. So
That's
not
where
just
the weak.
no,
don't
no,
make
no, no, no.
it.
I could be the strongest smelling guy on the street.
That might keep you. That might keep everything away from you, and now
I'll
you can
probably
forage
be
for
the first
food.
one. I will be the first one kicked in the stomach, and I will die of a I don't know, a exploded gut or whatever. I don't know, but for real,
Nah, bro, nah.
Hold on,
You're really reaching.
Only
You're really
strengths
reaching
are not
hard. That's how I
beneficial.
know.
No,
That's
some
how I
strengths
know
are
my
not beneficial.
Stands. Look,
Some strengths are not
a
beneficial.
cataclysmic event
Gentlemen.
and it kills
can't
all
defeat
the
that.
people around me, I don't know that I want to survive it. Like
The
my
biggest
wife
issue
goes,
I have with
my
this.
wife goes, fuck you all. I don't like any of y'all that much.
Okay.
I promise.
I got you. The biggest issue I have with this is how much heavy lifting and water carrying you're making the word strong carry. It's carrying
Only-
far more water
yes,
than the
that's-
meaning of it.
No,
Right.
here's the thing.
You're granting
Strong,
strength far more definitions than it actually
Hold on.
has.
That's right.
Because there's so many ways to be strong, and you can see it in
There is,
nature.
but they're
You can
not
see it in nature, and
all-
they survive.
Okay,
And that's a good
it's no
thing.
longer a
Because
conversation.
if those certain things didn't survive, we wouldn't even be able to forage for
This has
food
become
and things
your
like that, bro.
But Emperor,
I'm
understand.
not seeing it.
Emperor, I'm someone who kind of squints, and I agree with you. But understand that you're using that word as a catch-all. That if it worked out, it was strength. If it didn't work, it wasn't. You see, you're using it so blank. It's such a trump card for you.
Yeah, explain
That's the
Mount
issue.
St. Helens.
That's the claim, though. And that can be
Presumptive.
subjective if you want to argue it down to a point, but my point will still stand at the end of it.
Problem with what
That's
you're
what
saying,
I'm
though.
saying. And that's why I said only the strong survive. And societies or people, the strong ones or the weak ones, get together and they get together in groups, and then they start to do things, they start to innovate, and that's a strength. That's one of our strengths. Feel me? And the ones that can't do it or don't get with it, they find a way to just fall off or go missing or disappear.
Emperor,
understand,
how
but
can
that's
any of this be
And that's not
prescriptive?
good because we don't know what happens to them.
This guy is lying.
Emperor,
Natural
how can
disaster
anything you're
do
saying be
not
prescriptive?
help your argument. So
Because morality is prescriptive. It tells us what we should do, right?
A rogue wave is not going to help your argument, right?
Okay,
if
and
ship's
only
out
the
at sea,
strong would survive.
right? A ship's out at sea,
Post-
right? That can be the strongest ship crew out there on the sea. Rogue wave comes, topples that ship over. It's done.
Yeah, but one dude makes it to land.
Emperor,
No,
I'm
all
just
dead.
saying, bro.
They're all dead.
Even if they're all dead, guess what? The fish had to survive,
Have
so
a
they ate them.
request.
The fish got fed.
Emperor.
Survival
I have
is
a
all over
request.
the place, whether you think about it or not. Go ahead, boss.
And I'm not trying to take shots at you or anything. I want you to really think on how much water the word strong is carrying, and you're making a presumptive presupposition that if you survived, then that was a strong thing. You're completely obliterating anything else out of the conversation, right? As in, you're refusing to take on any information because you're presuming your statement is correct to start with, which reduces this to basically an argument on semantics rather than a discussion of what I think you're actually trying to talk about, and that is survivability and carrying information forward, and doing
those
the
were
things
just
that
those were
life
just
does.
attributes that I was giving you to explain how the survival is still good, and I
but
did
also-
that. That's all. You took me down the hole. I built a
But also-
ladder.
But Emperor, I mean, and again, I say this sympathetically. Sarah brought up the point of dumb luck. Sometimes dumb luck
It's a good thing.
Well, yeah, it's not, but it's
Sometimes
but that's
it
not
is.
But that's not an intrinsic.
Sometimes it's not.
But right, but that's not an intrinsic. Well, you're kind of proving my point. But that is not an intrinsic quality of the individual. If I
Exactly.
train luck.
Okay, fine. Let's bring it back to monkeys. Monkeys ain't worried about God, and the strongest ones survive.
I got one for that one. Hold on. Chimpanzees have something that they do, and this is across the entire chimpanzee species. Both bonobos, even a few gorillas, have taken up doing this.
They're
for some
religious.
It's you decide. I'm gonna tell you what they do. You decide
Damn,
what it is.
all right,
okay?
well, shit.
All right.
God's everywhere. And there ain't no getting around it.
He's got us, guys. He has the ultimate category.
Each chimp troop picks a tree. No one knows why they choose it. No one has any clue. We can just verify that they pick a given tree. And chimps from that troop will bring rocks to the tree. They don't touch the tree. They throw the rocks at the tree. They don't try to knock the tree down. They just toss the rock and bounce it off the tree, and it falls. And if it falls some arbitrary distance away from it, other chimps will come along from the same troop and pick it up and throw it at the tree again. And if it falls up against the tree, they leave it. But if it falls away from the tree, not the same chimp, but a different one will come and throw the same rock at the tree. But that chimp that hit it, leaves that rock alone, he goes and looks for another rock. And if he finds it 20 miles away and he can't carry it all the way, he will carry it some ways towards the tree and drop it. And at a later point, when he passes through that area, he'll pick that rock up and carry it closer, assuming some other chimp has come along and done that. We have no idea why they do this. There is no survival benefit to it. And yet they seem to all have done this independently across all of the different chimp troops. And even when the chimp troops get exterminated, they will not violate the tree with the rocks around the bottom of it. They don't go steal the rocks from the dead troops' tree, at least for some number of generations. And they will not choose the same tree.
It sounds like they're playing a game.
That's
Pay
fascinating.
your rock tithe to the great tree.
Sounds like they're playing a game. That's what it sounds like. Because I've seen humans do this. It's called polo, right?
Correct.
Something like that.
Right. And if we have to become, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing, but just understand that, in reality, we are just, my main point is we are all egotistical. And sometimes egotistical includes the species that we exist in, and sometimes it includes the village we live in, and blah, 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 right? So going back to my original point, when we talk about good and bad, when we talk about morality, even when we talk about the sacred and the profane, a lot of times that's just us centering ourselves and making what our default is the right thing to do, and then trying to get other people to comply with that. Does that?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Right. And I would even add to that. I think that people use the term objective morality as a force multiplier to make their positions appear stronger than they actually are, to get other people to conform to what they want, to comply, with what they want.
Yes. And I would even say that might be an adaptive good thing from evolution, that just that was less adaptive in our time.
Yeah, good call.
I mean, sometimes because I said so, or because it comes from a mysterious other, it saves you a lot of the headache of trying to logicalize everything.
You don't have to justify it.
I work in elementary school, that's for sure true.
And I guess if you try to justify it, it probably just ends up being turtles all the way down anyway.
Right.
So
exactly,
shorthand.
Exactly. I was trying not to go down that road, but I'm glad you said it.
Here we are.
Are we saving the turtles now?
No, just all the way down, dude. Like the world is carried on the back of a turtle through space, right? And
on the back of another turtle.
What is the turtle
on the whale, on the snake, whatever it is.
Lied me. I know it's turtles all the way down.
I get it now.
He got it.
Okay.
Think on that for a while. It's deeper than it looks.
Well, so if the Earth is flat and people are saying it's the only planet, then it's not a planet because it's flat.
Well, the point is that it's immaterial whether the Earth is flat or round. We don't know why it's here. We don't know how it got here, and we don't know how.
All we can still technically be a plane. You see what I'm saying? Because a planet is a plane, So it says plane right there. It is a plane. If it's flat, it's a plane.
It's a plane. A plain T.
Brother dog, you are so.
Are we saying it wrong the whole time? It's just a plain T.
It could be a plan. What table?
Yeah, but there's other languges that
planet.
It may be a plan ET.
Michael gonna have
but like I said, the word plane is in it.
That's
all I'm saying.
Plan extraterrestrial.
Brick and Emperor talking to each other is like listening to Liquid Madness, and I love it. It's amazing, dude. Like I was going to bed. When I came home, I was going to bed, and I heard these two going at it, and I was like, "Dear God, I've got to get
Well,
up
I
there."
like your background. In fact, that brings me to my point about so how do you account for individuals who get struck by lightning, Emperor?
People that
Their
get
luck
struck
was
by
weak.
lightning.
Weak. Because that's a natural phenomenon. Go ahead. Sorry.
Should have re-rolled
Well, here's
on
the
that
thing.
one.
Here's the thing. So, are we talking about morality? Is it good or bad? Because the act of
Morality
lightning
defines good
striking,
and bad. What are you
the
talking
act of
about?
lightning striking itself is not good or bad. Is what I'm saying. That it's not good or bad. Lightning striking, but the lightning hitting somebody, that would get subjective at a point. Is it good or bad?
Bad. It's
Right, but
bad.
how does
what
it
I'm
account
saying?
in survival?
But I
What
could
if it
say it's
struck Hitler?
bad. I could say it's bad, assuming that his survival, there was other people pending on him and stuff like that. Because he's a man, I would assume that he's doing the right thing.
So
And he
suddenly
just
it
randomly
becomes
got hit.
subjective.
So I would say that was bad objectively because his survival, he may have a family, their survival may depend on him. So
So
that's
is
bad.
the lightning like bad for that?
Well, like I said, the lightning strike itself is not bad, and it's not good. It's just lightning striking, but it hitting him is only bad because the survival of all the potential he could have given, or if there was people depending on him for survival.
Right, but then where is
You're
the
muted,
survival?
bro.
Where's the good thing for survival?
The conversation got retarded, didn't it?
Oh my
No,
God!
I
mean,
I answered the question, but the question is answered, and it's like, damn it, the question's answered. And
I think
that's just
sometimes
it.
the conversation gets so macroscopic and rhetorical, and whatever, it loses its utility.
Wait,
That's what I've been trying to say for like an hour now. It's like talking about the individual. We need to be talking about the group.
Well, they're trying to defeat. Look, Dusty, they're trying to defeat without God, because they want to say without God, how do you gauge morality? And I said only the strong survive. That's the best thing I could come up with as a moral standard for most things that are alive on the planet.
But he allows strong to carry all the
Because if
water
we're taking
all
out the
way.
human mind and we're not talking about what you think and how you feel, if we take away your feelings and your thoughts, and you're not strong enough to survive out there without your feelings and thoughts getting in your way, you're gonna die. You're weak.
Does morality have a purpose?
That's why I said without God,
It's our
a morality
No.
standard would be only the strong
how to
survive.
behave in society.
Yeah, I gave the answer kind of what much earlier, as I think morality is just social conditioning. It's trying to get the members of that society to cohere, to kind of act in according to the group, right?
Right.
And
And why do they do that?
Yeah,
So that way there's honor.
Right? Huh?
What's honor?
No,
Honor.
yeah, right. So it goes back
Honor
to
is, go ahead.
Hold on, let Bionic finish.
right. So
Go
what
ahead.
I was saying is what I think morality really is. It's a social construct to keep order and to keep kind of, like I said, social cohesion. And whatever you can, you could say it's an organic thing that develops as, with consensus. You could say it comes from a place of authority. You could say it comes from our elders, whatever the case may be. That's pretty badass. You could say whatever it pretty much is, but I just think it is different. Your mileage may vary depending on the roots of your culture and the roots of where they put the authority of the do this, don't do that. Some people do it religiously, some people do it logically, some people do it intuitively, but I just think it's just another way that societies form themselves, and it's another tool and mechanism to keep people from pissing in the drinking water.
They made a song about that. Signs everywhere. Signs. Yeah.
Kind of sort
So
of.
it requires a
a
mind.
hell of a drug.
Right. But
That
also
makes
we-
sense to me.
Just to also say this, we also a lot of times they conflate legality with morality, where they
The
say,
two are
well,
definitely not the same.
moral,
No.
and that must also be, and I think those are separate things.
They are. Legality is usually derived from morality, but it is not morality itself.
But even
It
then,
tries
sometimes
to
there's
be,
overlap.
or it
sometimes-
claims to be.
Yes,
Yeah.
it tries.
Yeah.
We're imperfect people.
It is a reflection, but a mirror darkly.
It's a reflection of
that.
standards, but whether they're moral or not, that's another discussion.
Right.
Okay, but morals are standards. So
Well, I think that I agree with Bionic. I think that we're social animals and we survive better when we work together than when we work against each other. So it makes sense that we would have a social construct that allows us to work together the best way we can. I mean, outside of that, I don't know what morality would be. I mean, you could say it's what God wants, and that's it's just his arbitrary preference, and then that's as far as that goes. But that seems kind of silly.
I was trying to argue earlier that it's based off of trust. That morality is about what affects that trust, either positive or negative. I think that's a good way to describe it without invoking God or the supernatural.
Same.
And
I've always go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
I've always said that it's what allows a group of people to look at external threats instead of internal threats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
why are they doing all that though, guys? Ultimately,
because we survive better as a group.
Exactly, survival. So that is the moral standard. That's what I'm telling you.
I'd like to explore that. You said it
extends the internal. I'm sorry, I don't mean to go. But I also think it also includes the internal threats.
Yes, I do.
Where you start to have like criminal law. That's when you start to ask yourself.
Survival does,
you know, about again, how do we deal with the deviant, right?
And why are we doing all this, guys? Why is the bigger
moral
picture
behavior
to survive?
Right.
Turn
moral
loose and
behavior
mommy on her.
It addresses the internal threats, right? It's about neutralizing the internal threats so that people act in a way that allows them then to deal with the external world.
Only the strong can do that.
Because you can murdering an American and murdering, I don't know, somebody in Venezuela, treated very differently by Americans, right? And it's that way with anywhere, because in group, out group.
Right.
Dealing with
same action.
threats,
You're
that's
still killing another
fantastic. I've never
person.
thought of that.
You guys are just proving my point more and more. Thank you.
By the way,
The problem with your point, Emperor, is it's all none of it's prescriptive. All you have is like post hoc justification for why stuff is good or bad. Because until it's happened, you can't determine if it's good or bad.
No, I'm telling you, survival is good, bro.
Right.
But by the way, you've
the strong survive. Only the strong. So here, look at it. What countries die out? What civilizations die out? What animals fall off? Look, you guys, look. This is without you, without your mind.
This is where you're wrong. You're right on in a way, but where you're wrong is
you
that
can't be
not on this one.
The group survives. The group is the strongest. There's nobody is stronger than the group. I think that's where
only the strong survive. And yes, when you group up, that is a technique.
Right.
They do that with dogs, do that all the time. So yes, I understand that.
I mean, that's
not
not
wolves do it. I mean, wolves do it. I mean, it's natural.
No. That's not always
and why do they do it?
We created
they do it to
you
survive.
have to let other people talk.
Check it out.
We created
Dustin.
firearms too, you know.
The issue we're having here is that he is putting so much weight on so few words, right? Strong is defined as anything that results in the survival of something, and therefore it is good because it survived, and that makes it strong, regardless of what the circumstances is. That's my issue with it. And anytime you bring up something that could be, vagary or luck or happenstance or anything, he says, well, that's a strength because you survived. It's self-fulfilling.
No, it's not because you survived. You're doing it to survive. No, but survival is the rule. Survival is the law.
But
why do you think our countries are trying to take all the damn bombs and shit and the nukes and shit? They're trying to put them away.
But hear the criticism.
For survival.
But Emperor, hear the criticisms, and you understand where the hiccup is. Because you're also including things that have nothing to do with the intrinsic quality of the individual, even the society.
Exactly. That's why it's not subjective.
Wait. But understand, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. If you're talking about the strongest, what do you say about that village the way a landslide landed on them? You know what I mean? It's just because they happen to be
the strongest would survive the landslide. Yes.
What if nobody does?
No.
Then that was right there. What is that? Environmental.
So then everybody,
whatever that is nature.
So there's no morality.
No, the moral standard is you hear a rumble or because you guys keep trying to make it like a one tiny little situation. What I'm trying to tell you is, and I'm saying this objectively, without the mind here, without anybody else here. The main goal of everything else is survival. This is the moral law.
There's nothing
objectivity without your opinion and your feelings. Leave them out, and you're not here, and we don't exist, and it's just the animals. The moral law is survival.
You have presupposed,
and they will do everything they can to survive, and they don't care if they gotta eat the damn wildebeest to survive. They're gonna eat the wildebeest, no matter how bad you think that is.
You're repeating, and you're not adding any more nuance. There's nuance. That's what people are objecting
You
to.
can add all the nuance, but you will still come back to survival being without God. The moral, the reason why they did it, I just wanted to feed my kids. The reason why they did, they just wanted to survive. The reason why they did it.
How is it immoral to leave your kid, to abandon your kids?
I said survival is morality. So if you abandon your kids to not survive, that's immoral in that standard.
I will survive. They won't.
And like I just told you, based off survival, the children, okay? So to produce children is the whole point of all of the rest of life if you're not here and your children are not here.
I have to take care of kids. That's
No, we're not talking about you and your feelings. I'm talking about the animals
talking about my feelings.
that are here before we were here, right?
Kids take resources, right?
The baby goat comes out of the mom's coochie and it eats grass. Okay.
No, it drinks milk. Sir, you are wrong. It drinks milk. It takes resources directly from the mother. Yes, it does.
Okay, exactly. So exactly, you're proving my point.
But wait, but
you have yet to let it
and it's for survival. Go ahead.
That's my point.
But understand this: by locking survival and morality into this kind of death lock, you're basically saying that anything that leads to not survival is somehow immoral. Or that it's the intrinsic
without God there and without your feelings in the animal kingdom, dying is probably immoral. The wolves cry when the people die. Obviously, that's not a good thing.
Emperor,
should you're talking about morality?
Emperor, I have a question for you. So just here's the question: ought unjustified killers continue to live?
So we're getting subjective because we're bringing humans into it.
No.
No. The mind is here, so it's subjective now. So let's go.
It can exist outside of the mind.
No, because if we don't, you can't murder if humans aren't here and you don't think about it. You can't. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist.
The ought is outside of the mind.
So let's bring humans back into it and let's think about it and bring a human mind into it. Now, murderers ought not to do dumb shit with the human mind involved. No.
What?
Okay, so you're saying no, but then that would be
subjective with the human mind, yes. But objectively, humans wouldn't be here because the human mind is absent. So objectively, see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so then
you have to think about nature.
So hold on. Survival of a human being definitely requires on subjectiveness.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm telling you. I'm not talking about humans.
You keep
I'm
saying
talking about
survival,
everything else. Yes.
Survival,
the things that are here
can be the objective reasonableness here. But then you're saying that a human being, as soon as you insert the human being into that, then no longer is it objective. It becomes
it's subjective because there's a mind here observing things. Yes, absolutely. So objectively, without humans,
right?
Its survival is morality based. So you surviving is a good thing. You can take care of your little chicklets and stuff. That's a good thing in that nature. They're happy, chirping little birds. They're doing their thing.
Just for human beings, then. So is it just for human beings then? So if you use any other life form, you can obtain the objective reasonableness standard.
If you use anything but humans, you can get objective morality through survival. Yes,
it's not reasonable.
It is without humans.
But Emperor,
because human laws don't matter. So if a tiger runs up and jacks up a wildebeest and eat it, and then runs to the next one and eats that one, ain't nobody gonna do nothing.
Is it immoral for the tiger to eat a human?
No, it's moral for the tiger to eat the wildebeest, however many it wants, as many it can catch, because that is the rule.
He just sidesteps, dude. He does it every time.
No, I'm telling you, that's subjective when you bring humans into it. Period. I already conceded to that.
Tiger to eat the human.
You bringing humans into it is subjective. I just conceded to your subjectivity.
Your heuristic appears to be like a survivorship bias.
Okay,
Whoever
guys,
ends up surviving, that can
I'm
be
not going to
retroactively
explain it
called
again.
moral.
Y'all can run
Can I
the
try
tape
to
back.
steelman him?
What I'm
There
gonna
might be a
do,
steelman here to work.
Y'all
what
not
I'm gonna
listening.
do,
Y'all don't want
what
to
I'm
hear.
gonna do, what I'm gonna do. Dusty is agreeable to continuing this conversation over on his show. He is live streaming. I'll bring you back up, Dusty, if you want to say anything here. Just somebody else left, so I can bring you up.
Dusty, it's always a pleasure, but nothing but respect.
But it has been 7.5 hours for me, and I big thank you to Ben, because he allowed me to leave the panel quite a few times out of necessity. So thank you, Ben. He is the co-host of the evening. Shout out to you. And again, Mrs. Balderson will be joining us Monday night, and I'm sure Ben will be with her as well. But we have ladies' night Monday night, so it should be pretty fun. But if Dusty's agreeable to take the group along with him, I'm sure he will drop the StreamYard link back in the back chat for you guys, so you can just directly teleport yourselves over from my panel to his. But what I'm going to do in the meantime, because we're going to close here on my end, I'd like to give you all the opportunity to give any closing thoughts you'd like to do. And let's go ahead and start with Clay.
Ooh, me. Yay. Yeah. No, I appreciate you, Sarah. I won't go over to Dusty tonight, but hope you guys enjoy. Hope you guys enjoy. But the subjective morality is actually the answer, because short of you being God, you're not going to be able to claim objective morality, and that's the reality of things. Now, I do understand.
You're absolutely right, sir.
I do understand your argument there, Emperor.
Thank you, sir.
And
you know what I mean.
I do. What you were saying is you remove the human being out of it.
Yes, sir.
And then you end up with
survival.
The objective morality, which essentially then all that's left is nature, but what was nature created by, and that would become God, that sort of thing. And that
or the evolution, if you want to go that route, whatever. That's debatable, right?
But essentially what that leaves people to argue about at that point is, does God exist?
Yes, thank you, sir. We're getting to the core of this shit.
Final comments. Hold on,
fucking love you, Clay.
Yeah. But that does leave that, and then why we have language to describe things in the first place, good and bad.
Me and you, Clay, we're gonna break this fucking internet, bro. We're gonna break the internet.
But no, I appreciate it, Sarah, and there's something else. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I will do better in the future, Sarah.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it too, Clay, because I've been watching.
Oh, one more thing. You guys know I do the auditing thing. Tomorrow night is going to be absolutely amazing. Felix is going to be doing his debate with Counterpoints, whose Counterpoints is an ex-cop, and Felix is an amazing. Well, he's a 1A guy. I don't know what he would call himself, but like he is
streaming?
Strict constitutionalist. No, but okay. He will.
Well, drop your channel in the back chat so I can follow you.
I will. Yeah. And that's LETZOTVO. It's not my channel. I work with an older veteran who also does the same.
All right, bet.
Thank you.
I think I dropped mine in the back chat if you guys want to follow my channel or whatever. But I will be going live and stuff. I will definitely have some one-on-one interviews with you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could definitely connect you with anyone who you've interacted or anybody you've seen. We can connect you as well if there's somebody you really want to talk to. Dusty, are you setting up another one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Bionic, your final thoughts over here, sir.
I want to think this was a great first impression. I had a lot of fun with you guys. Even sometimes it got a little annoying, but tis what tis, right? We have open admission. So I just want to again thank you guys for your hospitality. I don't have a channel, I don't have a brand, I just kind of lurk. I do no research, and I have no background knowledge. I just kind of come and go with vibes. So thank you for tolerating that. So I'm probably gonna call it a night. But I'll definitely keep an eye out for you guys, and hopefully you guys keep an eye out for me. So when things get spicy, things get meaty, I'll just kind of jump in with my I don't know shit about shit opinions, and hopefully you can tolerate me then too. I guess.
I thought you were well thought out.
Yes, definitely biotic. We'd love to have you back. Our conversations generally stay around basic foundational topics, like anywhere from the political realm. We do cultural stuff like feminism. That's the classic one we argue here, and then the morality and religious debates often. So please feel free to join us every Monday and Thursday night. We definitely always have open panels.
Okay.
Thursday night is a guaranteed topic like that's listed. But Monday night is open panel grab bag topic, and it can go all sorts of different directions. So
sounds cool. So I'll float around again.
Trying to get Sarah into geopolitics.
I was happy to meet you guys. Hopefully we'll see again, and we'll see what happens. Once again, have a good night and be safe wherever you are. I know the storm is getting crazy, so be safe wherever it is that you guys are.
Yes, I did check, and it has officially started. There's already snow coming down my way, so I went and I looked outside. So yeah.
Well, I'm hoping it's overhyped in my area, but knock on wood, we'll see what happens. Ask me Monday
to make a snowman.
I'll just be making snow angels and see you guys.
Here's your chance. Get the
Good
kids out
night.
there. Yeah.
All right, and then Emperor, would you like to give your final thoughts?
All right. Well, thank you for having me as always. And I know I sat there and thought about it for a second, guys, and that was a pretty good argument. I put up a pretty good claim, huh? Survival, you like that? Yeah. All right, I'm just playing, y'all. Nah, seriously. But I have plenty of other things that I'll discuss, and then when I get my channel going, I'm a little nervous right now because I don't know how it's gonna go, but we're gonna find out. Yeah.
No, own it. Own every single minute of it. Own how awesome you're gonna be, and tell them how awesome you're gonna be.
It's gonna be fun. I got some funny clips, some funny things cracking. It's gonna be pretty interesting. But I'm gonna keep every one. I'm gonna try to have it open panel most of the time, but it's gonna be real ordered, whereas 1 or 2 at a time if you want to bring your team versus team kind of thing, so that way we can get the different points from the different angles and get a little more in depth with it. And there will be timers, of course, because that's always a good thing. But thank you for having me as always, and this is where I started, guys. So if I do go viral, love goes out to Sarah all the time. You hear me?
Aw, thank you. All right, and to Mr. Balderson, sir.
The problem with this whole debate is just that for something to be objective in our world, it has to be something you can actually weigh and measure, and morals are more of a metaphysical thing, and you're trying to overlay it. And so you can never actually weigh and measure these things. So it's just a hard argument to have. But it was super nice seeing a lot of new voices on the panel. Really cool panel. Good time. Always thanks for having us, Sarah. You're the best. And debating tomorrow in the afternoon over on Beth's channel. And then
really?
Yeah.
What's the debate?
I don't know. I just got an invite.
Yeah, me. I did not get the I just got the invite. But Beth's got something going on, and then you're on again tomorrow evening.
Yes, sir.
You bet on the more legalistic type debate.
Mm-hmm. I believe the prompt is police are trained to
violate rights or something.
Yes,
like that.
violate the Constitution.
That's gonna be a fucking hater.
Bother me before you leave. I just wanted to drop this with you real quick, so that way 1996 Webster's, right? Objective is existing as an object or fact independent of the mind, real, concerned with the realities of the thing dealt with rather than the thoughts of the artist or the writer, etc. So when you're saying the morality way, blah blah blah, that's not true when it comes to objectivity. Now, when I say objective, it just said.
Hold on, we can carry this on over Dusty's final out.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it over.
I got you, boss.
You want to invite me? We can have it out, bro. That's cool. I'll come on your show and we can have it out some more. Keep your thoughts. I would like to go ahead and further your thoughts on the I am concept and
yes, that would be a wonderful conversation.
You over into the deep end of the pool and shove you down to the bottom somewhere. And see where you land. But that's for another night. Everybody come watch Sarah tomorrow night. Go check out Beth tomorrow afternoon. Love you guys.
Love you too, Ben. Thank you. And Mr. Is it Josiel or Josiel? Hello?
There?
Do we have a sleeper?
Night.
The sleeper.
All
right. To you, Michael.
All right. Yeah, this was fun. And honestly, like this moral category is a tough one because like I'm unpacking these books today that I hadn't seen in like 5 years. So it's been fun to sort of just pull them out. But like Aristotle's Politics, it's a politics book. It's also a moral book. Carl Jung, deep dive in the psyche, very moral stuff, right? Like, I don't know if you can see this stack of books. I'm just pulling one off the top, but like, there's just all these books, like How to Win Friends and Influence People, The Law of Peoples by John Rawls, like Just and Unjust Wars, The Righteous Mind, Jonathan Haidt, like Fellowship with the Ring, right? Like all these things that we call moral touch so many different areas and categories of life, like that it's hard. It is kind of hard to draw a clean circle around what the edges of morality are. And so it was fun to talk to you guys about this messy topic, but hopefully I'll see more of you over at Dusty's.
For sure. Thank you, Michael. Yerf, to you, sir. Another new face.
Yeah, Sarah, thank you very much for allowing me on your panel, even though my camera wasn't hooked up. Appreciate the confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good discussion. I won't drag this on. I'll just say thank you all very much. It was very interesting and I appreciate it. And I hopefully might get an opportunity to come back on. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We'd love to have you back again. We love new panelists. We love bringing, the more voices, the more fun it gets. And quite frankly, the more the more different conversations we can actually have. If you have the same 6 people every night talking about the same topic, you're just going to get repeat. But I love the fact that we have a variety bag of voices to kind of pick and choose from per se. So thank you, for joining, and we definitely want you back again.
Oh, thank you so much. Cheers. And just don't mistake me for an Australian. That's all I ask.
Really? What are you?
I'm a
He's
Kiwi,
a
mate.
New Zealander.
He's a what?
Kiwi.
He's from New Zealand.
Zealander.
Oh, New Zealand. Okay, got you. All right, understood.
All righty.
I do want to go
Thanks
to
very
Auckland before I die.
Right. And actually, to you, Ant, your final thoughts, sir.
Once again, thank you for having us up here, Sarah. I do appreciate the space you provide and allowing me to come up repeatedly. And I want to echo what Balderson was saying. It was great to see all these new faces in the panels, and I'm hoping there's new eyes in the chat too, that maybe will find their way up here someday. Other than that, I'm going to save all my comments for Dusty's channel and tell everybody to tip your Sarah and fuck off.
I love it. I love it when people own it. All right, I think I got everyone. Josiel, Josie. Are you with us? All right, he's still not with us. All right. Thank you again. It's been a while since I've hosted a debate, actually, and I felt a little rusty coming in, but I felt okay with the idea that these were 2 people that were actually going to have a conversation and not just yell at each other the whole time. So it was very refreshing and a good step back. Oh, let me ask you, Ant, what did you think about the format when we opened the panel and going one at a time?
I wasn't here for that. I was slept through the beginning, unfortunately.
Damn it. I'll have to talk to maybe Ben.
I'll go back and watch it from the beginning and
Okay.
tell you what I think in the Discord.
Yeah, because you know how normally we just open the panel and we let it go? This time we opened the panel, but I let every person kind of make their inquiry,
Sure.
right? Unbothered by anybody else. And we made the rounds. And then once I got to a certain point, then I said, okay, and then I switched over to the gauntlet.
Did it help with, I'm sorry. I was going to ask, did it help at all with people trying to talk over each other? Because I think most people's frustration comes from not being able to get even like part of their argument out before somebody else cuts them off.
Exactly. I think everyone was able to have the conversation. I think the debaters felt more comfortable because they weren't just being attacked by everyone as usual. And Mark has been here through both variations, right? So he's been here when open panel gets nuts and like absolutely wild. So and I think he actually stayed longer, and I'm just putting this intention out there. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just guessing. I think he actually stayed longer because it was so copacetic. And then once I did say, okay, the floor is officially open, then he made his exit. So I'm wondering if that like little like open into it, you know, nice and slow worked out better. And then I switched to the gauntlet, and then it's like whatever's whatever. But this way, the debaters can get questions asked to them. And
yeah, I'll definitely go back and rewatch it, and I'll post my thoughts in the Discord.
All right. Yeah, thank
my
you.
little book report.
Ant is officially my Ant is officially my my feedback person.
Thank you.
Like officially, you. I think I've come to you for a lot of feedback on stuff more recently, but
I appreciate your trust. I'll try not to abuse it.
I do trust you with your feedback, especially. Anyways, yes, tomorrow night's debate. I think that starts at 7:15, and then of course Monday night we will have the ladies' night open panel grab bag topic. That does not mean the men can't join. You absolutely can. But ladies' night means ladies have all priorities and they cannot be booted at all throughout the entire evening. So even if I have an entire 10-person panel full of ladies and 5 more dudes waiting backstage, you're just going to have to wait until one of them needs to leave. And they have priority talking points and everything as well. So we would love to have the men. However, just know the ladies will have first dibs on those seats all night and first dibs on everything.
Yeah, guys, we have to share the stage.
You have to, because the ladies usually don't get their voices heard very often. So this is their chance. And then also Tuesday night, I believe we're going to do the progressive movie showing. And that's going to be pretty fun. So it'll be in the Discord. If you're not already part of our Discord, please feel free to go make your way in there. I'm sure one of my mods will call the Discord link, or it's listed in my channel. Discord can be pretty fun. And this will be our first viewing party in there. I've never done one of these. Maybe I'll let Ant lead it.
Oh no.
I'm kidding. But it'll be our first viewing. And it's like watching a movie together in the theater, except we're all sitting at home from our computers. So it should be fun and interesting. I believe we'll do that Tuesday night. And then, of course, Sleepy Tomato Wednesday night. God, we got a busy fucking week.
I know. It's been a while.
And then we're right back to Throwdown Thursday. Holy fuck shit. I'm not going to have a single night off. All right. Get out of here. Fuck off. Go to Dusty.
This video was somewhat informative. That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.